unlimited content. It's like as they used to call themselves, they're the front page of the internet.
Remember, always keep your washer, your dryer, and your stove near each other. Yeah, remember that, okay?
Sounds like a plan. Why do you have to do that?
So you can wash them, cook them, and dry them.
That's tight.
I want some pistachio. Like pistachio? I'm gonna get some lox. I'm gonna get some lox with the schmear. $30 for a bagel I paid, you know?
For one bagel?
It's like salmon.
It had lox?
Yeah. Poppy heat bagels. You ever had a Sebastian? From Israel? You should go to Israel. What are you going to go to Israel, huh?
We're going to Israel as soon as we go viral. Word, dog.
Drive to Israel. Can you drive there?
I would love to.
I want to go to Sebastian. I want an 8 sandwich. 8 sandwich. Number 1.
Excellent.
I'm going to take a shower. My dog usually takes an hour and 20 minutes. I'll be back in an hour and 20.
Excellent, man. We'll be counting down the minutes.
All right.
Peace, too many puppy. Remember that time, Riser, when you weren't in the William Montgomery subreddit and you would say that you were a really big William Montgomery fan?
I don't give a fuck about the William Montgomery.
Well, then why don't you watch it on Kill Tony?
I do watch Kill Tony. I've watched like all this stand-up on there. That's what I was like.
Did last week? I'm the one who told you that. You're welcome. So the answer is no, I did not watch him last week. Have you watched the 24-hour stream of William Montgomery content?
Yes, I have.
Would you like to have a William Montgomery trivia competition?
You've already done that.
You did not win. You didn't even know where he went to college.
I did know. I said Tennessee.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. You absolutely are lying. It's on camera that you're lying. Yes, it is. Do you remember what kind of car he drives? Yeah, it is a question. And if you think you know William Montgomery so fucking well, you would know it. Erica would know it. Grant would know it. Casey Rocket would know it. And I know it. He drives a Volvo.
You know what car Casey Rocket drives?
A rocket.
Yeah, he doesn't drive a rocket. You don't know the name. You don't know what car.
Apollo was a competition about who knows Casey Rocket well. I thought it was about William Montgomery.
Yeah, if you knew anything about the podcast, you know that Casey Rocket is William Montgomery. William Montgomery is
In what state was Casey born? In what state was Casey Rocket born? Was Casey Rocket born? Like, if you're such a big fucking Casey Rocket fan, you would know this.
I do know it.
Okay, well then say it, douche.
Born in Illinois, I believe.
That's correct. You had to look it up, though.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did. In what state did he grow up?
Georgia.
Dude, you're looking this shit up. You're such a douche.
Why do you think? Because I know more than Casey Rocket.
No, you don't. What part of the state? What part of the state did Casey Rocket grow? In what part of the state did Casey Rocket grow up? Dude, you are looking up shit on him. You didn't know he was born in Illinois. You did not know he grew up in Georgia.
Did you see the video of the
No, is it funny?
I was watching a YouTube video where he was trying to get, I don't know, it's like clickbaiting or something. He was trying to make like Tony like look bad or something, but he just looked like an idiot.
Wait, who's
saying Joe's funny, like these guys are just like just roasting Tony. They're like literally all talking during each other's backswings and like roasting each other, but you guys kind of make it seem like you don't respect Tony at all. But, like, they're literally hanging out playing golf, like
I have a question for you. What is it like to be the second biggest William Montgomery fan in this call and the second biggest Casey Rocket fan in this call? Go.
I don't know if you have some like form of like
Sex appeal? I have all of that.
Like 900 million times. One, I taught you everything you know about William Montgomery.
Incorrect. Incorrect.
Two, memorizing a bunch of worthless trivia does not make you a bigger fan. No matter how much you think it does, that's just inaccurate. Three, you never listened to the podcast until like a year after I told you it existed. Four, I don't know anything about Casey Rocket.
I don't have to look up trivia on him.
Well, I mean, he's obviously a big part of William's life.
So big that you have to look him up on the internet to find out factoids about his existence.
If you're just going to make absurd allegations, two people can play that game.
I'm not making up anything, dog. I'm telling the truth. Dog. Do you even know the origin of the crab walk? Of course I am, because as the second biggest Casey Rocket and William Montgomery fan in this call, you should be able to keep up. You should be able to keep up.
Let's do it, Nathan, for you, trivia.
Doug, it's been like 10 years since I've seen that show. All right, give me a piece of trivia. You're gonna look it up on the internet, though.
I won't. If you don't want me to, I won't.
Of course, I wouldn't want you to. That would be unfair.
What is Nathan for you most recent television show called?
You mean Nathan Fielder? Or Nathan for you? I mean, wouldn't it be Nathan for you?
Sorry, Nathan Fielder.
You're asking me what I think Nathan Fielder's most recent TV show is?
That's correct.
Well, it's a question. I mean, I could probably tell you that he did the rehearsal. I don't know if he's done anything since or like that's like the biggest thing that he's done recently. Although I could tell you that there's the possibility. I think he did something called The Curse as well, which might be a little more recent.
You're cheating.
But the rehearsal's still going. What do you mean?
You're cheating. You're cheating. The way you said those words.
I don't know why you think cheating. It's the rehearsal, but kind of a trick question. The reason why I say
your screen is actually paused right now, so I can't actually verify. Let me have to.
I mean refresh, dog. Refresh.
That was the most obvious.
Well, the reason why my voice may have sounded off was because the rehearsal's still going technically, but the curse ended. But the curse is more recent, but the rehearsal's still going, so it's kind of a trick question.
Side to side, did you actually know the answer to that, or were you looking it up?
I gave the answer.
Or you looked it up?
What makes you think I looked it up?
Because you like, it was the most, you literally sounded exactly like you were reading the answer.
What about me saying the rehearsal?
Normally you answer in like a natural cadence.
What about me saying the rehearsal and or the curse was unnatural? I'll wait. How could I say them more naturally? The rehearsal, the curse.
So literally, I can tell, like, I can just tell by the way that you sounded that you just adjusted that information.
Dog, I don't even have a phone in my hand. Can you see me?
You're probably using some Bluetooth connected to ChatGPT that I can't see.
Now, I wish I had that. That would be really cool.
Alright, well, maybe you knew that. Good for you.
Thanks, big dog. This is also unfair. This is also unfair because he's from Canada, and according to Peter Griffin, Canada sucks.
Okay?
All right.
So, every person in the US, we can't do trivia on because it's different country.
All right. Let me think of. Okay. In Nathan for you, Nathan mentions his collegiate history. What does he say about it? And from where did he graduate?
We graduated from Canada's business school.
Incorrect. One of Canada's top business So that's a wrong. That's a big X.
I'm not cheating. I'm just looking at it.
What the options are? What do you mean? What do you mean that's not cheating? Looking what the options are, dog.
I'm really just searching up Ontario. I think it's Waterloo.
That's incorrect, dude. Guess again.
I don't know. Queens?
Incorrect. Do you even know who Nathan Fielder is?
Wait, what's the answer?
Guess again.
It's not Queens.
It's not Waterloo. It's not Queens. It's not Waterloo. Do you not know what the phrase guess again means?
There's like no other option.
There are.
It was not one Ryerson. I don't think it. I said Queens.
I know. I heard you say Queens, and that's definitely wrong. How do you know he didn't go to McGill?
I was looking at Ontario. Is that the right answer?
No, it's not the right answer.
Why would you say that?
Because it's the only school in Canada that I know, aside from the University of Vancouver.
Yeah, really? Where I thought he,
Dog, let's just get down to brass tacks. You don't know Nathan Fielder as well as I do. You didn't know where he went to college. You guessed University of Queens, University of Waterloo. Both are incorrect.
Alright, well, I should have got that one probably.
Yeah, you should have. You should have. You should have. If you were a fan, you would know. Obviously, you're not. Look, let me just ask you a question. Do you know who Nathan Fielder is?
I'm his number one fan.
Where did he go to college? Hey, dog, where did he go to one of the top business schools?
University of Victoria.
You looked it up.
Even if he says in the intro that he went to
one of Canada's business schools. You looked it up.
No, you gave me the Vancouver.
Dog, you looked it up.
No, you said Vancouver. I was like, oh, it's on the left.
You looked it up.
No, you said University of Vancouver, and I was like, oh, it's on the left side.
You looked it up.
No, you said University of Vancouver, and then I was like, oh, it's on the left side.
You looked it up. That didn't have anything to do with Nathan Fielder. College of Canadian universities, and McGill's the one I could name, and it's probably the one that, I mean, basically, like, most Americans can't tell you what McGill is. But McGill is the best school in Canada.
In the final episode of The Curse, what is the main story plot?
No one watches that shit. I thought this was on Nathan for You. I thought
Nathan Fielder trivia. He wrote the show.
Yeah.
I need Nathan Fielder show.
Have you seen the Curse?
For You trivia, this is Nathan Fielder trivia.
When we were You trivia. Yes, you.
Oh, and then you're like, you need Nathan Fielder? Yeah.
Okay, well, So you admit that you originally said Nathan Fielder. Nathan for you.
I never said it was Nathan for you trivia.
Yes, you did. You said, let's do Nathan for you trivia. And I said, you mean Nathan Fielder? And you said, yeah. So you originally said, let's do Nathan for you trivia.
Acknowledging that I said yes to Nathan
Doug,
Fielder.
all I know is that I'm a bigger Nathan Fielder fan than you are. You didn't even know where he went to college. It's in the introduction to the show. Dude, I don't listen. Let me just put it to you this way: The Curse could be the absolute last show that I ever watch, and I wouldn't give a flying fuck about it. Okay, that's cool. I hope it is not. I hope I have the ability to watch many, many shows. But The Curse, what do you like more, the rehearsal or The Curse?
I haven't watched the rehearsal.
Okay, well, obviously you're not that big of a Nathan Fielder fan then. All right. Is this Nathan for you trivia? Okay, here, I've got one for you. Nathan, and Nathan for you. Welcome, Mr. Aquarius. Are you ready for me? Excellent. Rise, are you ready for an invitation?
Oh, God. No, I don't. I'm done.
Okay, so you give up?
You can't give up. You're a champion.
I don't want to hear all the reasons why doesn't know the answer.
Right, so just one game. Just one game. Please, just one game.
Oh, you guys can do your bowling thing. I'm not good at bowling.
Riser, why aren't you good at bowling? Did he learn it at one of Canada's top business schools?
Sure did.
Ooh, Miss Aquarius, good on you. Getting that spare right out of the blocks. I tried. Oh no. That was terrible. Well, and Miss Aquarius probably already knows this, but if she doesn't, we had some trolls come into the server this morning and played the loudest sound in the middle of the night, and I had one of my computers, and so I couldn't, but they did it for like hours. They were just playing the loudest air horn trying to awake me.
And they do that in some stuff. I just couldn't buy it.
Good on you. And Miss Aquarius was
not streaming Harry Potter.
I was earlier today, but the app crashed, so I just have to restart it.
Yeah, I was trying to join Telegram and say hi, but
well, I have to figure out a better way. Nice strike. I have to figure out a better way to be able to stream in there. I've just experimented. But basically, like if you leave Telegram on all day, it causes the app to crash a lot of times and can cause issues. Riser, do you like Discord or Telegram more, and why?
Discord
Nice. You've gotten 2 in a row.
250. We gotta get you to a 250. So, this is you this time, Rabbi. This is you now.
Well,
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Sorry, Roger.
You're okay.
Go ahead.
Do you use Signal?
I mean, I'm not selling organs on the deep web, so no. I need to use it.
I've never used it either.
Okay.
I'm not a huge no game member, so.
Do you mean the dark web? Why would you say the deep web?
Isn't it the same thing?
No. Deep web is like stuff that is on the internet, but it may be like on like old hard drives and stuff, but it's not really that available anymore through it's like available through a search engine. That's generally what the deep web is. And then the dark web is like onion browser. Oh, no. Double check that. I get them confused.
I thought they were,
They're not interchangeable.
Right.
Like the deep web is like unindexed pages of the internet. It is like onion browser and torrent and stuff.
how do you even get it then? Isn't it the onion? It's onion or
You could get a direct link, or sometimes interconnected systems like universities and such, or corporations. They're nice strike. That's a big strike, Miss Aquarius. Big. That's 2 in a row. That's 2 in a row. Look at you. Miss Aquarius. Miss Aquarius, you were in the 80s, girl. Get it. You were practicing. 83. Good on you.
I get it tonight or tomorrow?
Tomorrow.
Yay.
Oh, that's terrible. That's oogly.
Then you're going to get to a 250.
I'll get it tomorrow.
Okay.
Maybe. We'll see.
Right,
We both won. All right, Miss Aquarius. That's all she wrote.
Okay, we'll get to 250 tomorrow, okay?
God willing.
You got this.
Absolutely. Sweet dreams.
3-1, we won all game.
I won. You win. You win. I win.
Right. That's right.
Excellent.
We're undefeated in Owen and we're undefeated in
Friendship. 100%.
All right. I'm standing here. Good night.
Excellent. Make sure to have your sound down in case anybody else comes in and is annoying.
You said sound down, right?
Well, I just don't want them to wake you up. So do whatever you have to do so they don't wake you
Yeah,
up.
I do. I have it down.
Okay, good job. Excellent.
Okay.
Sweet dreams. Riser, you were talking about how you're the second biggest Nathan Fielder fan in this call. I don't know. Miss Aquarius might be a bigger fan than you are. I think she knows where Nathan Fielder went to college. Oh, I'm almost positive she does.
even the most basic fans.
Look, let me just ask you this. Are you in the Nathan For You subreddit?
So I don't really go on Reddit ever.
Why don't you go on Reddit? And I'll wait. I'll wait for your answer.
I don't know. I don't mind it. I don't know. It's like cats and dogs or can versus Reddit. I feel like the people on 4chan are funnier.
Are you proud of the way that you played?
So that you play?
Yeah, dude, because I whooped your ass.
I don't know about that.
Dog, do you not know that I whooped your ass?
No, it never happened. Nice. Nice thought.
You want to play?
Whatever you have to tell yourself.
You want to play something else? Dog, how many games of basketball have you beaten me one-on-one? I'll wait.
Does that have to do with anything?
It has to do with me being superior to you.
It has nothing to do with anything.
Were you aware that I am a superior? You want to play again? You want to play?
Basketball?
Well, you want to continue the Olympics?
I'm having more fun in how little you know about Nathan Field.
Are you ready? Dude, I know where I went to college. Are you ready for Blocko?
Can you ever really be ready for blocking?
Do you want board size of 10, 15, or 20?
I'm playing a game of intellectual chess right now, but we have to give like 2 minutes.
That's okay. Do you want a board size of 10, 15, or 20?
Ask yourself what Nathan looks like.
15?
There lies your answer.
15? Is that what you want?
20. Biggest one.
Dude, then we both tie.
I'm pretty sure we tie in the other one too.
Dude, this is a dumb pick on your end. I've sent you an invitation, and I'm waiting for you. Dog, I've sent you an invitation, and I'm now waiting on you.
I really told you 1 second ago that I'm playing this game of chess. Our brains play, so you have to wait. I want to play Mancow, but you're on a chess break. You're on a chess strike. So.
You're on a bounce strike.
No, I have played bounce several hundred times. There's your phone, but like I've seen hundreds, if not thousands of times. No.
You lost? Not a surprise.
Sort of.
Are you ready?
Sort of knowledge. Am I ready for what?
Blanco, you have an invitation, and everybody's waiting on you. And you're the one who wanted a board of.
Are you ready?
You're the one who wanted a board of 20, which was a stupid idea. It's not what Nathan would have wanted, and it's just going to cause us to tie. Everybody's waiting on you.
Alright. I'm resigning the chess game because we need to lose.
Dude, you said you lost already. It had nothing to do with how I
I'm Nathan.
pressured.
No, you just. Are you gonna play chess after this?
No. Put it to you this way. I'm not playing chess with you until I go viral.
No.
Are you going to put down a block? Or are you just going to J-or? This was such a bad idea on your part to have us play.
Play 20 by 20? Why?
It just was a really bad idea.
Would you like to write a master's paper on it?
I would, but I think I'm just going to beat you.
I'm not even worried. This is the camel that broke the straw's back or something. Yeah. You're not gonna stop me?
Welcome.
It's too hot.
It's
I gotta
too.
get out of the shower.
How was your shower, pimp?
It wasn't the long one. It was so hot. Too hot.
Do you know who Nathan Fielder is? He's this Canadian who hosts shows like Nathan For You, which is like a prank show, troll show kind of thing, and the the curse and the rehearsal.
What about him? Is he a good guy?
Um, He's okay, I think.
You like watching the shows or whatever you say?
Yeah, they're funny.
Oh wow.
No, you ain't blocking this shit. Fuck off. Nope. Oh, you're running out of time.
Oh no.
What?
Oh, I'll take it off.
No more puppies. You should download an app called Play-Doh and play with us.
No, thank you.
Okay.
Have you ever heard of the term jailer?
Yale?
J-Y-O-R.
No.
Pretty well known acronym. What do you think it stands for?
I don't know. That's a crazy acronym.
Stands for quit jerking yourself off wrong. Which is what you're doing.
Me?
Yeah.
What am I doing?
You're gay or just said that.
I ain't
Problem?
no, to you.
Okay.
I don't know.
Why are you being mean to him?
Busy being mean to I don't know.
No, why are you being mean to puppies?
Why are you being mean to me, dog? Oh, you like puppies?
No, you. No, I don't know.
Don't like puppies. He doesn't like Pomeranians, too. Unlucky.
Pomeranians are sweet dogs.
I know they're Polish and German. They're nice dogs. You know, they go ow. Well, no.
Why aren't there more blocks in this game?
Dude, I told
You gotta
you
buy.
we shouldn't have played this version.
I asked you to pick what snake
And I said the 15. And you said no, 20. And I said, doesn't make sense. If we play the 20, it's not gonna, nobody's gonna win.
Why would they not make if there's no more blocks in possible space? That's like the most basic commandment you could possibly play. I think I won. You fucked up.
No, we both won, son,
So
because you picked the stupid board size. It's Moncala time.
I told you no more call unless you play me in one game. So
Fine, it's basketball time. So it's now 3-3.
Mr. Rothschild.
What's going on, pimp?
You mind if how do I get the soundboard? Is there a soundboard in your server? Can I get a duck sound in the soundboard?
Yeah, but no, nobody gets a soundboard. That drive me wild.
Oh. People do that?
But I was just saying somebody played an air horn for more than an hour this morning to try to wake me.
Oh wow. Like that knucklehead.
You've got that right. I kind of enjoyed it though, because when I went to see, I had a bunch of new people who joined the server, so that was cool.
Oh yeah.
Riser, that's a make. That's a swish. That's a make. That's a make. That's a swish. That's a miss. That's a make. 8 of that riser.
It's all about the sound. I can do better with it. Airball. The worst in that game is when it like bounces off the rim and then keeps away.
100%. You're 1,000% correct, Riser. All right, this is your round. Because it's so unexpected where the hoop's gonna go. Look at. Oh, that one was not good. That was not good. 6 points. Are you proud of that? Are you proud of that? I mean, I've got a 3-point lead on you going into the final round. I'm not too worried. You need one of the best rounds of your entire career. I have 3 swishes, but now, not just, you kind of got. All right. Are you proud of that?
No, it's that.
Baby, this game is over. 4-3. What do you want to play now? Okay. Absolutely not. I'll play you when I go viral. Right, sir. I don't play chess on here. Right, sir. You have an invitation. Oh, by the way, when we do Moncala, it's a best of 5. Just because the games are really quick. Do you know that you have an invitation? Dog. Did you know that you have an invitation? Dog. 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 Did you know you have an invitation? Dude, so we're not playing Moncala? Fine. Then, nope. Are you gonna? Yeah. Maybe one of the most newfie moves you've ever seen.
Man, where's Cool Cam?
Yeah. Are you gonna go? Are you just gonna J-Yor yourself?
Just setting up the computer.
Are you gonna go?
Yep. In 1 second. Nope. The computer went still now. That's okay, I don't know.
Oh, you're definitely gonna win. Right, that's one of first of 3. All right, Riser, you have an invitation. Are you gonna accept it, or are you just gonna J-Yor?
Someone has a license plate up there and can vanity plate in the
Just J-Yor. J-Yor. Are you in the Vanity Plate subreddit?
Facebook group.
That's not what I asked. I didn't ask about Facebook. Oh, good job.
You're done. You're done. Well, now you're even more done. You lost your mind. Are you connected with it?
I'm not done. Dude, you just gave me life.
Good.
Why would you do such a thing? You fuck on. Go ahead, take that.
Are you gonna get your shitty shit out again? You fucked up, dog.
I don't think so. Fuck.
Okay, now you definitely like break a bit from that. There you go. This is gonna be. Oh, you fucked up. Yeah. That's 2 losses in a row. That's 2 in a row, dog.
You're up, Tim. Fuck.
Yeah, you're done.
I think so.
Doesn't matter what you're doing. Are you proud of that? No?
You're fucked. Fuck is right, dog.
Miscalculated. What are you gonna do, dog?
Get the fuck. You just fucked yourself.
I will.
Yeah, you did, son.
Look,
You just fucked yourself. It's over.
horrible move.
It was a horrible move.
Horrible move.
It was a horrible move. But just good enough to get me the win. Got it. Thanks, baby. 2-1, son. Boy, you fucked up. Let's have you go. I'm going to give you the opportunity to go first because it just seems to be very biased towards the person who starts the game.
You don't say. Really? We're gonna go. Here we go. Terrible move. No, I hit the wrong thing.
And what do you want me to do about it?
I'm still gonna win.
You're done. Oh no.
Okay, let's go.
Oh no.
Here comes the thunder, darling.
You're fucked. Doug, you're done. This game is over, son. What a comeback.
I legitimately hit the wrong stuff.
I mean, what do you want me to do about it? What do you want me to do about it? Riser, you have like literally an acre worth of real estate to play on which to play. You're up, baby. It's 2-2.
What the hell does that even mean?
Your iPad is giant, is what.
You know what? I call this strategy the rolling thunder. Yeah, dog, some of us are actually trying to play. Are going to make a move?
STFU, dog. Thanks, baby.
Oh, God. I did it sequence. What do you want me to do, man? I know. Actually, no, you're done. We're done. No pressure, big dog. Oh, 3 out of 5.
Win by 2, though.
That's not what 3 out of 5 means.
That's true. You're right. Darts time. Darts time is 3 out of 5. Win by 2.
Just
5. Okay, so it's tied 3-3. Riser. It's tied 3-3. No, it's tied. I won basketball, literati, and something else. You won darts, or you won? You won. Oh, I won. Oh, we tied in Blanco, and you won archery, Mancala, and then we tied in Blanco. You're done. It's over, son. That's one game. I mean, no, you can't. You must play. It's 3 games to 3 games. Oh, dude, I busted. That would suck to have 100 points and then to bust. That's 20. That's 1.
Are you serious?
And you busted.
Yo, this is the best mover ever.
You went first. Oh, on this one I went first. That's 2 games in a row.
The last game you checked out and I didn't even get
You started. That's 2 in a row, dog. Dude, that should be an automatic disqualification. Fucked me. You have to resort to trolling and pranking. Get that double 18, son. Double 18. That was terrible. What? What are you doing? Are you fucking serious? I busted? That's garbage of shit. Check out. Two one. It was interest for the win by 2. Dog. This would be a huge comeback on your part. And a shock because this is one of my best games. Dude, that was great, Riser.
You know, but literally cannot do better than what I did. Yeah, weird. So,
All you need is a 20. What a comeback.
looks like we're done.
It's over. 2-2. It all comes down to this.
This will be a ridiculous.
One of the biggest underdog. Look at you. This would be this one of the biggest upsets in the history of this game. I told you wanted win by 2. All right. I'm winning 4 games to 3. Next. Cut on.
No more swimming games.
Dude, it's part of the Olympics. We'll do that. We'll do that. But we have to do this. Riser, we'll do that. We'll do one of one game. It's a showdown. It's 6-2, big dog. That's a miss. That's a big time miss. Did you see how many times I bounced? It's over, baby. I've never finished that game. That's the first time I've finished that game. Oh, dog. What an ass kicking. 5 games to 3. Dude, I whooped your ass. All right. You're up, pimp. You ready?
This one's 2 out of 3.
Okay.
No, like it.
You just got destroyed, son.
What?
You just got destroyed, son.
Oh, nice. Whatever.
Okay, so that's one of two games. Now I'm going to take you down for two of two games. And then I'll be up 6-3. And I got the win.
Call it time.
It gave me the thing.
What's the man?
I don't know why it did that. All right, I got you. Do you want another one?
Sure.
All right. I don't know why I'm being so. I don't know why I'm being so nice.
Genre of the breakdown of bullshit down there. Oh, wow. Hey, fucking food.
Gotcha, baby. All right, 6 games to 3.
Wow. You done juice. You got two.
What do you want to play
Trying to
next?
find the steroid.
What do you want to play next?
Why keep on this? Might better win.
What do you want to play next?
You can choose.
All right.
Flicky bullshit.
No, you already said I can choose. Skee ball. No multipliers.
Flicky bullshit.
No, we already played basketball. You have to understand the Olympics means you have to play everything. And you're up. Fuck you, man. What a start. What a fucking start. Why did you start so well?
Wasn't right. This one just seems more about like luck. For most of the games. And the lag is so weird.
The lag is some serious shit. That's a miss. 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 Oh, what a big make. Big make, dog. That was good. Psych. No, I know. That's why I said psych. Are you fucking serious?
No.
There's such a delay.
No, it's not letting me fucking shoot.
Why don't you go, baby?
It's not letting me shoot.
Close and reopen. You have a lot of time. Close and reopen. Close and reopen. You have time. You've got another 20 seconds. There you go.
I'm feeling low as shit. My thing lags. Doesn't matter.
Did you just quit? Did you just quit?
No, the game lags.
It says you won the Rise or Resign.
Yeah, the game lags.
I'm up 7-4 or 7-3. What do you want to play now?
Yeah.
No, that takes too long.
9 by 9. Which third? Cool,
You have an invitation, dog. Are you gonna? Are you just gonna J or?
Yeah, no, I don't know if there's a pass option. Are you fucking kidding me? No. Yeah, right.
I mean, what do you want me to do about it? I don't think you can put it there. Oh, maybe you can. Oh, you captured one of my things?
Alright.
I mean, what do you want me to do?
I just don't believe that I would have. Oh, what the fuck?
I mean, what do you want me to do, dog? What do you want me to do?
Oh, I just destroyed him.
Whoa, you did.
Like that. How many cost this game is on it?
No way.
Oh, comeback.
No way.
How did you get to 24? What? What? Took away a piece from you? Oh, I guess it's like yeah, yeah. Yeah.
Oh, I did. I still obviously get how to play this game.
When the capture the vertex like surrounding my yep, this don't have to be like surrounded for it to be captured. Yeah. What?
Yeah, nobody knows how to play that game though. I'll learn it though. Okay, it's 6-4. What do you want to play now? Oh, it's my turn to choose. Blitz League.
As a victory from the only
No. We haven't played that yet. You're done, son. You're done, son.
Absolutely. This game is so bad, but what is the energy thing?
It makes your shit go faster. Oh, big one.
Right in there,
No way.
Go. Oh, you're done. You're officially done.
Yep.
Alright, so now it's like 5. Oh, no.
Biggest comeback in the history of this game.
No.
We're about to witness the biggest comeback in the history of this game. What a comeback. Folks, it's over.
Oh my god.
Comeback. Oh, I had that counted. I was done. It's 7-4. Connect 4. We end on mini golf as the grand finale.
Yeah. I'm saying I just have to use the restroom. It's 8-4. What the fuck happened to you in Connect 4? Riser.
You told me, yo, I'm going to the washrooms, okay?
Dude, you played the whole time. I said, I'm still playing, but I'm in the bathroom. All right, you have an invitation.
You did not say that.
I did. And you still played. So don't tell me that.
I was not even looking.
You have an invitation. Do whatever makes you happy, baby. 4. Dog, 8-4. And I had one. Oh, wait. Okay. Okay, actually, I think that would have been 9-4 because I won Blitz League. So if Connect 4 didn't count, then it's 8-4. Are you going to accept my Uno invitation? Sir, you have an invitation for Uno. I'm sending you an invitation to Uno, dog. Riser, do you know that you have an invitation for Uno? It's part of the Olympics. Okay, that's fine. Bounce, or not bounce, disco. Did you know that you had an invitation to disco and you were just sitting here J-yoring?
You still haven't won connection.
I know.
So we're playing Connect 4.
Oh, okay.
And skip the game, dog. No one's playing fucking Uno. No one's playing fucking disco. I meant to hit no. Hurry up. There's people waiting. Not all of us want to fucking stay away.
Oh, dog. What did you think in that Blitz League?
I got to talk. Can you send the Connect 4 invite or? So why does your fucking stream always Lego like? Anyone that argues there's no host advantage in this game is just on performance.
It's over, son. Oh, yeah, it is. It's over, baby. Baby, it's over. All right, that's nine to 4. 9-4, and I beat you twice on that bitch. I beat your ass. Oh, not 2 out. I did beat you 2 out of 3.
No, the first one was not a thing.
Okay, I'll make sure you go first this time. Win by 2, yes or no?
Good. I mean, all of them out there.
Baby, it's 9-4. You got smoked in that game. I mean, what do you want me to do?
I like that one. Let me go.
No, that's the finale. We've got Monopoly.
We're not fucking doing Monopoly. You can do it that way.
Accept your invitation, you go to J York.
We're going Def 101 later.
All right, dog.
Is it a 4x4? What's the nation of movie? This game is literally the who goes first. Yeah. We have another cost advantage risker. If you're trying to be a complex. Would you like the 4x4 story?
I do.
You fucked up.
How did I fuck up?
That's not. Uh-oh.
Fuck you, dude.
Uh-oh.
Fuck you.
Oh. Boom.
9-5.
Oh.
Disco. Terrible shot. I mean, the whole board's open and you just fucked up. The thing I like about this game is it's really not till it's like literally over.
Yeah, I want to get a real one. God.
Right.
Oh, yeah, right.
Oh no, I knocked myself off.
This one's gotta be 2 out of 3.
No way. No. Well, I got fortunate that it hit twice.
Oh, look at this shot.
No way. Riser's turn. It all comes down to this.
No, 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 no.
That's not that bad. I've seen you do worse. Ten to 3. Or 10 to 5.
That's not 2 out of 3.
No, it's not 2 out of 3. It's not 2 out of 3.
I said it's 2 out of 3, dude. Did you not hear that?
No, you didn't say that.
I said it's 2 out of 3.
Dog, you know I won.
I said 2 out of 3, win by 2.
Oh no. Well, I guess it's not that bad.
Oh, come on.
Dog, it's 4-0.
It didn't give me a good cut. It was my only good cut.
You need a big shot here. That was okay. Bye, dog.
Oh, what a shot.
What a shot.
I might come down to an overtime.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
It absolutely does. All right, I won by 2 or whatever. Fine, I'll beat you again. That's fucking good that you say that after I already won.
Oh, God. If you can't beat me, there's a lot.
That's not good. That's not good. Oh, that was genius. Oh no. No.
Oh, you're done. It's over, dog. It's over.
Shut the fuck up.
That's not going to do it. Nope. Get over it. Are you serious? You need an overtime. 1-1. 1-1.
Yeah, I mean, I beat you.
You did not beat
This
me,
is just
no
because
way.
I have a good heart.
No, come on.
What is your fucking excuse now?
We always was making up pictures.
That was big time.
Yeah.
No way. No way. No.
Oh.
Terrible shot. Stop. 2-1. Though it's really 3-1.
2-1.
Dude, what is this bullshit that overtime games don't count?
The tiebreaker is
Fuck. No. Perfect. Stop. No way. No way.
You're done. You're done. You're done. It's over. That team is not fuck with that.
How many big ones are they going to give you?
Oh, go try a little more. Come on, see it, big dog. You got the mini. Got the mini. Oh.
Dude, this must not be random, or it must be random what you get because you got a bunch of big ones there.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you get big letters.
Dog, shut the fuck up. Fuck.
Oh, you're done.
Look at you with these big ones.
Oh, yeah, right.
Dude, what the fuck is up with these little ones? Fuck yeah, dog.
You're a big one.
Get your shit out of here.
Oh.
Nope. No.
Oh,
Look at another big one you got.
oh no, no, no.
That's 3-2. No, I'm gonna end it right now, son.
Oh, you got to go first. Are you serious?
Oh fuck! I blew the big one.
No, you're actually in trouble. You have to go first. No.
No.
Oh my god. Yeah. No.
It's over, baby.
No.
It's over.
No.
It's over. You can't get all that shit. Done, son. You're done. It's over for you, baby. Oh, dude, you almost had something interesting. All right. It's 10 or 11, 11 to 5. Plus.
No, we don't play fucking clock.
We've played it before.
That's not a game.
No table soccer? Cool. Tactical or tactical or active? Active. Keep it sexy. Yeah, dog. Are you gonna pick your team, or are you just gonna J your? You gonna pick your team, or are you just gonna J your? Oh,
Is this the passing one? No, this is where we go.
I don't know why that was considered a pass for you. Oh, is that a pass? Don't fuck up. Are you gonna go? Or are you just gonna J yours?
I'm going.
Oh, get it. Get it.
Oh no.
That doesn't help me. I can't score. You got really fortunate. Nope.
Oh.
Get him. I played that angle beautifully.
I'm just gonna hide in the net the whole game, or are you actually gonna play?
I am playing. That's how I scored. That's how I have the lead.
Or you're just hiding in the net the whole game?
What do you want me to do?
It's fine.
Are you gonna go?
I'm ready.
I am as well. I'm going for one of the gods in the history of mankind. Get the pass.
Oh, what?
Get that pass. Are you gonna go? Or are you just gonna J or?
I'm going. No, no.
Dude. Just get it down there. What a pass. Look at this block.
Oh, what a face. Oh no, my fucking fingers away.
Is that a pass?
No.
Our guys got there like exactly the same time.
Oh. No,
Get it.
No.
Do you know what the dragon attack is? Are you fucking serious? I'm going for it.
Oh, what the fuck?
That was a huge risk. So is this. I'm going for it. Oh, maybe the easiest goal. Do you know what the dragon attack is?
The home dragon.
I've scored 4 goals in this game.
You mean 3?
4, because I scored your goal too.
Alright.
Are you gonna just J-or yourself, or get that? Get that. Oh baby, no way. No way is this happen. This is too easy. Oh, you got to steal. No way.
Oh, thank you. Good decision to get
No way. Oh,
Alright.
what are you gonna do?
Oh, get the pass.
Come on, baby.
Oh.
That's my 5th goal of the day. Oh,
How's that? Dang. Alright. Oh.
12-5 or some shit like that. 120. You're done. I just won.
It's actually, you don't want to go, well,
Excuse me?
I don't want to go. It's better to let the other person clear most of the board off, and then there's an advantage at the end when it's more clear.
Are you fucking serious? Don't go in. No. Yeah, it didn't go in. Fuck.
Yeah, right.
You just missed.
Yeah, right.
Dude, that was not good.
Oh.
Oh, what a big miss. Dog, what a big miss. Dog. 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 Oh, speaking of big misses. Speaking of big misses. What's that?
You may have just lost yourself.
No, because after you get this one, you can't get the others. Keep going, baby. That was a big dog.
one more. Look for a music stuff.
It's like 12 wins or something.
Oh, I already won there.
Well, but we already counted your win.
Yeah, no.
Bowling. Bowling. You've never beaten me in bowling. Amazing start, though. But I matched you because I'm a pimp with a big dick and a beautiful heart. Oh, look at you. Just don't fuck up this. Whatever you do. That was great, Riser. Are you going to dedicate any of these shots to Zute's comedy career?
Can you do that shit yet?
No, I talked to him about it. 2 weeks. Look at you, dude. No, I don't know. He said he's serious about this. Oh, no, what a big miss. Oh, good one. Get these two. Get it. Big score. Big miss. Really big miss. All comes down to this. Get it. You need to lead by 1, son. Oh, big time. Big spare, dude. Big spare. Yeah, you get to go again. Oh, dude, you might have won. I have to get this.
That might be bad.
It is bad. Baby. I'm so... Oh, almost did. Oh, that's my 200th win. Shoot, I didn't mean to do that. I was supposed to get that missile praise. All right, that's all right. All right, I won. That's like 13 wins or something. All right, you ready for Monopoly?
No.
All right, you ready for mini golf?
I sent you an invite.
Dude, archery, fuck this shit. Fuck your archery shit.
Accept it right now.
You have an unfair advantage.
Being sexy is not an unfair advantage.
Having an iPad is.
Actually, it is.
iPad is. No way.
No! That was not. 40 is really terrible. You're wasting, wasting. Oh, no way. No, yeah, right. What?
Wow, bullseye. That was great. Dude, big round. Get it. No way, that shouldn't have counted.
I had 3 seconds. To like take a lot of stuff to the If you get up 2 shots, that would be big. Get the shot. No, yeah, right, bro.
What do you want me to do? 9. 8. You have the lead. 8. Bullseye. Oh, big time, dude. 9. Dude, you're tearing it up.
I mean, it's a 5 or 6, really got it.
I did not know that.
Oh, let's see if we can get. Oh, no way, no way, no way. Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
I mean, what do you want me to do about it? Starting off with a 5?
I should have slowed down a lot.
Oh, miss.
Yeah, I'm done with it.
We're tied. Look at all these 9s and 10s.
Oh, my lord. That was clutch. That was a big round. That was like 9, 9, 9, 9. What? How did you do this again? No way. I don't know if it's the game or if it's like, oh, no way. Oh, shit. Oh, here come to the wire. You have to make. Oh, that was close this time. That was very, very close.
A win's a win, baby. Are you ready for mini golf?
Yeah. This game counts as close.
All right. Best, so just straight up.
Very well. But I have to go first. Because you get to go first every time.
Then you send me the invite.
Yeah.
All right, I'm waiting on it. Where's the invite?
Oh, why is it green person? What the fuck?
Dude, you suck at this. Send it
Sorry,
again.
my bad.
Send it again. Send it again. You're dog shit.
Yo, it is weird red bar.
You're a cunt. You're an absolute cunt.
Oh, wow. I was good there. Oh, you're done. Chuck, you're done. Go in the hole. Go in the hole right now. In the hole.
Go in.
Go.
I want it to go in.
Really?
Oh,
Oh, you actually. Oh, here we go, okay.
what is that bullshit?
How's yourself? I don't know. Playing the game out.
Oh, fuck.
So,
Short. Hit the other tree.
calculation. The calculation. No.
Are you fucking serious?
I was still convinced there.
That's an easy putt.
Oh. Mm.
Great shot.
Perfect shot. Got this good.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Oh, you're done. Nope. Not a snowball chance. Oh, yeah, this is it. I'm mathematically guaranteed a victory. Good. You've like studied this.
Game winner.
Oh,
He missed.
no. Winner. That's like 5 books, 17 to 12.
That's not how it works. But okay, that's fine. If you want to believe that, that's cool. It was fun. We should do that again some.
Every day.
I like it.
Alright, man, I'll talk to you later.
Peace, man. This was great. Take care, big man.
Collecting fruit orchards, taxes on using the nobleman's flour mill, whatever creative ways they could tax the population was essentially something that the nobleman would encourage, so long as it was something that could be borne by the population as a whole. Some really notorious cases which received a lot of emphasis in the Ukrainian folk song called Dumet. The Jews apparently even owned the keys to the churches. There's some debate about certainly the extent of this practice, but nevertheless the perception of it was very well known. And that the Ukrainians wanted to baptize at the wedding, whatever things you might church for, they would have to pay a tax to the Jewish Arendar in order to release the key to the church. And you can imagine that a very difficult system to exist under for all parties, really. For the Poles, who are, according to many accounts, living an increasingly conspicuous consumption lifestyle, where they're enjoying many Western fashions and trying to keep up with what is the latest style in Paris. They're going to be demanding ever more taxes every year. I think the reality of life that when you can charge more than you the Ukrainians have to deal with a greater debt load, and the Jews are the tax collectors essentially have the difficult situation of trying to exact that amount from the local population and then transmit it to the nobleman. By the way, I should mention one fact about tax farming. The Jews have to be paid as well for their services, and the way they are paid is whatever above and beyond they are able to collect in taxes, that's what they do. So if the community, and this will involve a large number of people who are engaged in various forms of tax farming, if the community is supposed to transmit 10,000 each, and then they will strive to collect 12,000 zloty, and 2,000 of that would be preserved for the community as a whole. The agenda, in other words, was an exploitative economic system that was directed by the whim of the noblemen in Poland, that the Jews were the front-facing aspect of the entire enterprise. That's very difficult one to Shimon Gilgal described this as being caught between hammer and anvil, so it was a very apt metaphor. The hammer being, of course, the Polish demand, the anvil being the Ukrainian peasantry, Jews are sitting in a very difficult situation. What ends up happening is there will be a massive peasant revolt in the middle of the 17th century. And that peasant revolt will be directed against three main targets. The rebellion was led by a man named Bogdan Khmelnytsky. You can see here that his followers were the so-called Cossacks. Who were these Cossacks? Cossacks, or Kozakev, Ukrainian translation, were basically Ukrainian peasants who had, for one reason or another, abandoned their traditional land and had moved to places where they were out of reach of the Polish Defense. Since they, as Turks, were technically owned by the noblemen, and their user to labor under this system was a type of rebellion, they were essentially a type of outlaw. And they engaged in a variety of free looting and fantasy-like activities that were directed at Turks nearby who were engaged in child trafficking and slavery. Is still a well-known enterprise in the 17th century, and the kidnapping of children and their sale on the market, something that was avoided by all, and the Polish were involved in sometimes attacking these Turkish settlements on the Black Sea coastline. But they're also involved in attacks on the Polish nobility. Let us understand that the three principles of the Polish that were the Polish noblemen far away in Poland who were demanding so much of the peasantry, the Jews who were their local representatives, and also the Catholics, specifically those Ukrainians in the West region who had adopted this new lineage, some degree under Polish, who were looked at the conversion of as a way of weaning them of their orientation, which is antagonistic to their way of thinking of dominating the entire population. And it was one of the minor Ukrainian noblemen who gathered around him a large number of followers from regions like the Zaporizhian Siege, which is one of the major locations where Kozakai were living, and he led them on a massive series of attacks against these noblemen. The attacks, of course, had to make their way through right bank Ukraine up towards Poland in order to achieve their objective, and they actually ultimately achieved their objective, created their own state as a. But of course, on the way, there was tremendous havoc against Jewish communities. This became what was known as Hebrew the Zerat Pact, the decree of 1648-49, which was a horrific period of awful pogroms, which are recorded in a series of chronicles from the era, including most famously Nathan of Hanover's Abyss of Despair. So that was a terrible, highly evocative description of these pogroms, these attacks on the Jewish population, which are described in emotive and powerful language. And they, this was a period of tremendous Ukrainian violence directed against the Jewish population. But surprisingly, most who have a passing familiarity with Ukrainian history will, look to this period as one of great devastation and great anti-Semitic activity. But if you actually read Nathan of Hanover, you'll see that he describes much of the uprising as a reaction to the economic conditions under which Ukrainians were living. In other words, he hardly pedals the anti-Semitic attacks on Jews. In fact, his descriptions, the detailed descriptions of the violence are really, but he also, applies blame to the Jews who were engaged in explosive economic, which Nathan of Hanover argues was a major cause of Ukrainian dissent. Recall that Jews living in Ukraine by this time, certainly since the 13th and 14th century, so they've been there largely living in peace for 300 years before this occurred. There will be more of these uprisings, including the 1768 Haidamah uprising, which is same nature and massive Kuman, where Rothschild will later be buried because we want to be close to those, and it will become in Ukrainian Jewish history as Ukrainian violence against Jews. If you look at it from the perspective of the chroniclers, although they clearly have a interest in describing these pogroms which are one kind of a motive value, they're similar, still discussing the economic use of this particular Now, what about how many Jews died in this uprising? With Salabaron's depiction of particularly when you're viewing Jewish history from a post-Holocaust perspective, one tends to see an inflation of numbers beyond what is logically possible for Ukraine. The number 100,000 dead is frequently used by not only 17th, 18th century commentators, but even by 19th, 20th century historians. And it's largely based on sloppy scholarship. First of all, the 17th century commentators had no way of actually calculating those demographic numbers. They simply didn't have the tools at their disposal that could figure out how many people were even living there. And later on, to this 100,000 number, they gained sometimes 250 and even 500,000 deaths. Now, none of this is possible because, as Dr. Stamfer has clearly demonstrated, there were only 40,000 Jews living in right bank Ukraine by 1648. How is it possible that you have multiple times that number killed in this terrible uprising? Furthermore, as Dr. Stamfer demonstrates, after 1648-49, when the situation begins to calm down again, the Jewish communities begin to bounce back really quickly. Tax returns, tax receipts indicate that the population has begun to stabilize within a very short of time. So, taking these numbers all together and working town by town with the best data we have, Dr. Stamfer emphasizes that even if we look at 50% of the Jews being killed, which he thinks is an outside number, 50% of the population is a huge loss. It's far worse than the Black Death, for example, in most areas. It's hard to even imagine half being wiped out in this manner, but nevertheless, that's still only about 18,000 dead. Now, how can I even say only 18 or 20,000 dead? That's a horrific number. I'm only saying it though to contrast with these numbers of 100,000 or 250 or 500,000 that really make no sense. This is, in other words, a period of tremendous anti-violence, largely of economic character, but it does not reach the same levels that we would have later, and it cannot be compared in any way to the Holocaust that was genocidal. So, if you recall my introductory words, this is you definitely look Ukrainian anti-Semitism when you die. This is the period of suffering Jews. But we also have to understand the economic background of that violence, and that's often difficult. Let us go to the aftermath, because in many ways, the issue of let's be uprising. This is a 5-page note from contemporary Ukraine. And as you can see, it features should not be surprised for anyone who has even a passing familiar with contemporary Ukrainian culture. So that claim is widely regarded as a major Ukrainian hero. This is because on a surface level, he was able to wrest Ukraine from Polish control, and for a brief time actually create an independent state of Ukraine in the middle of the 17th century. The Cossack state was, of course, supported by these free cowboy-like individuals called the Cossacks, and so Cossacks as a whole have like a major heroic image in Ukrainian mind. Jews, of course, look at both Khmelnytsky with great trepidation and revolt. I remember in my first trip to Ukraine, when I first met someone who was dressed, and this happens in contemporary Ukraine, he was dressed in contemporary Ukrainian costume with the traditional walrus mustache, and the embroidered shirt and things like that. I thought he was here. I said, "Oh my gosh, a Cossack!" And but for Ukrainians, they look at a Cossack and say, "Oh, that's our, Marlboro man, that's our hero." There is a flash of perspective on the 8th century, largely because both Jews and Ukrainians look at this same event from very, very different perspectives. Now, it's not uniform, but before I explain that, let me also illustrate this by showing you one of the most famous monuments days today is a statue of Khmelnytsky, and he is famously pointing off his behind his shoulder, famously pointing off to the north. And the reason for this is because after a while of independence, Bogdan Khmelnytsky decided to orient Cossack state to Moscow, rather than creating a peace treaty with Poland and creating something like either independence within a Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth or the peace treaty with an independent Ukraine to sort of shift the balance of power towards Moscow. And ultimately, that would degrade the independence of Ukraine to a dramatic degree in which they would be within the Russian Empire, the Tsar Empire. By the way, here is an earlier version of that statue, a bronze model, which had a couple of details that were not included because they had to be in full face. But among the figures at the bottom of the statue are some Jews and other souls who were downtrodden literally by these horse. They felt a little bit too graphic. So also, for example, in the Ukrainian national anthem, here is interesting beginning. Ukraine is dead, which in here, kind of say that art not dead Ukraine. Look at there, but literally, Ukraine not dead yet is what it begins with. The Poles have a similar kind of refrain, and even the Jews in particular, the Orko Alga Platinus, right? Our hope is not yet lost. So it's not an uncommon trope during the national press. But I look at the very end of the national anthem, which refers to Ukraine as Bratya, because that's what we wrote. It literally is translated as brothers, the Cossack people. They translated it poetically as ourselves proud Cossacks are. The literal translation is that we're all Cossack brothers. I don't know how many Jews actually feel like Cossack brothers. That's so foreign to them, but they're not alone. Here are the original lyrics of the poems that inspired the national anthem. And if you look at the last stanza that I'm showing here, there's actually another stanza that I just begun. There's this lament. Oy Bogdan, oh Bogdan, Bogdan, our great hetman. What sword did you give Ukraine? Why did you forfeit our sovereignty for the Russians? There is a strong thread among many intellectuals in the 18th, 19th century, later including, some very, very harsh words from Genko regarding this decision of Senate to orient Japan to Moscow. So it's a complex story altogether from the perspective of the Union, from the perspective of Jews, and from a global perspective as we on the 17th century in 2030. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Someone close to me is with me, and I'm worried about their name. Yeah. The fact that two people are fighting so used to it. Yeah, we bar fight a couple years ago where a group of guys attacked this dude. One of them got a hold of him and he's something to guillotine.
Let us continue our discussion.
Like all the way up over the shoulder, like not letting him tap, not letting him out. No. And I started off sort of kind of unfolded. I ran up there and I just sprayed his ear. That calm, like looked at me, let go, dude was out cold. I actually grabbed the guy who was that's a great way to handle it.
Remarkable repercussions.
Immediately looked at me like, okay, I hear what you're saying, so this can be the next.
Neo-messianic movement scrimmage, and also to some degree,
So many people I have
just
seen
while we're on this image,
first
look at the
probably a tiny percentage of
visage of Shabbat on the right, you can see there are sort of
I can't imagine, especially that close.
one of those words looks like the word Ezekiel, Hezkel, doesn't make out the rest of it. I think what happens quite often in Christian iconography, I just actually moved in actually several examples of this, where his story was actually big news for the entirety of Europe, really, and the Mediterranean. And we had a lot of Christian publications talking about Shabbat because it was really quite a novel thing to suggest that Jews had produced another Messiah, and he had gathered a large following. So all of Europe watched this. But that's trying to understand first of the collective political technological background to this really important
you're experiencing what that
the most important thing for us to start with is the dramatic rise in Kabbalistic study that occurred in the city of Spa, northern Israel, northern Israel, in the 16th century, prior to the advent of Shabbat. So the advent inappropriately. There's everything is connected. The great expulsion of Jews in 1492, subsequent slow emigration of Portuguese Jews after the invasion in 1497. This had a dramatic impact on all aspects of Jewish life in Europe, certainly on demographic level, with huge numbers of Jewish refugees fleeing the Iberian Peninsula, desperately seeking solace and refuge elsewhere in Europe and also the world. I believe even where I'm sitting right now, New York City, which is a great share of Jewish population, is directly related to the refugee in the Iberian Peninsula. It represented a huge religious upheaval, a split in the earth theologically for many Jews who regarded Spain as such a major important center of the Jewish diaspora, and to see it turned upside down after having created so many phenomenal works of religious literature and works that many Jews were convinced that the Messiah was right at hand, right in 1492. convinced that something this devastating could not happen unless we were living the Ikvesa, the Mashiach, in the footsteps of the Messiah. You can hear the footsteps of the Messiah approaching on the cusp of a brand new era. One of the focal points of this energy was undoubtedly the northern city of Tzfat, Israel, which had recently been opened up to Jewish migration by the Ottomans, who controlled the land of Israel at the time. And they instituted some favorable tax policies that attracted Jewish merchants. And it was a site of significant attraction to a lot of these refugees from the Iberian Peninsula, including the family of Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, one of the early Kabbalists who ultimately settled here in Tzfat. There was also kind of a specific spiritual attraction to Tzfat as well, because the graves of the righteous individuals of the distant Talmudic past had been identified in the environs of Tzfat, and so Jews moved there to be close to holy sites. So like we talked about in the very first program, so there's a second centrality of a cemetery as being kind of like a centrifugal center where Jews are drawn to it. That's a centripetal center for Israel. That's certainly true of the Holy Grave of Tzfat. And of course, once a lot of these Kabbalists in particular moved to Tzfat, cemeteries like this famous one with their characteristic blue stone or blue painted stone, blue being a color associated with warding off the evil eye. Not quite the shade of the background behind me, but you sort of get the idea. These graves in turn also attracted tremendous pilgrims and so on. The men standing in front of the grave there of the famous Rabbi Isaac Luria, the Arizal, Holy Lion, who was originally from Egypt, but who had migrated to the area. Just below him, in front of him, is the grave of the Ramak, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, who I mentioned earlier. Up on the top right, you see the marker for Rabbi Shlomo Alkabetz, the father-in-law and teacher of the Ramak, and also the composer, among other things, of the famous Lechan Dodi hymn that is read every Friday night in synagogue, and there are many other really important people buried here, all associated with this remarkable explosion of activity that occurred in the 16th century in Tzfat. It ended fairly abruptly towards the end of that century. There were a series of earthquakes that do affect northern Israel from time to time. There was a cholera epidemic that laid waste much of the population. And Tzfat, while always retained its reputation as a great spiritual center and as a Kabbalistic center, quite got to the same levels that it did in the 16th century. Now, what was really going on there spiritually? There was many different activities. By the way, I forgot to mention the greatest figure was the elderly Rabbi Yosef Karo, who went to Tzfat towards the end of his life. Yosef Karo, a tremendous Kabbalist himself, but principally known as the author of the great Shulchan Aruch, the Code of Jewish Law. As I mentioned to you when we were talking about just history, he's kind of like a transitional figure between the Rishonim and the Acharon in second week of the University to eventually see this name. So, what are they doing? What's going on here? Well, one of the major activity is the research of Jewish mysticism in Kabbalah. And, Moshe Cordovero was especially famous because he was the first Jew to produce what we could call sort of like a scientific systemization of Kabbalistic wisdom. Much of Kabbalistic doctrine is, at first, very hidden, arcane, and buried in elusive language, and it's associated with heavy reliance on deep oral tradition and so on. Trying to follow some of the main texts like the Zohar can be extremely difficult. You are fluent in Arabic, it can still be really hard to do. You've got to have a teacher there. One of the contributions of the Ramak, like Moshe Cordero, they said, okay, let's explain all of this from A to Z, working from Job to particular, and he produced a book which was published in his lifetime. We are now talking about a period where publishing is a reality for Jews, like actual printing. That will become very important when we're going to turn to it in a minute. And this initial sort of introduction to Kabbalah, called Pardes Rimonim, the orchard of pomegranates, was incredibly popular, cemented his reputation even during his life, and went to create many other books, including Torah of the World. One of the things that he describes in the Pardes Rimonim is this chart that I've set up here, which is essentially a chart of what in Kabbalistic language, the sphere, which is sort of like for how God communicates reality to the universe. Take just a moment to explain, and then we're going, well, actually, I have to tell you, you can't understand that, otherwise you can't understand this. The basic question that Kabbalah deals with, and the Ramak explains, is that how do you have an infinite being communicate existence to a finite universe? I mean, how is it possible if God suffuses the entire world and has no limits, that we live in a world that has limits? How does the infinite and finite, how does that form of this? So the idea in Kabbalah, God, first of all, shrunk himself, a process called tzimtzum, shrinking, limited his influence over the universe, creating a vacuum of godness in the universe. These are very difficult concepts. I'm not a rabbi, by the way. I'm just going to walk you through them as best I understand them. But God created kind of like a space within himself that was empty of himself, sort of like, I remember when I studied chemistry or biology in high school, like an amoeba, and imagine like a whole opening in an amoeba. That's not a very good metaphor, but it's one in my mind. And then he slowly reinserted godliness into that vacuum through a multi-stage process, which we're called the spirit. One of the most important metaphors is the idea of like hot oil poured into clay vessels. Like you get those kind of like dessert fountains at big weddings or something, where they have like the punch flowing out of a faucet, and it goes into one container and then it overflows into the next containers, and you can take a container for yourself to drink if you like. So that's kind of like the idea of the hot oil poured into one of these containers called a keli, which is essentially a model for this, and then it overflows into the next keli, into the next keli, and so on, until you get to our world at the bottom, which is the eventually of all of these emanations. Another way to look at it, you can't look at sun with the unaided eye. It's dangerous. It burns out your retinas. What you can do is you can take a mirror and look at the reflected light of the sun, and even that's kind of strong. So you might set up a second mirror where you would look at the mirror which reflects the mirror, which reflects the light of the sun. And if you add up 10 mirrors like that, that would be like a sphere. It all represents a slight diminution. Each time it goes through the mirror itself absorbs some of the radiant energy of the sun, until finally, mirror, you can actually have the sun's light. Now, why I'm explaining this to you is I gave you kind of like the Ramak's depiction, but the Arizal's depiction, this was his student. Arizal traveled to Ramak, and we studied together for less than a year before the Ramak passed away. the Arizal who only lived a very short lifetime, which were then about by his great student Rabbi Hanal. And the Arizal, a rather different take on how the Ramak described the Sfirot. The Arizal writes that the oil, the hot oil, as it enters the cave, overpowered each of those caves because it was simply hot, too intense. Those containers shattered. So, as it were, in the Arizal's conception, the oil came to the first keli and exploded, and the mixture of oil and the destroyed keli fell into the next one. It shattered as well, and this happened until finally you get to the keli, and the oil is sufficiently rich, and it's also mixed with the actual material of the broken vessels that it's able to exist in this world. So that's the doctrine known as Shvirat HaKelim, the destruction of the vessels. And in the Urianic vision of Kabbalah, the task of the Jew is to try to repair this fundamental destruction by separating out the gross material elements that are present in the universe and freeing the trapped sparks of holiness, like the hot oil, the radiance of God, that are buried within the physical. One of the most important aspects of the Arizal's approach, which directly connects us to Shabbat is that the Arizal injected a tremendous note of urgency into the role of Jews in the world. That Jews are the tasked with this crucial activity of finding those sparks, elevating them from their material prisons, and as these sparks, as it will fly upward, you get closer to the moment where the Messiah can be truly revealed, and we enter into an entirely different period of history altogether. The Kalim and the model of the Sfirot as the Ramak presented it was much more kind of like a description of view of creation, but the Arizals added a verb to it, so an imperative. Get out there and start doing things. The Arizal's Kabbalah proved to be far more popular, had a remarkable degree of influence, for example, on the we will discuss that tomorrow, and gave it that impetus of, you can't just sit down and study things. You can get out there and act in the world, because that is the aspect of Judaism. This body of ideas, which were circulated initially in the late 1800s, really the second half of the 1800s, with the advent of publication, began to make their way throughout the entire Mediterranean basin. And it is in this context of the increasing rarity of the thought of the Arizal, particularly through the work of scholars like Shalom, the great Rabbi Horowitz, and his very important publications made with Puerto the law that great fancy Jews were energized by this, and the Sabbatean movement was one of the offshoots that was directly intellectually related to this new urgency strategy of Islam. So that's the basic story. Shabtai Tzvi, shown just in German, he was an individual of great potential as a young man. He was very highly regarded. He was suggested for many different marriage prospects with important people, important young women, and he showed great talent not only as someone who could lead players, he had a very beautiful voice, very charismatic, good-looking, tall, those kinds of attributes, and also quite learning, depth in a Kabbalistic study. He ultimately got involved in these group of ideas that in the end suggested to him that he was in fact the Messiah. Now, for a long time, Jewish historiography viewed his delusion of grandeur as a type of criminal activity that he had intentionally, wickedly deluded the large number of followers that he garnered throughout Europe. More modern scholarship, in particular since the work of Joseph Scholem has been widely circulated. He was one of the principal biographers of Shabtai Tzvi movement of Kabbalah as a whole. There's been the growth of a more sympathetic view to Shabtai Tzvi, understanding him as someone who was some kind of mental illness, perhaps something like bipolar disorder, because he would have like these dramatic phases, they're called illuminations, and then you would have these different phases as well. I'm not a psychiatrist, I can't speak to these things, but he definitely was somewhat sensitive to. So let's look at the political context and the technological context, and we're going to look at his life and activity in particular. The political context should be broadly familiar with us now that I spent an hour in the last lecture looking at the Khmelnytsky rebellion, tremendous political upheaval, according to Dr. possibly 50% of the population of Ukraine was destroyed by the Cossacks in that period. The overall number, he estimates, is much smaller than earlier inflated estimates, maybe 18,000. 20,000 people. A huge tragedy, but nowhere near the scale of what some other historians of our time without sufficient research. But nevertheless, losing half of the population is an incredible devastation. A large number of displaced population were dispersed to Europe. Look at Hamon, the famous memoirist that we mentioned several weeks ago, what actually describes how her family, like many others in Germany, took in refugees from these upheavals in the middle of the 17th century. And Shabtai Tzvi's main activity occurred in the 2 decades following this president in the 17th century that had such havoc with the Jewish world. But let's not forget a really important element of the pollution, which is something that the Jews, once they really loved it. Jews had been publishing from the very early period of print. In fact, there are some possibility that the Jews in Provençal even invented movable type, which is a key element in the technology necessary efficient printing. But although a particular thread has not been completely developed, we do know that the Jews were already many titles, the Talmud, and 15th century Venice in particular, publishing just exploded because it was great, right? It meant that all of a sudden, all of these works which had previously only existed in manuscript and could only be copied laboriously, inexpensively by professional scribes, and then they were very fragile, easy to lose, and if they were seized by the church, and it happened several times, they could easily be burnt, hard to replace. But with publication or printing, all of a sudden the price drops out the bottom, that no longer are we talking about, like these contemporary terms, a Torah scroll that costs about $50,000 to produce for all the man hours that go into actually writing this scroll out. Whereas you can go to the bookstore and buy the same information for $10, $15. I mean, it's a tiny fraction of the overall cost. And Jews love the idea of being able to read so much more. So over the next few centuries, Jews become passionate purchasers of books. They really become this Al-Kitab, the people of the book at that point. Previously, before that, they were the people of law, I guess, the people of that. And books like the Tangier, the Schneider, and Brief become extremely popular. And ideas circulate with accelerating rapidity to the 17th century and onward. This also has tremendous impact on the democratization of knowledge. Once information can be distributed at lower cost, it becomes accessible both in terms of an expanded range of classes of people, but also to women as well. Women who, were typically much more non-Jews historically, but generally as literate as the men folk. They be literate in the vernacular, like Yiddish, but less so in the language of the state, and less so religious languages of Hebrew and Aramaic. Only very exceptional women could make out more than, let's say, perhaps the prayer book. In fact, in Ashkenazi synagogues, it was very common to have one educated woman sitting in the women's section of synagogue and reading the Torah reading, or as a sermon in Hebrew, or something like that, repeating it to the less educated women who had no access to people whatsoever. So all of a sudden you begin to build your hey, we can afford to teach this stuff to our daughters as well, and that in Shabbat speech movement, which is very, very sensitive to both printing and to women, as we see. So what exactly is the movement? So the basics is that you have this in Shabbat speech. He's born, here's a quick map of where he wanders around the Eastern Mediterranean. He begins in his teens to experience the emotionally unstable moments, whereas I mentioned euphoria followed by some depressive episodes, and he is very highly regarded as a youth of wandering. And while he is engaged in Brixton, he's also quite a very young man studying Kabbalah with Kabbalistic ideas. He ultimately moves into an individual with Nathan of Gaza. Nathan of Gaza recognizes the potential inherent in Shabtai Tzvi, and he becomes not only his sidekick, but also his major propagandist, his publicist, who ultimately would reveal his friend as the Messiah, as the long-awaited Redeemer of the Jews. And amazingly, this idea gains tremendous popularity in Europe. Now, we can certainly opine as to the basis for this fact. You can certainly point to the desperation that Jews felt after the 17th century Chmielnicki uprising. You can point also to the influence of Kabbalah of the Arizal. Jews have been at this now for 100 years since the Arizal, and maybe it's time already that since the Arizal's teachings have been revealed to the world, another century has passed, and now it's actually coming to fruition. You can point to the rapid change in society that's happening all over Europe. Non-Jewish society in particular is going through changes in the 17th century, and this all comes together, and Shabtai Tzvi actually gains a significant following, sometimes with very well-respected figures in Cairo and in Jerusalem, and he eventually crops egged on further by Nathan of Gaza. He believes it all the more himself, proclaiming himself as Messiah, making all kinds of interesting proclamations about his life and so on. He goes through several phases as his dementia grows, and he engages in ever more bizarre activities. Claiming that he can levitate, claiming that he has the power of Yitzhak Haderech, right? The shrinking of distance. His ability to transport himself or teleport himself from place to place. You can see a woodcut that's labeled Shabtai Tzvi, the false Messiah, attributes to him some of the many activities activities that he's engaged in. He also engages in a heavy anomian campaign that we're going to explore right now. Here is one of the prayer books that were composed by his followers associated with his new teachings. What were essentially the teachings of Shakti? The first is obviously the total messianism, that he has come to actually represent the end of history and the beginning of a totally new era. That message is precipitated by an adherence to antinomian, which literally means opposing lawfulness, right? Meaning like law, Greek, and antinomians. When it was kind of like moderate, his antinomianism is expressed in fast days. You have, of course, the famous fast of the 9th of Av, which is usually in late that you have the destruction of the temples and the exile of the Jews, but in Jewish thought, gladness and feasting of the Messiah. So he says, okay, that's it. 9th of Av is now April. So for his followers, this was great, although it was a very difficult kind of thing for those trying to his teaching. Other anti-Roman activities were considerably stranger. Like, for example, insistence on entry into a synagogue one Sabbath that he was denied access to, and used an axe to break down the door on the Sabbath, a clear transgression of the Sabbath. Once present, essentially took over functions, would call up women to the Bima for an Aliyah, which was another aspect of his thought. He was extremely egalitarian. He really looked to women as a great source of it, and it's hard to gauge exactly how much that contributed to his overall popularity, but many of the things which he proposed were later actually adopted by more liberal movements in the 19th and 20th century, in particular Judaism. Speaking of women, he was actually married several. It's likely that first two weddings never consummated, that may have something to do with his mental illness in one way or another. He later, however, married an orphan woman who had some kind of a checkered past. There were some questions about, her level of promiscuity prior to meeting Shabtai Tzvi. This actually because there is, of course, a the characters who marry women similar to in the Bible. She was actually an orphan from the Honesty rebellion itself, which distinctly appealed to Shabtai Tzvi. She proved to be his most devoted supporter. He also at one point actually married a Torah scholar. That is exactly what I mean by what I said. He actually performed or had performed a marriage ceremony between himself as the groom, an inanimate object, the Torah scroll. I look at holy. You get a sense of just how wild this went. Later, credible rumors, although inflated because of their salacious nature, of a widespread activity, especially among us, of what was called Avishma, which means sinning for the right reasons, complex stuff. If you think back to some of these kind of bizarre stories in the Bible, like Tamar dressing herself as a prostitute in order to law. Look at this chapter, I think it's 7, it's usually skipped over its classes, things like that. And this idea that even for, on a lesser level, Rebecca, deceiving her husband Isaac in order to make sure that she gets the blessing rather than Esau. difficult discussion logically, but his followers definitely picked up the idea of a very response and used it principally to nullify many commandments in the Torah, including the consumption of non-kosher food, the violation of the Sabbath, and the violation of marital vows as well, which are one of the more popular elements of Sabbatheanism. It was certainly one of the elements that gained wider circulation when people talked about Sabbatheanism, saying, do you know what we do? Things like that. So that was definitely part of the story surrounding it. But he was hoping to change in a very big way, not only in terms of his own Sabbatean message, but as I mentioned, when he would take over synagogues, he would demand that rather than reading from that Sefer Torah, which was okay for him to be married to, but not okay to be read from publicly, he would demand that people use a newfangled printed Chumash, the printed Sefer Torah, rather than the old style scroll. Now, as he's moving on his career, his name increases. Those periods of euphoria become larger and larger and more longer lasting, and egged on by people like Nathan of Gaza and his increasingly enthusiastic followers, decides that it's now time for him to reveal himself to the Ottoman Sultan, to demand that the land of Israel turned over to him as the Messiah, and then he will initiate the Messianic age. So this interesting sort of comic book version, like the issue of the broadsheet that we saw a while ago about the Hostel Spring and Passau, so it tells the story of Shabtai Tzvi. We'll just zoom in on a couple of elements of it. So Shabtai Tzvi goes with Nathan of Gaza, sails off to Constantinople to meet with the Ottoman Sultan and to say, okay, I'm here, give me the city of Jerusalem and the land of Israel so that I can begin my Messianic age. I think that's Nathan of Gaza in the front there, blowing the trumpet with Messiah, that kind of thing. He meets with the representative of the Sultan. This picture here shows him actually meeting with the Sultan. That actually didn't take place. The Sultan didn't want to give him the time of day. He sent an emissary to him. But he lays out his case, and Sultan says, Joe, that's so nice to meet you, Mr. Messiah. Do you mind if I call you Shabtai? I have a counter offer. Not to give you the land of Israel, sorry, I kind of like it, but I will allow you to remain alive to agree to accept Islam. You may leave my state as long as you become a Muslim. And great dismay of his followers, he accepts the offer. And he converts to Islam. And his thousands of followers, a lot of debate over exactly how large his following was, certainly very significant. All across Europe, they are crestfallen as he has abandoned Judaism. And the whole reason they were following is here taken away by soldiers to be redressed in turban and so on. Here is his wife Sarah, who joins him in his Islamic conversion, his apostasy. I find Sarah especially interesting. Actually, it's a great book written on the left foot discusses women and Sabbateanism. But I note that she was early a trendsetter. Look at that hairstyle. Doesn't that look a lot like Amidala of Star Wars? I definitely think so. There's certainly a connection there between Sarah, Mrs. Swift, and okay, sorry. So, what ends up happening? His movement falls apart. His followers all kind of limp back home. Many of them have already sold their belongings, properties at fractional value, and they have to start all over again. But there is a small minority of his followers who double down. And this is an interesting phenomenon. Sometimes when people are, I read about it a little bit in the context of some bizarre American political beliefs, for example, that some people believe passionately in something, and then they're shown clear evidence that it is not as they saw it, rather acceding to logic and say, wow, I was wrong, I now have to sort of redo it. Some people will actually redouble their efforts to believe, and they'll create a new mentality to turn their earlier erroneous choice. In the case of some of the followers of Shabtai Tzvi, they actually said, okay, wait a second. Shabtai Tzvi is definitely the Messiah. We have already accepted that. That's not negotiable. So maybe his conversion to, it seems that Jews must all converge on in order to bring together these two faiths. Yeah, that's it. And so his followers elected to convert to Islam along with him. They constitute a coherent community well into the 20th century. This is one of their mosques in Thessaloniki in Greece. They actually have a strong presence in Turkey and Syria and elsewhere. There's a noted event in 20th century Turkish politics, for example. Fascinating. There also reverberation neo-Sabbatean throughout Europe. By the way, unfortunately, the end of Shabtai Tzvi's personal story in Islam, he still deal with his mental issues, actually, and they continue to play. It turns out that he went back and forth with even his conviction and with the things he had said, he could be a bit of a thorn inside of the Ottoman authorities who found him a nuisance. Like, for example, he was constantly giving out post-Messianic authority to name people who can be king of Africa, be the vizier of Europe, and things like that. And he was creating around his followers and Jews in general. So ultimately, he was in prison. And in prison, one of the last things he did was he requested a Yom Kippur Matzah for his own purposes, so that he could pray the great prayers of atonement and penance while he was in prison. So I think in many ways he can be regarded as a tragic figure, but I'll leave that to you if you want to read the Bishop Sherman and many others. But Neo-Sabbatianism persisted for centuries, not just with the Gilman who actually converted to Christianity. There were actual followers of Shabtai Tzvi who were still embedded in Jewish communities, who practiced their understanding of Judaism secretly, typically, because they realized how they would be excoriated by the larger communities. And many prominent rabbis were falsely, sometimes perhaps not so falsely, accused of harboring Sabbatean beliefs. Perhaps one of the most notorious was the attack on Rabbi Yonasan Eibeshitz of Altona, who was one of the most highly regarded rabbis of Europe, and he fell under withering criticism from Rabbi Yaakov Emden, who accused by Eibeshitz of invoking Sabbatean teachings in his own Kabbalistic studies, in particular in the production of amulets, which is kind of like an industry that the Ashkenazi Jews engaged in as well. It's really a universal thing, the production of small amulets that are prayers for health and healing and for sustenance, livelihood, marriage, all kinds of things like that. Which is a standing tradition in Judaism, primarily and before that. But Rabbi Yaakov Emden studied some of the amulets produced by Rabbi Yonasan Eibeshitz. He's definitely a Sabbatean. People lined up on either side who was their favorite rabbi. Controversy. Similarly, the well-known figure, the Aztec Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto, also an 18th century thinker. He's perhaps most known as the author of Mesilat Yesharim, a phenomenal ethical truth that continues to be studied today. I myself have gone through it many, many times. I think I've gone through it 27 times now, primarily because I heard once that the great drummer guy and studied 100 at one time. And hoping that if I go through it that many times, maybe I will turn out to real ethical behavior. At any rate, when I see out this show, was written by a man who was known perhaps for this ethical work, but he was at heart a Kabbalist, and he wrote some tremendous Kabbalist works, but accused of using his Kabbalah with the teachings of Shabtai Tzvi. He was hounded out of his native land in Italy, and he sought refuge in Amsterdam. And on the way to Amsterdam with his family, he was actually put under house in Frankfurt by was a late follower of Shabtai Tzvi. This is like 30 years after Shabtai has already passed away, and the Masirat Yesharim himself is held under house arrest. All of his writings were confiscated by the local Jewish court and then buried and lost. So a tremendous amount of his work we no longer have extant somewhere under a cellar floor in the city of Frankfurt. Nevertheless, he was able to exonerate himself from charges, as Rabbi Yosef was as well. He went back later to Israel, where he passed away near Akko. But anyway, the reverberations of the Sabbatean debacle continued throughout Europe for a couple 100 years. And perhaps the last expression of this, or the last really meaningful, organized expression of this, occurred in Poland under the leadership of someone who to be the reincarnation of Shabtai Tzvi, one Jacob Frank shown here. And I don't think I want to overbalance this lecture by going into too much detail with Jacob Frank, but the ironic parallel I see is that while he proclaimed himself the Messiah, unlike Shabtai Tzvi, he did not appear to have the same level of possible mental illness, be more of the charlatan type, I think, casual outside reading reveal that. And ultimately, when he came under fire from the Jewish community that wished to place bans on him, ultimately they did put him in jail. They did place a ban on him, which would mean he was forbidden to associate with him in any way, even to stand within the street of him. He sought refuge in the home of in Poland. And one of the great criticisms leveled against him was that he was not following the dictates of the Talmud, something we discussed in the lecture a little while ago. This was something that the bishop warmed to and actually used the Frank situation as a foil to attack the Talmud, which would otherwise, he argued that it's a very noxious impact on Christianity and so on. Jacob Frank obliged and actually converted to Catholicism. That's parallel to Shabtai Tzvi, converted to Islam. Jacob Frank converted to Catholicism, largely for opportunistic connection with the bishop who sheltered him, and in so doing resulted in the confiscation destruction of some 10 Talmudic volumes lost to the Jewish intellectual heritage in Poland at that time. He later went on now as a nominal clique, but still presenting himself as a messiah, traveled throughout Europe. His daughter Ava, shown here, took off after him, following much the same. Also, both of them involved activities incredibly accused of antinomian here. The sexual aspect of their practices was widely known. And the script of many salacious rumors, and ultimately the entire movement ended in defeat. Eva Frank herself died at the same time of readiness for the Messiah that characterized a certain number of the Jewish followers of both Shabbat Tzvi and of Jacob Frank. That kind of like sums up huge intellectual, spiritual whirlwind that had tremendous impact on Shabbat Tzvi over most Europe. In the case of Jacob Frank, particularly for today. Let me thank you for this brief overview. Have an excellent day.
I said, I suppose you don't want me to talk to anybody about that anyway. That's about it for now. Oh, I talked to one of my neighbors earlier today, and he told me something very interesting. He said that he was driving up the home at night and thought he saw the most bizarre thing. He said he saw a beam of solid black coming out of the then uncovered hole. I said, what do you mean? Saw something blacker than black coming out of the hole, like a searchlight reaching into the sky as far as
We can look at the 18th century in particular, and we're going to focus on the three intellectual movements that affected the Jews of Ashkenaz during that time. Specifically, we're going to look at the rise of Hasidism, the opposition of the Maccabees, and then the innovations of the three really important intellectual movements that had massive consequences for the next couple of centuries, right up until where we are today. They still continue to be felt, and the debates that raised in the 1700s and the 1800s are still very much a part and parcel of what means to be a thinking Jew today. One national component himself within those three movements and triangulate, so to speak, a place for intellectual productivity and satisfaction. What I'm looking for here is deep context, satisfaction of the soul, trying to figure out exactly what's related to one's God, family, self, all within the basic modern Jewish movement. So we have lots of long here's a great photograph from a recently popular series on streaming services, Stissa. Shows a couple of characters, a father and a son. And I kind of like this picture for reasons that I'll call in a moment. But we're going to be looking at centuries of long 18th century. So how long is a century? A century is 100 years. But Eric Hobsbawm, very important story of pioneered the use of the term 19th century, which goes from basically the French Revolution in 1781 to the World War I, 1914. So that's kind of somewhat longer than 100 years. And then he also pioneered the short term, which goes from the end of World War I, 1918, to the fall of communism in 1991. So it's much shorter century. I would like to suggest that in terms of Ashkenazi history and Jewish history at large, we're still in the 18th century in so many ways. It's a very, very long 18th century. And here are the three figures that are crucial for our understanding and the relationship to larger movements. First, we have the altar ready, that are Sher Zalman Abiyad. He is associated with the foundation of the Chabad Hasidic movement. I would include a particular, perhaps more appropriately, of the Baal Shem Tov, Israel Ben Eliezer, who we'll talk about a little bit, but we don't have any reliable pictures of him, and this is an iconic image that one sees in Chabad all over the world. And Rabbi Shneur Zalman, I think, is really a third generation event, a seated vision to the rest of the list Chabad is today, in fact. And so these are appropriate for our 18th century focus. He represents, obviously, a Hasidic mindset, the Hasidic movement, which we will explore of course, then there is, of course, the great Rabbi Elijah of Vilna Gaon, who represents really the counterpoint to that position. He is the acknowledged movement known as the Indian, or the Nazi, as we pronounce it, a literal term means opponents, and they oppose the movement, and so ironically they derive their name from their the way in which they orient themselves to this innovative movement known as Hasidism. In reality, they could have called themselves, let's say, because the Misnagdim represented the sort of follow-through of the Talmudic tradition, which predates Chabad by centuries, if not millennia, to find the traditional text-based Talmudic culture. That's the term Misnagdim. So they're a very important element in our discussion of the three major intellectual subjects. Finally, I have the Haskalah, which is certainly tremendous, and almost Moses and Dessa the first really significant Jews to articulate a way of identifying with modernity, see the outside world as very toxic and dangerous, but rather one in which Jews were expected to engage, one in which Jews are fully connected while respecting the boundaries of their own ideologies and beliefs, and yet they can contribute to and be effective in the outside world. These three ideologies came into very significant conflict over the course of the 18th into the 19th centuries, and of course the movements have a legacy, actual legacy, which continues to affect us. While we're on the track, I can't believe without pointing out that the actors in this series called Show, it's a very enjoyable series. They of course do not necessarily look the way they appear, as there is that show, the character played by Dolph Lundgren, rather brilliantly, a rather different physical appearance. Up here is his son, Akiva Shkisa, played by Michael Allen. I especially like including this picture of Michael Allen because it often happens when I'm walking down the streets in Jewish neighborhoods, people walk up to me and say, hey, don't I know you? Aren't you that guy, Michael Allen? That really doesn't happen. Occasionally, though, when I'm in Manhattan, I'm misplaced, I'm often mistaken for other people like Will Smith. No, I'll probably cut this part over. Let's go straight into the next part. It's hard to start, these lectures start so early in the morning. It's 8 a.m. here, and I can't see any of you in this webinar, so I'm just talking my own face, and I'm tempted to turn myself up with stupid. Okay, so what I'd like to say about the three movements is I'd like to phrase them in terms of rebellions, because even the traditionalists, even the Misnagdim, who lay claim to be following through on this, they also have rebellious elements because they are forced by the birth of the Hasidic movement to redefine themselves in opposition to something new. So that requires a certain amount, as we shall see. So all of these movements represent significant intellectual rebellion of evil. Let me explain what I mean. Let's start with the rebellion of discovery, which is chronologically the earliest of these three rebellions, and that refers as a term I've used for the Hasidim, very picture of these down to that spot. Now, they are, there are some Misnagdim scattered in there, maybe peaceful. They are rebels of discovery, in the sense that they're certainly traditionalists, as we shall see shortly, in terms of their orientation to the basic theological and practical tenets of Judaism, theory, and that they claim to be energized by something new, something innovative, something which has been discovered in the tradition as ancient origins, but has recently come to flourish and find new expression in the 18th century. They perceive that consideration was coming closer to perceived core, something that has always been within Judaism, has been much more restricted to individuals. Now, with this new movement of this made more available, the overflowing of the spreading out of its waters to many other people. What is this thing? What is this movement? Well, essentially, deeply rooted in, as we discussed, the thoughts, exclusion of intellectual, religious creativity in the 16th century had strong revolt Rizal and the great Kabbalist of that city, Angora, and found expression later in Hasidic movement. So Kabbalah gives which it obviously has ancient origins, although there's some dispute over specific texts and what it is, but the whole idea of an esoteric mystical approach to the Godhead through this certainly goes all the way back to the biblical, but it has these prophetic visions, Ezekiel. So the idea of bringing more of that Kabbalah, more of that vision into standard Judaism was not the Hasidism was actually known for. So it is a rebellion of discovery, meaning, hey, we have this amazing intellectual, spiritual resource here. Why aren't we making more use of it? That's really what Hasidism is essentially about. Then, to contrast that, we have the rebellion of tradition, which is associated with the great Talmudic schools in Lithuania in particular. The rebel tradition look at innovation, they look at the Kabbalah coming into daily practice and say, wait a second, that's not right. Kabbalah is meant to be only for the holiest of holies. They're not saying that Kabbalah is somehow incorrect and not representative of Judaism. They're saying that it should be more restrictive. The Hasidim have stepped over the acceptable boundaries of offering this polytheist to a much larger population of people who are ready and who are not spiritually receiving. They perceive that innovation of bringing those restricted ideas and practices to the masses as fundamentally antinomian, meaning against the law, things that should not become disastrous. And just to give you a sense of how this can really be couched in terms of rebellion rather than real opposition. One of their great heroes is the famous Sam Sofer, Rabbi Moshe Shriver, very important thinker, in which in his clash with not so much Hasidim, much more the Haskalah, he laid down a very basic principle, which I want to explain. It'll take me a little bit of a second. Let's just go back for a second. Biblical practice of not eating meat during a certain time of year in the summer. There's a particular crop of wheat called this, that's called kadak. In Hebrew, that means wheat. And that new wheat may not be eaten during several weeks during the summer. This is one of those biblical laws. And so, as the Talmud puts it, Chadash is still in the Torah, or as we say in Ashkenazis, Chadash Hasanetayr. The new wheat is forbidden by the Torah. So, Rabbi Shriver, Sam Sofer, used passages from the Talmud to describe anything new as being forbidden by the Torah. Simply saying, also Torah. Anything new is forbidden by the Torah. You can't innovate with this new introduction of Kabbalistic ideas, but in particular, you must still want to bring an organ into God, want to move the Sabbath to Sunday, revise the laws of keeping. No way, fresh, Asr, Torah. Anything new true is ipso facto forbidden by the Torah. So that's kind of like a pretty strong statement. And I don't think it's something that meant it literally and universally, but it's definitely a way to kind of coalesce thinking around coach to these new. So it is a rebellion, but it is a rebellion tradition. And then finally, the last group, the Maskili, the so-called enlighteners, we'll have much more time to discuss that in the Q&A, hopefully. The enlighteners, the Maskili, I like to term them as levels of expansion, meaning they say, you know, here we are in the 18th century, and we sort of have a particular way of life and a way of relating to non-Ashkenazim, specifically non-Jewish world around us, but also to non-Ashkenazis, of which there will be a new influx after the Spanish expulsion in 1492. And they say we should rather be expanding our horizons into other areas of political, social, especially cultural and intellectual endeavors that we've never really engaged in before. This background image is a beautiful medieval representation of a Jew and a playing chess to get chess was seen for much of the millennium of the common era as kind of like a leveling factor that regardless of one's ideological background, one lives in a game of chess without necessarily sacrificing one's personal beliefs and practices. So it was seen as kind of like a safe meeting place for ideologically divergent players like Jews and Muslims, Jews and Christians, Christians and Muslims, and so on. This rebellion of expansion sees creations in the tradition as corrections, as ways of addressing partial phenomena that developed over the centuries that may have been to the advance of Jewish civilization. And their great hero is that we will see some 18th and 19th century involved, but they look backwards to things that they feel are well representative of their values, such as Moses Maimonides, who was a very unique, of course, quite a bit earlier centuries before the time we're talking about. Moses Maimonides, however, was one of those rare Sephardic geniuses who was adept within the intellectual tradition, extremely creative, writings like the Mishnah Torah, which dive to the complex, but at the same time, very active in the secular world. As a physician, he wrote many treatises in Arabic on various medical conditions and so on, and he's seen as kind of like a golden age individual and a figure for Jews to emulate. It is not inconceivable that sort of lean towards this Masculine approach. Name themselves after Maimonides, Bob schools, which he's seen as one of these figures who's able to join general and Jewish knowledge together in such an appealing way, while certainly not sacrificing his rigor in either area. So those are our three rebellions that will occupy us the next rest of this lecture and next one as well. Let us not forget, which we have explored in somewhat greater detail before, but let's just touch on these things because it's very important to understand the context in which the 18th century develops. Certainly one of the most important elements is the Spanish expulsion and later the Portuguese forced conversion of 1497, which also was a significant demographic change as Jews fled or were pushed out of the Iberian Peninsula to many different locations, including, as you see on the left, map, Americas, like to also some to North America, and quite a bit going on. Three cities like Amsterdam and so on, where they had considerable more leverage in how they practice their orientation to the faith of Judaism. Many had already been converted, forcibly or otherwise, to Christianity, and they brought with them to these Ashkenazic lands, and then using their intellectual flexibility as a result of very divergent range of experiences with regards. Let us look, for example, at the tragics of Julio da Costa, someone upon whom I frequently actually, he is shown here in this fanciful image as the dark and brooding man. He has a young boy on his lap who's supposed to be a figure, a representation of the Baruch Spinoza. Anyways, they are quite complementary to each other. Julio da Costa, very briefly, was a Portuguese Jewish man. He was raised being told his origins, and he pursued a career of brilliance. He pursued a career and received masterful honors at the Queen in Portugal. Then his mother revealed to him, Uriel, I gotta tell you that maybe your name goes away, but you're actually Jews. You're crypto Jews since the 1497, and even the Portuguese disposition that was started in the early 60s. He was needed. I'm so fascinated. By the way, crypto Jews typically did not tell their children when they were very young about their Jewish origins because there was a tremendous danger should they reveal it to other kids in the neighborhood, so they were typically enlightened as to their true status when they were young adults. His mother and he managed to leave Portugal in Amsterdam, where Da Costa was thrilled to be part of a real Jewish community, and he was so excited. However, the weakness that he carried with him was that his perception of the Jewish people was entirely based on the documentation he was able to access in Portugal, which was basically the Bible. And so he was reading about great figures like Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, and Joseph, and King David, and so on. And he said, wow, these Jews must be remarkable people. And when he finds that, they're not as remarkable as he thought. There are some that engage in inappropriate business practices, and some that engage in intellectually dishonest activity, and he finds himself in a situation where he is a kind of a Baal Tshuva, right? A penitent, he's a needy religious person, but he finds that the regular FFBs, religious from birth, religious from religious from birth, they only behave with the standards expected. He gets into a lot of conflict with local authorities. He actually writes some books which are critical of the Jewish tradition. His intellectual genius was Portuguese, unfortunately, poorly, and he is communicated several times. He actually moves to the community, he tries to settle there. The same kind of thing happens. He ended his back to Amsterdam with kind of a resolution that, as he put it, have to live in a community. So I agree to live as an ape among apes, meaning to give up his personal view of what Judaism should be and what Jews should believe, and he'll live within this regular community because he simply can't live. He's terribly connected to his mother, and he wants to be near her, and so on. In the final excommunication, the Beit of Amsterdam, if he were to be accepted, he had to undergo a ritual humiliation. They said to Uriel, we've done this several times, say you're sorry, and right away you go back to terrible things. You have to read my video on this practical details. But specifically, that if you really want to come back, what you've got to do, you've got to confess, you've got to confess and show the congregation. You will endure it's not flogging like to draw blood, things like God forbid, but it was nevertheless in the middle of the synagogue to be flogged, to see such a public condemnation. And then he would have to lie down on the steps outside the synagogue and have the entire congregation walk over his throne. Humiliation. He goes through with it. When he goes home, he sits down, he writes a 12-page suicide note called, published later called Zemani Vitae, about human life. There's a gun he kills himself. A tragic story relating to the question of identity, layers of identity, his earlier Christian identity, he added underlying his newer Jewish identity, the disconnect between his imagined Jewish identity and the identity of the Jews in Amsterdam, who live. Very tragic, and I think quite relevant to modern day. It's actually dramatic versions have been staged multiple times. It's a very popular opera, a very popular play in Europe. Anyway, he's a great example of the kind of intellectual use that was brought into Ashkenazic lands by the Portuguese and Spanish studies in particular because of their steps. Recall that this is a process took place over a century or two, and so there are people who have been Christian for generations who then finally make their way to Ashkenazic lands in order to join a Jewish community, and they've already been colored by a very, very different experience than traditional Ashkenazic legacy. Of course, the figure on the left here of Baruch Spinoza, who is shown by his brilliant painting, so different from the brooding dark Acosta. He's in light clothing, blonde, and holding on to flowers as they both gaze at a book. Acosta with this penetrating 1,000-yard star, by which Spinoza was kind of this casual offhand glance. He, of course, essentially repeats much of the story of Acosta. Here is another work of Rosenberg who is just as fascinating as I. Spinoza would also suffer an excommunication from the court of Amsterdam that seemed to pain him far less than that of Acosta. You can see in this image where Rosenberg portrays walking along the street engrossed in his studies, whereas the traditionalist Jews of Amsterdam towering, one appears to be reaching stones and throw up, and Rosenberg is definitely sharpening his axe with this rather malevolent image, but nevertheless, it points to the narrative that I want to describe here of intellectual ferment that's going on in Ashkenazic lands, particularly Eastern Europe, that will eventually find its expression. Really quite a bit more as Spinoza, of course, has a longer arc of influence on that. We also have, as we discussed, a demographic evils with the horrible pogroms, Magnitsky rebellions, and large to Europe, where again ideas are circulating, as many Eastern European Jews are encountering some of these Western European ideas. And then immediately following the Magnitsky rebellion with the Shabbatai Tzvi debacle, which we discussed also yesterday, and that's followed up by neo-Sabbatianism. This is one of the amulets that we mentioned yesterday, in which Jonathan Ibisix was a Jew, and even figures phenomenal anarchists, government Chicago, with views of radical views. Into the 18th century, we've got so many ideas around, lots of challenges to the status quo, and they ultimately find expression through movements that I described. Let's, before we move straight to the Hasidic movement, at the demographic distribution of Ashkenazic Jews and how that relates to the three movements of it. This is a map that gives a sense of the demographic shift that we described earlier this week of Jews from the Rhineland. There are still significant populations population of Jews in Germany by the time you get to the middle of the 19th century. But all Jews have also been admitted, not formally, but basically the earlier expulsion was ignored. So you have Jews making their way into the United Kingdom. But the large mass of Ashkenazi Jewry is primarily in the West. In terms of the three movements that we're going to be talking about, the first is the Hasidic movement, that is chronologically the Jewish in terms of its development. Hasidic movement, which is largely centered in right bank Ukraine and southern Poland. That's where you have centers of Medjugorje and so many of the towns that are associated with the Hasidic masters are really located in southern Eastern European. Then slightly to the north, and it's really like a Venn diagram, and it's not even it lives side by side in the Eastern European steppe. Although when you move further north, you are more likely to have fewer and fewer Hasidim, and more the Vilna was widely regarded Vilnius as the capital of the Hasidic world, of the Mishnah world, primarily because it was the domicile of the great but there are Hasidic movements activism as well, including Chabad, for example. So they're primarily to the north, but as a Venn diagram, they're overlapping with Hasidim. Finally, you have the Mishnah Skalah, which also has penetration into Eastern Europe, that is really based in the northern German region. Berlin is one of the major centers of blood in the early period, and three movements will interact with each other over the course of 18 months, relatively nicely, and many other arguments continue to circulate through the piece. Well, what exactly is Hasidism? What do we mean when we say Hasidism? I did point out earlier, but in terms of what's important in Judaism, how differ from the traditionalists? I will remind you that one of the elements of Judaism that distinguishes it from its daughter religion, Christianity, or its granddaughter religion, Islam, less so Islam, is the notion that while Judaism has some key tenets, for example, the monotheism, the idea of after death, these are all classic elements of Jewish thought, the anticipated Messiah, but these basic ideas of belief, of intellectual commitment, can be summarized in a very small number. You can there are various counts depending on which of the medieval, but you can basically count easily on one set of hands. It's a small number of mandatory beliefs. On the other hand, we've got our practical requirements. Judaism is in many ways much more about practice than it is about belief. What do you do with your day? Judaism obviously has a highly regulated set of rules, codified in 113 units, which dictate how you're supposed to live. So that is the more important measuring stick for what Jewish. How does Hasidism stack up against Mishnah? If we put this little chart together, these of both groups, let's say first, one of the key ideas is, do you believe that there are 613 commandments, meaning that the Torah comes from Sinai, from God, and that it defines these 613 commandments that the rabbis have articulated through the oral Torah, through the particular Jewish law? The scholars say, absolutely, that's our bread and butter, that's what we do all day, is study those commandments, and also say yes. So that's a really clear distinction. This, by the way, to jump edge of the 20th century, oh shit, 19th, this is a key distinction. Modern movements, and not denominations of Judaism, that might necessarily agree that there are 613 commandments. And even though among the Orthodox there may be some discussion of this particular commandment number 82 isn't really a commandment, it's just a rabbinic enactment. But we forgot one other that I include in 613. That's perfectly par for the course for traditional Judaism. But in the 19th and 20th century, there are people who would say, Judaism, but no. We think that there are only 10 commandments, or we think there are even no commandments. That is all, labor creation. This is not characteristic of 18th century Hasidism and Islam. Let's say some of the key parts of it, like the Shabbat. By the way, the next three, this one and the next, really sort of like when a person wants to convert to Orthodox Judaism, these are my experience, limited experience with. These are three things that they really concentrate on. Because, learning and practicing Judaism in this traditional form is a lifelong endeavor. Study of it itself is part of the whole package. So it's something that you really get better at as you get older. So if someone would convert to Judaism, they can't be expected to know and practice everything right away. They might have an attitude approach saying, I'm willing to practice everything, I just don't get it yet. So the three areas that rabbis concentrate on are observing Shabbat, observing Kashrut, and observance of the laws of intimacy. So looking at Shabbat, which has this very complex set of rules of 39 behaviors that are essentially created like, wonderfully no cell phone use and, so Shabbat, Ms. Nagin say, yes, absolutely. And Hasidim say, oh, the Bible makes sense. It's great. So they're the same. And what about keeping kosher? Oh, yeah. Ms. Nagin, they worship chicken. They detest kosher chicken. Hasidim, so, yes. Now, as you'll see, they will debate the particular details of what makes something kosher. But the subject of keeping kosher is sanctioned for both groups. And finally, the laws of family intimacy, which we discussed in the previous class, very basic to Judaism. The Ms. Nagin say, totally, we're down with this, and the Hasidim as well. They would argue over things like what's the appropriate way to construct the ritual bath, which is essentially, of course, the laws of family intimacy, but they all agree that it is basic Judaism. So, wait a second now. If we want to say that the primary intellectual religious commitment of believing that there is a Torah that comes from God at Sinai is the same for both groups, and all of the key elements of practice are the same for both groups, so what's different about them? Why is Hasidism something new? In large part, it is a matter of style. All of the elements of Hasidism are familiar to the Mishnah, but there's a question of what they emphasize. Of this very rich millennial tradition received far more attention and energy in the Hasidic movement than they do not the movement. And that change in emphasis is something that really makes us a distinct group. Very, very closely related to the prior its origins in the Mishnagdic movement, but nevertheless distinct. So one way to try to understand this is that the Hasidism is kind of like Jewish, even more so, right? Like Hasidim, they're beyond what is required. Of course, they're going to meet minimum standards. They want to go to beyond standards, and you can see this in all kinds of ways of life. I am familiar with Chabad, and I think they're a great example of this, right? The fact that there are young people who are willing to dedicate their entire lives to move to some remote part of the world where there are hardly any Jews and set up a Chabad house just to serve the tiny number of Jews that may be in the environment, and they dedicate their entire lives to it's a phenomenal level of commitment that you do not see in a similar way in my humble opinion experience because see it with the nostalgia to it. I like the example that we already looked at earlier today, the case of Payas. Earlier in its corner, and it refers to the corner. The biblical law, as understood through the traditional Talmudic tradition, is that one, based on a verse in the Bible, may not use a razor to shave one's temples. Referring specifically to men, men may not shave their temples with a razor. The hair on the side of my head, maybe I need a hair, either trim, but nevertheless, they're certainly not long, more or less the same length as whatever hair is. That's because I'm going to look back and just have the traditional approach, which says no razor. Okay, fine. But as I say, if we can't take a razor to that part of our head, we're not even going to scissors to the part of the head. And we're going to let that part of our head just go wild and free. And that's going to be kind of like an outward statement of who we are about. But even more so. Now, it's not to say that it's forbidden to trim one's razors, but in practice, it's highly spurred. The idea is you've got to live your life. What do they say today? You be, and your unit is in the Hasidic tradition. And we see this with a lot of Oriental movements because they have a Kabbalistic element to the Peyot that year as well. We see, for example, here, although these are actually fake Peyots that are applied, as we saw earlier, today's lecture by a makeup artist, nevertheless, it's a very distinct feature that we heavily recognize there. So, not like this is foreign to the Islam thing, but we understand it, but nevertheless, it indicates kind of like a larger approach and style to everything here. That's what the Hasidim, want to emulate in their approach. It's ironic as well to note that, there's life imitates art, imitates life, as the Misnagdim in Lithuanian seeing what the Hasidim are doing, sometimes sort of like say, well, that's not the attack I like that. So you'll see a lot of young men in traditional Lithuanian yeshivot who are on their pace, maybe not as long as you would with Hasidic groups, but cut them 40 a year and things like that. So that kind of like shows how there's an ebb and flow and a mutual influence of previously hostile groups. So let us look at how Hasidism has been understood by historians, and specifically how did this movement, which in many ways has some kind of extreme elements to it, like the players look extreme, especially if you've never seen them before. How did they successfully capture the masses? So if we look at the great historians, the major historians who look at Hasidism, that's very 19th century German historian who has a traditionalist Lithuanian background, and then he kind of moved into the Haskalah, which is and he tended to look down on the Hasidim. He tended to see them as being neo-Sabbatian, as being heavily influenced by the Sabbatian ideas, and especially although he doesn't necessarily regard them as heretics, he regards them as being prejudiced and poorly rooted in the ritual tradition, buffeted by the horrible tragedies of the rebellion, and influenced by the leftover. And he says, this is we really have to extirpate, and it's not a kind of Judaism that represents really the great tradition, and hopefully there won't be too many Hasidim moving over there. I'm writing particularly. So a decidedly negative approach to Hasidim. Shimon Dubno, on the other hand, a great historian, also an encyclopedic historian, but in a multiple volume history of Jewish talking about. Obviously, you're far divorced from the Jewish life. The Hasidim represent the true populist spirit of the Jews. That it's true that the Hasidim down in the southern regions of like Ukraine, southern Poland, were large rooted elite centers of north. But you know what? They're good, enthusiastic Jews who are willing to devote themselves to the larger cause of Judaism. And if they find their religious solace, it's much more popular movement that has these charismatic leaders. What's it to you, Orthodox? And so I developed a much more synthetic view of Judaism as kind of like a real outpouring of the zeitgeist, the spirit of the era, disseminating directly from the people who really yearn a personal connection to God. If they couldn't get through arcane Talmudic, they would get it through listening, dancing, French that would develop characteristic of the Hasidic. This is especially in the work of Martin Buber, who's not strictly speaking a historian, he's a philosopher, but he's instrumental in working with the Hasidic stories themselves, the tales of the Tzaddikim, leaders of the Hasidic movement, translating them into women and greatly popularizing them in the part of the world. His treatment of Hasidim, not really systematic, you see with Chaim Pesach and Gimel, but it was decidedly sympathetic and emphasized those philosophical elements of Hasidism which he felt were especially appropriate for the burgeoning 20th century, and he wrote some very meaningful works based on those. Then you Gershon Sholem, who sees them much more as a new iteration of a Kabbalistic movement, really emphasizing the intellectual origins of Hasidism in Lurian and Kabbalah. But perhaps one of my favorite analyses is that of Ben Zion Dinor, fascinating Israeli historian, who essentially looks to the Hasidic movement as an economic rebellion. There's a lot more to say about this than I have time for, but the basic gist of his argument is that if you recall when we spoke about the Arenda in the first lecture, where basically noblemen owned entire towns in Commonwealth. And that also meant that they actually owned the right to name the chief rabbi of any location. It was not a right that they necessarily were especially interested in until they started receiving bribes to name candidate over another. And so what ends up happening in the 18th century is that you have these local rabbis who receive their position largely through lobbying with the nobility, the Polish nobility, rather through genuine pastoral work with their congregations. Why would someone want that? Well, there's a certain amount of prestige associated with being the town rabbi. But there's also an economic incentive because that way you will receive the benefit of local taxes imposed on the Jews for various public corrupt, sometimes called a candle tax, a tax on kosher meat, in exchange for a steady income, which is a pretty easy income. You would sit back and let people eat kosher meat, the proceeds from it. They would essentially drive the Polish nobility ability to get acquisitions. And Hasidic, Dr. Dino, was essentially a counter-reaction to this corruption in the air quotes rabbinic area. And they're saying, we don't want rabbis coming from the Polish nobility. We want the rabbis who actually care about us, who will actually cry with us and console us and will advise us and will inspire us. And so these Hasidics develop as kind of a counterbalance to the dry and uninterested rabbinate that holds some of its positions to really correct the version of the story. I think it's a very fascinating line of argument. There's a lot to say for it. Finally, Peter Rappaport Albert, a very innovative scholar of passed away just recently, great loss to the scholarly community. She said, hey, women were incredibly important in the Hasidic movement. We actually have examples of really exceptional women, like Rebecca Webermacher, the maiden of Ruth Leah, who was essentially functioning as a Hasidic Rebbe in many ways, having a tish, doing breakfast, things like that. But even besides the exceptional women who attain much more leadership, the fact that there could be a shake-up of the traditional approach to Judaism, in which Judaism has a strange role, the fact that some of the rules were kind of like looked at with a more flexible mindset, many women could assert new ways involved in the practice of Judaism. And she says some really fascinating things about this. And I strongly encourage you to have a look at it, have a gender-based approach, which I think has tremendous merit. So all of these things together, they all have merit, of course, but they give us a sense of the complexity of how this Hasidic movement was able to race through these regions in right bank Ukraine and southern Poland with such rapidity and rapidly gain the trust of the masses. Let's just talk a little bit about the origins of the movement, and then we'll take our break, pick up this lecture after the break, and we'll then continue through the Haskalah as well. One of the most important contributions to the study of early Hasidism comes from my senior professor, Moshe Westman at Bar-Ilan University, a great historian who's done some pioneering work a lot of it. And one of the questions he asked was, almost everything we know about the founder of Hasidism, who lived in the first half 18th century, Israel Ben Eliezer, the Baal Shem Tov, is based on teachings of the testimonies of the students published much later, and often without critical rigor and contradictions in some of the accounts. Some of them are hard to place. So if we really know about the Baal Shem Tov, we're using the tools of modern historical analysis. Now, it happened that he started really asking this at the time when the Iron Curtain was behind these. And so he was one of the first scholars to get over there and looking in the post-it archives. And therefore, he found, among things, the Baal Shem Tov's patents. He actually found that the directors to the Baal Shem Tov apparently had a position of authority in this town of Najibush. We can see in light the line from the first group, someone named Baal Shem Tor, Reverend elsewhere, which indicates that he actually lived on a particular street, particular that was apparently provided by the community, and that he was a figure of significant authority, especially towards the Anti's life. So he was able to discuss in his classic work, the historical for the Baal Shem Tov, derived from his records a much more concrete image of this founder of Hasidism was. And it's an amazing story. What I'd like to do when we come back from the break is begin with the precursors to Baal Shem Tov to place him in his social and intellectual context, and then we're going to get deep into the conflict with the Misnagdim and then the Haskalah. So I want to thank you all for your attention and endurance. Thank you very much for that.
All right, first time on the line, you're on the air with Mel. Hello. Hello, where are you?
Hello, I'm calling from Reno, Nevada.
Reno, okay, speak up a bit loud for us, sir.
Okay. I'm sorry, but I just feel like you've got somebody there that's got quite an imagination.
Well, you're talking to him, so I mean, I've just said the same thing to him. Some of the faxes that I've been receiving are said, obviously, people don't believe.
I just hope that you don't get all wound up in this.
I get wound up in all kinds of things, dear. I'm not going to stop that. Don't worry about me.
Oh, okay, well,
Let us pick up from where we left off.
If you down some part of Mel's story, go ahead and say so.
We're looking at the precursors to the Hasidic movement. What I'd like to do over the next hour is to move from the early Hasidic movement to their Mishnagdic opponents and try to understand the element of the clash between these two groups, and then we're going to round it out the third in this triangle, which is of course the last year. Left off discussing the historical role and historicity of Rabbi Israel Ben Eliezer, known as Dem Tov, phenomenal research done by Professor Moshe Grossman. But in this context, to understand the Baal Shem Tov more appropriately, we really have to go to some of the key sources to think about how he emerged as a figure in the 18th century. One of the most significant figures in pre-Bechtian research, Bech being the acronym for Baal Shem Tov, colleague Dr. Yochanan Korsovsky Stern, who is, of course, at Northwestern University in Chicago. He's done some phenomenal work on many different areas of history. Won the National Jewish Book Award for his remarkable work, The Golden Age Shtetl, which I highly recommend. But some of the work in Jewish history in Eastern Europe focused on the works of the two best Jewish scholars. Let's just explore that for a second. By the way, this is a rare archival photograph from I first met Dr. Korsovsky in way back in 1992 when he was working in the bowels of the Soviet archives. So he was working in the bowels of the Nazi library with a remarkable collection of big classics, which are communal record books going back to the period we're discussing today, the 18th century, of individual times scattered throughout absolutely fascinating work. At any rate, Dr. Stern wrote some wonderful things about one of these Baal Shem, in particular, Hillel Baal Shem was his name. And as you see, the name Baal Shem reappears as Shem goes to Baal Shem. So who were these people who were called Baal Shem? So basically, the word Shem means name, and Baal Shem means the mouth, the name. It's kind of a rabbinic usage for amulet maker. That is, as we saw earlier, for example, that I showed you from WNS, amulets are very old tradition. There are discussions of them, elements to make up. And they're basically, small, like material exhibits pragmatic, practical Judaism that people would go to a rabbi, or run to go to a rabbi, say, Rabbi, having such a difficult time, my livelihood, having such a difficult finding I'm worried about my health, what concerns are you? And kind of forms, which again has legitimate intellectual roots in the tradition, but it is something which is ripe for correction and an appropriate activity. Is the rabbi or the miracle worker would write a small scroll on a slip of paper, some kind of like a magical incantation. And we have many examples of these. We have the Aramaic church scrolls in Babylonia. We have small devices. Well, in fact, probably the earliest actual, in the original writing of a passage is one of these kind of that was written in 7th century Israel that was discovered at Ketapon, a very small little piece of the Kohanim, the passage from the Bible that was written on silver foil and rolled up and worn as a small amulet. So these amulet makers were not necessarily highly trained, not necessarily salubrious individuals. Sometimes there's a market for this, and so sometimes charlatans and they take people's money producing anything that would have true religious merit, other than perhaps as a placebo. Just look at this short class to talk about the these documents and to what degree they are efficacious, but essentially there is an industry that persists to this day of producing for people who have specific needs. And there are lots of these in right bank Ukraine, primarily because of the lower level of education of the population. As I mentioned in the last lecture, the census of Tamil, and I'm not sure of this, but I have a hunch that the market for Khmer is inversely related to the degree of Jewish education given. I could be wrong about that. So a lot of these men were not necessarily reputable. My Rabbi Israel Ben Eliezer, who was also noted for his wonder-working miraculous deed, was known as the Baal Shem Tov, meaning the master of good name of God, or the master of the name who is good, as opposed to all of those other Baal Shem who are not so good. So the Baal Shem was the backdrop, emergence of this unusual Israel Ben Eliezer, who managed to bring together as a charismatic individual a circle of disciples who were in these innovative Hasidism, which I described in the prior lecture. And this was essentially the type of the modern Hasidic movement. It also had a lot of relationship to early book culture, because while they may have lacked some of the more formal Talmudic training, literacy was proceeding apace in this area. And with the Hasidic movement came some early publications that had a very dramatic impact on using the whole tradition from a folk culture to more of a formal culture. We see this incidentally in the work of Hillel Balshan, who himself refused to be published in his lifetime, despite his massive writings, which remain in manuscript. So, the Hasidic movement largely spread, not so much through Israel Ben Eliezer Baal Shem Tov himself, but rather through one of his most important disciples, Rabbi Dov Ber of Mezrich, known as the Nadi of Mezrich. He had 5 distinct students who, as you can see from this remarkable work, the Historical Atlas of Hasidism, published in Princeton, his followers spread throughout the world. The Maggid of Mezrich really represents the institutionalization of Hasidic teachings in 5 highly distinct schools led by his disciples that remarkable impact largely focused in his activity. Those disciples was the Alter Rebbe, who we discussed earlier, Rabbi Shlomo Zalman of Riyadi, who is the founder of the Chabad movement, and in keeping with this burgeoning book culture, he authored the Tanya, which is an extremely influential work of his era. But the idea that these rabbis really thought of themselves as kind of like a rebellious movement, they certainly knew they were engaged in something innovative and energetic and rapidly gaining steam, but they only began to think of themselves as a movement, as kind of like something which is really coalescing around a body of ideas and practices that are, distinct in a useful manner from traditional Judaism when they're to be opposed. So ironically, just like the traditionalists receive their self-definition as opponents and Isnabdians from the emergence of the Hasidic movement, the Hasidic movement itself really derived a tremendous amount of self from that opposition. So they're kind of like willing to draw the lines that separate them and that helps them focus their own energies into what it is they are all about. That opposition primarily came from the result of the great Renown. What exactly were the Misnagdim? What exactly was their Hasidism? So let's have a look at several key aspects of that opposition. The first is that they're organizing separate prayer. The less great degree of scrupulosity that was at the prayer times as defined by law, in particular by Mishnagdic orientation. Let's explain this for a second. In traditional Judaism, there are three main prayers: the day, Shachos, and Hamar, the morning prayer, and evening prayer. And the rabbis of the Talmud, in fact, it's the very first thing that's discussed in the Talmud, is trying to delineate when exactly are those times, when is morning, when is afternoon, evening, when do we schedule these prayers. So the Lithuanians, the Mishnagdim, to have a fairly rich definition, a fairly confined definition, the window of opportunity to represent particularly the morning prayer. The Hasidim, however, argued that, what's more important, the adherence to those details, which, by the way, particularly as you move further north in Europe, a higher level of latitude really changes the times in which those morning prayers may be recited. Do you really want to drag yourself into this prayer in the summertime? It can be really super. So you drag yourself in there, you're not even awake at number these words without any contemplation as to what they mean. Perhaps it's more valuable to God to wake up refreshed, to spend a little time in contemplation, maybe even eat a little breakfast to revive yourself, and then go to synagogue and pray like a human being. And so the sometimes overlapping, sometimes distinct times of prayer meant that a specific community had to have a separate prayer, such as the prayer house. And this level of division within the community was regarded very negatively by the Muslims, and they took issue with it. And so related to that is sometimes they're ignoring the mandated prayer times. We didn't make counter, of course, that we're not at regular prayer times. What we're doing is we're making sure that the minimum requirement of certain prayers, like the Shema prayer, are actually recorded and actually recited within the mandated time. But the fuller prayer is really only recited perhaps a little bit later than the traditional time, but it's recited with Havana, with intention and with meaning, and that's far more valuable. They argue that another element that contributed to this separation, this fissuring, fracturing community, was that the Hasidim were adopting a different prayer right, that of the Ari, the great Arizal, who we discussed earlier, Rabbi the great Kabbalist of the 16th century, and this was distinct from the prayer book that was used by the Mishnah. Again, if you were a Martian landing on the planet, and you ask someone, can you please explain to me what's the difference to show him, we assume this Martian is a pronouns they would use, but you show him the regular sitter and the Ari sitter, and he would say, well, like, it's not like there's a huge amount of difference here. The percentage of words that are different or in different cases are, I'm guessing, single-digit percentages. Is it really that huge a difference? A heretic, right? Because it does mean a lot. The Mishnagdim had an issue with the Hasidim for changing the right. There's a more significant. By the way, I'm not going to take a deal out of this, but Ben Senior really dig deeply into each of these to look at the shifts and how that had implications for the revenue streams that were generated by the Jewish population, and significantly to those streams flow. They flow through the traditional lab may have received position there as a result of driving the Polish movement, or did they flow to this charismatic, popular Hasidic rabbi who received this position by popular consent, particularly in the early ages? So one of those most taxed issues was kosher slaughter, right? Because when the kosher produced, then there's taxes have to be paid to cover supervision and things like that, and also that not all animals when they're slaughtered are slaughtered correctly, or they turn out to be healthy enough to be consumed for kosher stipulations. So that means an element of loss for the kosher butcher. What is he supposed to do? So that's why there's a huge tax applied to try and offset those costs. So the Hasidim and the Misnagdim differ on a fairly fine point of Jewish law regarding sharpness of the blade that is used to slaughter the animal. If it is too dull, then it requires the slaughterer to forcibly push on the animal's neck with more pressure than is appropriate, and that causes the animal more pain. But the thing is, if you make the knife too thin, you sharpen it too much, then even the slightest ding, if it hits the table incorrectly or something, that can cause a tiny nick, which would rip the neck of the animal rather than slice it, and as a result, that would also cause the animal pain, and these have implications for whether or not the animal is kosher. So the Hasidim and the Misnagdim disagreed on to the degree at which the knife was owned, and therefore Hasidim said, well, we really need a separate shofet, a separate lottery, which was slaughtered for our meat, and implications for the relative use. One of the charges laid at the feet of the Hasidim by the Misnagdim was that they disregarded the study of the Talmud. That they were so deeply involved in the ethereal wisdom of the Kabbalah that the Talmud as deeply understood. This is probably true for the period, especially because, as I described, the nature of the distribution of higher education in the Jewish world at that time. But certainly, as you go through the 19th century, it's no longer, and Hasidim are just as likely to be deeply involved in as Mishnah. But related to that was, instead of studying the Talmud, studying Kabbalah. And as we mentioned in the lecture, this was like, oh my gosh, the Kabbalah is a super advanced study. Respect the Talmud, the Kabbalah, say the Mishnah. We consider it the holy of holies, but it should only be studied by very, very limited, totally highly advanced students who are highly qualified, who already completed the entire Talmud and all of the commentary. What are you doing giving the Kabbalah to regular people like this? Even in kind of like popularized versions like the Tanya, which took esoteric doctrines of the Zohar and elsewhere, and then sort of digested them in a much easier format for popular readers. You can't do that. That's not okay, says the Mishnah. And then they get a little bit more serious and say, you know what we heard about these Hasidim? They engage in raucous and even drunken behavior. Doing things like somersaults in the middle, wildly gesticulating during prayer, slapping during prayer. They engage in Fagrennians, which are like gatherings with a lot of alcohol. They sing all kinds of songs, but then they go into other tangents, which are really not appropriate, and they argue about the general decorum that the Hasidim manifested, which they said was totally against the much more sober, staid, rigid Lithuanian behavior. It's kind of interesting to look at them today because they kind of borrowed from each other. See their prayer today, certainly, it's such very certain groups that definitely have some rather unusual practices, but see them pray today with a lot of the discipline that the Misnagdim were cherishing. And a lot of Misnagdim, on the other hand, can also, chuckle and, bow back and forth with great violence and intention. That was probably an influence of the Hasidic movement back in the 19th century. So they really borrowed from each other quite a bit. Finally, one of the most nasty charges was that they were breaking laws, not following halacha, and they adduced a variety of things, big and small, and even they were following the teachings of Shabbos speech. That's interesting that usually the charges are laid out in a similar order like this, which goes from things which are much more objective and easy to quantify, things which are much more kind of fuzzy and theoretical and people aren't sure about. But it certainly amount of impetus to the nature of which charge against the city. So how do they respond? So the ultra rebel and enough a member of the tips said, wait a second, what is going on here? They went to meet with the Demogorgon to explain where they're coming from. They say, no, we're representing different movements, and a lot of these things that you're saying are not true. It's happened to me. Things like that, but the Demogorgon would not. The Snagdin announced a formal ban in 1772, burned some Hasidic texts. Consequence this is, by the way, something that happened quite a bit in 18th century Eastern Europe. They'll be banning a lot of Hasidic texts shortly as well. The Hasidim, who are now, demographically quite strong, they counterbands and their own book burnings. So it pushed back on to the Snagdin, and both groups begin to reify their relative positions to each other. Very, very strong social plan issued in 1781 against the Hasidim in an attempt to kind of extirpate this nation movement, but it was already too late. The movement had already found so many willing and happy adherents in the center of the continent, and it just was not going very well. Perhaps one of the most focused moments was when a particular rabbi in the city of Prince, a traditionalist rabbi, lost his position to seated candidate in 1790, and then this Prince rabbi took the drastic step of going to the secular authorities, the Russian research discussed the implication of background shortly, said that the Hasidim are essentially rebels not only against the traditionalist Jewish community, but by extension against the state. They represented a disruptive element in Russian society writ large, and they had to be controlled. And as a result, the ultimate Rebbe was arrested and interrogated. He was ultimately released, which forms one of the many release from prison holidays that you will have in the Hasidic tradition. But by this point, the movement had really bifurcated and the Snagdin was very difficult to repair relations, although that would be coming, it would be several decades. So the Snagdin during this period of the late 18th century and 19th century are seeking to define themselves primarily in opposition to Hasidic movement. This is one of the great sections of the Snagdin movement. It is the yeshiva of Volozhin in the northern part of the region in Lithuania. It is perhaps the greatest of those yeshivas. It was founded by the principal student of the Vilna Rabbi Chaim. So what did they emphasize? The Snagdin said, okay, we have to define ourselves well. In our revolutionary tradition, our rebellion tradition, we have to refine ourselves and define ourselves against these things. So, what do we believe? First of all, we believe in text. Right? We said, you know what? All this stuff, these stories, these Maisala, drinking parties that are disguised, say the Snagdin, as religious gatherings, that's not for us. We're all about let's actually stay here in the book. So, tremendous amount of emphasis devoted to really re-emphasis and re-energizing the emphasis on the Talmud itself, so really huge commitment. And in fact, common parlance, when a look says that there is, it says an interpretation of some part of passage, and it's kind of sort of stretched then people might say, well, that sounds a little bit facetious. Meaning, it's not really true, it's kind of like inventive, and maybe clever, but, it's not the real deal. What does it actually say? That's kind of like a more of a cultural orientation. The Talmud in particular is elevated as the text bar none of the tradition. But that does not mean, and this is not something new, something which is true prior, but much more strengthening the community. Things like that I talked about earlier are expected to reach higher levels of Talmudic study as a result of this cultural evolution and so on. It doesn't mean that the Kabbalah is ignored, as I mentioned. Of course, the Lithuanians revere the Kabbalah. So they say, okay, yes to Kabbalah, but very, very careful. And in one of the most fascinating books I've been inspired with, something that really affected my life deeply, Rabbi Chaim writes this book, The Nefesh HaChaim, The Soul of Life. His first name, of course, is Chaim, so The Soul of Chaim. And this is, in many ways, the response to the Tanya. The Tanya, deeply dipping into those Kabbalistic wisdom and offering a book for a wider public, proved an extremely popular work and now. And so it's not again countered. Hey, don't think that the Kabbalah in the Islamic movement. Have a look at this book, which is truly an amazing book. Let me give you one personal story. I remember when I first went to yeshiva in Jerusalem, and I went to it as an adult, so I did not have a strong childhood. Very well, I was enjoying it and so on, but after a few months, I was speaking with my senior colleague, Rabbi Mordechai Becker, who I'm privileged my teachers and family. I was speaking to him on the phone, how's it going? I said, well, it's okay, it's kind of interesting. We're in a lot of close, and it seems a little bit like, I sit down, the crossword puzzle in front of me, about how to do it. It's a crossword puzzle, solve the puzzle, and go on to the next puzzle, go to sleep, then go back, another crossword puzzle. And I was seeing largely as a kind of a draw intellectual exercise that wasn't giving me kind of like a charge. And Ron said to me, okay, I'll tell you what to do. Get a copy of this book, Nefesh HaChaim. If you went to yeshiva, he said to me, don't read it for more than minutes a day. Just focus on 15 minutes, read it deeply, but don't get too crazy about it. So I picked up the book and I put it into my day because I was going to take the bus from when my wife and kids and I were living to the yeshiva. It was about a 15-minute ride. And I said, okay, on the bus, I went. And I read it and I was so engrossed. It was impossible my isolation. It was so impressive. It could have an impact on my day that I frequently loaded way past my yeshiva stop. Finally looked up. I was short or some disabled Jerusalem, get off the bus and then get on the bus going back the other way. Because I was so engrossed that I could not stop when I was at 15 minutes. Anyway, I just get a little bit of a sense of how the men are reacting and shaping themselves and doing very creative things to attempt to meet this time. And they are also now carefully borrowing from the Hasidim. They are loath to accept the idea of the tzaddik, and there are certain aspects of the behavior of the tzaddik being the leader of a Hasid dynasty, sometimes referred to as the Rebbe, depending on the specific group. There are some aspects of the behavior of certain tzaddikim, the establishment of large courts, sometimes like lavish, almost royal flavor with conspicuous consumption. They were skeptical of the practice of writing vikla, of individual Hasidim giving a little note of petition, and then paying a fee to the Rebbe, a pidyon, which would then be used for charitable funds. Things like that. And then having the Rebbe include that somehow in his ears, all these things were viewed with great skepticism and frequently disdained by the Mishnah, prepared to go that route. But they did really value the level of adoration that the ordinary student would lavish on their intellectual spiritual leaders also began to move more in that direction, where the Rosh Yeshiva was someone, the head of the academy was someone who began to receive an equal level of veneration compared to Jewish history. So there's again another bar. So we've had a check at the Mishnagim and the Hasid. There's a strong degree of conflict that blues of the spirit, but now we've got to go to the final section, the third pillar of where it has this conflict. Let's look at the period of the Haskalah and the activity of it. It's known as the Maskil. So this particular is a famous one. It shows a lot of the great Moses and Nicholas, the father of the Maskil movement, and is engaged in a game of chess with one father, Lavater, who was a very sad moment in European Jewish history. They had maintained personal friendship in which they spoke freely and openly, and then all of a sudden, Lavater came out with a question that scandalized in the 18th century. Moses Mendelssohn basically indicated to me that if he had a faith, he would abandon Judaism and maybe even convert to Christianity. And so therefore he pushed him publicly. He claimed to be outing him and said that he demands that he either convert really unfair of things to do, the degree of validity of whatever they actually said to each other. But the Moses Mendelssohn was scandalized by it, refused to participate in the debate. He wrote some very sophisticated works, including his Key to Jerusalem, which is a defense of Judaism and a repudiation of Lavater's charges, so much so that the figure in the background, Lessing was, wrote a dramatic work called The Three, or something that was called. Mendelssohn was likened as a king who somehow managed to be between the three great things. But let's go to the historical roots of the Haskalah. We got to go back further again to some element of Jewish thought that I think is traced quite to an earthquake that occurred in Farad in northern Italy of 1570, where a figure named Azaria de Resi, who was basically a top editor, a proofreader, and the early age public publishing. Not an especially profound scholar, but there was this horrific earthquake in his town of Ferrara that required all of its patients to decamp from the ruined city, which is still being affected by aftershocks, and live for a time in the fields outside the city. Outside these fields, a lot of populations that didn't have a lot of time for open-ended conversation suddenly came into contact with one another, and Rossi had some remarkable meetings with some Christian monks. In that context, we learned about a lot of really cool things. He was able to identify that they had access to the letter of Aristeas, which identified really some phenomenal things, and they had very, very effective conversations about a whole range of scientific, theological, and other he worked into the thinking that we see in Maimonides of accepting freedom to whoever speaks. He came out then with a book called Meo Enayim, in many ways, the first really masculine book that advocates for the greater appreciation for what non-Jewish culture has to offer, and they two things being children today. Then we have to add to it the Portuguese Jewish diaspora, which we discussed in the previous lecture. Jews who had already been soaked in Christian intellectual traditions and had ipso facto a kind of flexible view of varying perspectives, and then finally reclaim their Judaism in their far-flung diaspora. They bring a very different ways of thinking to both the old world and to the British world, where there are a lot of Portuguese Jews living as So by the time you get to the 18th century, who personally he represents kind of like a formative liminal figure. He was scrupulously observant. He was a halachic Jew in the full sense of the term, never deviated from what we would call today, the term is agnostic, but he never deviated from Orthodox styles. However, he managed to attain unprecedented heights in enlightenment culture in Germany. He mastered the German of the day, which was non-Jews who were speaking primarily Yiddish, very close German and can be understood by a German speaker, but kind of has the patina of a medieval peasant dialect to German era. And not only that, he mastered what he was actually able to engage in high-level literary discussion. Engaged with Manuel Kant in literary essay competition, in which Mendelssohn fared actually very well, and he was regarded as something of an anomaly. That he was a Jew, which Christian society largely regarded as being backward and primitive and having very little people to really contribute to the highest levels of European culture of the day. And so he was widely regarded and celebrated by liberals in particular of the Enlightenment tradition. One of his principal arguments, both in his own person and in his writings, was that the artificial boundaries and limitations as of Jews should be lifted. The term that would be used is emancipation, widely used in historical literature today. It isn't really imagined like freedom from slavery, because Jews were hardly slaves at this time, but they were laboring under a body of very quite anti-Semitic in nature, restrictions on residency, restrictions on what fields they could enter, economically, restrictions on higher education, numerous sometimes restrictions like requirement to take a special class if they were called, their word was not accepted, and they had to have special, text, sometimes with humiliating rituals that went along with it. Listen argued that all of these things are backward and irrelevant and should be dispensed with. So our business is we're really focusing on the question of engaging with larger society, and he argued that Jews should be accepted into the intellectual streams of discourse of his era, and that was his principal, question of his raison d'etre. Now, as the movement progressed, many of his folk not the bargain that remained in the Orthodox lifestyle and still be extended society, and they argued for greater adaptation to the society, which included medicining of Jews. And one of the support proponents of that approach would be Solomon Minor, a fascinating individual who left behind a really entertaining autobiography. In many ways, he was Mendelssohn's peer in terms of his mastery of the German idiom, but unlike Mendelssohn, he chose to abandon his Jewish roots, although he made a career essentially out of being a Jew and what he had to say as being an ex-Jew. He could describe with ridicule the experiences that he had. And when he was a youth, he was quite a bit of an intellectual seeker, so he actually spent time in the Hasidic court of the Maggid of Mezrich himself. He actually portrays somewhat of a sympathetic trait of the Maggid, but nevertheless he moved on and went to Germany. He never had the same degree of acceptance or of success of Moses Mendelssohn, but he represents kind of like the different directions that the Haskalah took, which represented a moving away from Judaism. Mendelssohn strive with limited success to create a movement that absorbed some elements of society without abandoning Judaism. It was a very strong movement, the Maskilim, who simply said, you know what, it's too difficult. If we really want to get into Western society, we have to give up our Jewish identity. So in Western Europe, this was well illustrated by a fascinating moment in the late 18th century, which really brought Mendelssohn's forward. And it premature death controversy of 1772. Basically, a number of figures, including a rather unusual non-Jewish individual and an early Maskil, and I have a separate lecture on this on my YouTube channel, the premature death controversy stuff, approached Friedrich of Mecklenburg and said, there's a problem, are being declared dead and buried before they're actually deceased. The Duke said, that's terrible, are you kidding me? I can only imagine the fear that would result from such a thing. And they said, and you know who's the worst Jews? Because the Jewish custom, which is to this day, that it's considered disrespectful to allow a body to remain in state longer than necessary. And rapid burial, in Israel, for example, within 24 hours is considered the norm. Is much more preferable, largely from a philosophical and Kabbalistic region, because the rapid decomposition of the body is associated with the atonement, and so therefore it's considered a kindness to the body to bury it as soon as possible. But that means that the Greeks are being buried without proper, supervision of their death certificates. We therefore made a public health decree that Jews may not bury their dead until they wait release from the expiration. They've got to wait before they bury their dead. By the way, the image of here was part of a whole host of really unusual devices that were not only in the 18th century, but into well throughout the 19th century of like emergency signal that you're not dead devices, like this coffin that shows on the left a man lying in his coffin in some kind of deep coma. But when he wakes up, as you see in the picture on the right, he squeezes a little bulb and it flows up. In other versions, there's a signal bell, and people will be alerted to the fact that there's someone who is prematurely buried and they will go to him. So the Jewish community turned to Moses Mendelssohn. They also turned, by the way, to Rabbi Yaakov Emden, who was a traditionalist. Rabbi Yaakov Emden said, you know what, I think you're better off going with Moses Mendelssohn. So Mendelssohn wrote a document that convinced him to modify his position. So there was a temporary reprieve from that particular decree. But Mendelssohn then went back privately to the petitioners and said, you know, I did this for you, I got it done, I'm glad to hear that, but listen, the truth is, it's not such a bad decree. I mean, the risks to public health of premature death is pretty awful. And he pointed out that Jews had historically practiced a kind of delayed burial. As you see in one of these catacombs, I believe this is from Beit Shammai in northern Israel, but we have them in Europe as well, in Italy, for example, where Jews would practice kind of like shelf burial, and then in some way would actually return to collect the bones after decomposition occurred and rebury it, reinter it in a family crypt. There's lots of ways in which Jews practice burial. You don't necessarily do 72-hour or this 24-hour thing. And he pointed to science and the Torah, the history of Torah, and to say that, you know, we actually got it done this time, but I'm not sure we should really be interfering with about things like this. We should be considered society. Part of Germany itself, even though they don't recognize us as part of Germans yet, we should know them that we can be public. Sometimes, perhaps in the vein of Saul Lyman, this went really far. One of Mendelssohn's students, David Fried, that is shown here, in the long struggle to receive emancipation, which, by the way, in France was almost immediately. 1789 was the revolution, and then by 1791, Jews were emancipated. There's obviously a lot to say about how effective that was. Life is trail 100 years later. I don't want to go into that right now. David Freeman just said, you know what? The truth is, these things that you're saying, Moses, are totally true, but the Germans just aren't going to accept us until we do something pro forma. And so we actually advocated the so-called dry baptism. Meaning, you know what? Why don't we just, we don't really believe it. Why don't we just go along and convert to some form of Protestantism, some form of Lutheranism, maybe, that Christian identity. Look, we've seen with the Portuguese Jews that it works, and we'll keep to our own behaviors. No one's going to bother us. No one's going to care if we go to synagogue rather than a Lutheran church. Or if we go to a church so every now and then, what's the big and he said we should just abandon this strange crusade era rigid acceptance of refusal of baptism, and then we'll get everything we want socially with only this minor compromise. Officially, no Jewish movement accepted this, but unofficially, Jews voted with their feet. And so you have a very significant phenomenon of German Jews in particular choosing nominal baptism in order to provide social and economic advancement, especially for their children throughout the 19th century. This is kind of like the underside of the Hesperial, that kind of when you're saying we should be open to Western European tradition, it's hard to kind of draw the line and say here and no further. The no further was frequently adopted as some people, like Rabbi Samson the Horse, a very important thing that we influenced, by the way, was a teacher of Anya Krebs that we discussed in the last lecture. We can't stop this train. It is overwhelming. There's too much of value in Western European civilization to hope to keep the Jews. So therefore, he argued that what we should do is rather articulate a clear set of boundaries. What are those things that Jews sacrifice and adapting to Western norms, and what are the things which are sacrosanct and must be maintained? And so he actually developed a form of what would later be called orthodoxy, both modern, Western European, and engaged and so on. And at the same time, it was orthodox to the core tenets and mandatory behaviors of Judaism, carefully shading off those practices which were felt to be merely customary in nature and historically determined and of little theological value, but steadfastly defending those elements which were mandatory for Jews. By the way, many felt in the era that Samson the Hirsch was looked a little bit too modern with this image, so you see versions of the same picture where it has a much more healthy kind of that's really an orthodox view there. That's basically what's happening in Western Europe, where they can maintain their Jewish identity without completely submitting, sometimes in a very slavish way, to European norms, including conversion, and a smaller group with great internal dissent, separate from the larger group and saying, no, we have to maintain something like the unity that is defined by the Holocaust principle. In Eastern Europe, we have a rather different phenomenon. Let us not forget, as we discussed in the last lecture, a very big difference in the population density of Jews in Eastern Europe. In Western Europe, it's a fairly thin number. You can see a lot of yellow numbers here, which is 1 to 4% Jewish population. But as you move to the east, you're seeing 5, 10, more than 15% Jewish population. That big purple blurb there in Podolia and Bessarabia is the heart and the Hasidic movement, especially in northern Europe. You can see more blurb there. the dynamics of the Haskalah shake out very as Mendelssohn's ideas move to the east. There's also a difference in the context. Where in Germany, where much of the Haskalah activity is happening, there's the potential that Jews might be accepted. There was a long movement of liberals who advocated for Christian Willem van Damme, example, who said that, yeah, the way we're treating Jews is not really good. We should move forward with this. So there was political possibility for a significant advance of Jews, kind of like a carrot just dangling in front of their eyes. There was a lot in German culture that these Maskilic Jews revere. You know, the poetry of Goethe, Schiller, the music of Beethoven, the philosophy of so many figures, Hegel, Kant, and others. So saying, you know what, this is a lot to choose from here in German culture. So they were very attracted to it. The law was deeply attractive. And of course, the linguistic affinity of Yiddish was not such a big chasm for Jews to jump over that. Russia, on the other hand, very politically, forget about them. We're talking about the period of SARS, I'm generalizing, but in the 19th century, we were quite repressive. Jews were still regarded as foreigners. They were, they were not participating in the Russian Narod. The area. It was an autocratic state with very little possibility of the restriction of Jews to the Pale of Settlement in the late 18th century. That would become quite onerous as we move forward through the 19th century. There was a very different and hostile attitude in Russia in comparison to Western Europe. Culturally, Jews were not as filled with Russian culture as they were with German culture. Russian culture in comparison to Western culture or German culture is no comparison. They have the same literary heft as the Germans could going into the 19th century. It's true, the Russians really surged forward in that century. People like Tolstoy and Pushkin and Turgenev and Dostoevsky, but there is less attraction in literature for Jews. Particularly Yiddish and Russian are hard. It's true that Jews mastered enough Russian for general contacts and needs, but also that Russian is the dominant language except cities. In the countryside, it's all Polish, Ukrainian, Lithuanian, Belarusian, and those are the languages in which Jews have some utility in terms of day-to-day communication. So there's far less kind of like attraction of Ashkenazi Jews to Russian environment in those contexts. Where in Western Europe, the consequence of much Haskalah is assimilation, right? Conversion to Christianity and abandonment of Judaism. In the Eastern part, they see the value of some of those ideas, but they think about culture themselves. I mean, like, yeah, we're going to stay the way we are, but we should adopt just little pieces of it and find a way to articulate a distinctly Jewish modern way of thinking. And so where you see that, for example, is the advance of Yiddishism as a culture, the advance of the secular study of Yiddish culture, the growth of secular Yiddish writings like Benjamin Michael Historian, Shalom Reich, and others, the development of distinctly Jewish political viewpoint, Zionism, and the addition of Jewish values to the burgeoning movement of socialism. All these three things, by the way, will be discussed next lecture, so don't be worried by the fact that I'm zipping through them right now through the 18th century. Some examples of this is people like Joseph Pearl, who's a very important master in Europe, who, as you can see from this picture here, remained an Orthodox Jew. He was a great proponent of education and set up a network of schools. Anatole was one of the most central centers of this, children's schools, kind of like modern European education, brutal opponent of the Hasidim, and he wrote under pseudonym some nasty attacks on the movement. But nevertheless, Hezbollah in general is more closely related to the Orthodox than to the Hasidim. Let me just conclude with some really important points here about the government. I may go a couple minutes over, I apologize, but I want to bring this to your conclusion. In Russia, Eastern Europe, I mentioned the horrific nature of the persecution under Tsar Nicholas I in particular. This is the period in which Nicholas I emerged as a leader immediately after the assassination of his father in an abortive rebellion, the Sun Rebellion. He adopted a policy of autocracy in Russia, which meant that Jews were to be forced fit into the model of understanding of what to be part of Russian society. It was not an easy film. There were several cults that Nicholas I adopted, including the Tegula, discussed way back in the Second Reich in 1844, and especially the Kantonist decree. Now, the Kantonist decree that Jewish children as young as 12, legally, and frequently even younger, were to be impressed into the Russian on a strict quote. Prior to 1837, Jews could pay a different tax and then would be exempted from conscription. But we should understand that Russian conscription is 25 years in length. This was essentially a lifetime commitment. The 25 years would not begin when a Jewish child was impressed at 12. They would have to spend 6 years in a mandatory training camp called a canton, but they were in these regions, and hence the term cantonista. They would spend 6 years in these training camps, and then they would spend 25 years in the army, and that was basically, say goodbye to your son. You would never see them again because they would be lost to the Tsar's army. They were frequently exposed to conversionist sermons by the Stare and so on. The whole idea of this horrible decree was to try and accelerate the assimilation of the Jewish population. But that was the stick. The carrot was similarly placed before them, and that carrot was unfortunately poisoned. Bringing in people like Max Lilienthal, a well-meaning but naive individual, who wanted to offer the Haskalah to the Jews of Eastern Europe, they set up a system of crown schools where they said to families, "Hey, your son to go to the army? I can understand that. So, but we do want him to learn certain values so they can be productive members of that society." So therefore, if you send your child not to the local Feder, not to the Hasidic rabbi, but him instead to the crown school to receive a well-rounded education in the sciences and the literature and so on, then your son will be exempt from the crown. But these schools, as Lilienthal found out to his dismay, were also very thinly efforts to expose the children to Orthodox Christian propaganda and conversionist efforts. And Lilienthal left in disgust when he ended up in America, actually. And the crown school system was really exposed by the Jewish population. But during this period, really, 1837 until the World War I, Jews were living under some form of this horrific that certainly pitted not only Jews against the state, but also pitted against their own communal authorities, because in a diabolical twist, Nicholas I, with his very inefficient government, responsibility of choosing the conscripts on the leadership itself, which meant that it was the leaders of the community themselves who had to portion the Russian law of death. Children would be taken away. In some cases, not surprisingly, seized in, and you had the children of the weak and the poor and orphans, they would eventually ascend before the children of the wealthy and the powerful, which led to a trend of the belief of the traditional Jewish community in their leadership and their traditional rabbinic leadership. It was a horrible moment in Jewish history when the Jews as a whole, their own leaders had betrayed them, and we could see this playing out in the enthusiasm that would be expressed for really quite different movements like Jewish socialism. I'll get to that during next one. What I have to show you now is Eliezer Seifel. Very interesting individual who wrote a remarkable work looking at the landscape of this clear conflict between Hasidim and Haskalah. He wrote a book called Shalom Al Yisrael, and in there he wrote, saw three shepherds, Ariel in Lithuania to say Talmud, and to Ovish logic and its diligent study. The Hasidim in the villages in the south, to Marshish and to fan the embers, and then finally the great Moses Mendelssohn, that's Moses Mendelssohn, in Germany, and called him the cradle of enlightenment in the land of the world. Ironically, what would happen with these three groups is first the Hasidim and the Stagdim at each other's throats. They begin to make commas when they realize the Haskalah moving into the West represents a farther threat to the values that they hold in common, begin to jump and bring concerns against the law. And one would see kind of like an incorporating Haskellite values towards the beginning of the 20th century, which will be up in the next lecture. These three groups begin to find a modus vivendi with each other that's really more characteristic of the 20th century. When I say a modus vivendi, I do not mean that Jews agree with each other over very deeply cherished values that relate to intellectual origins in the Hasidic movement, the Stagdim movement, or the Haskalah, but nevertheless they have realized that there are far greater threats that are brought to the Jewish people. That means that the arguments are certainly muted when you compare them with the very fascist late 18th century and early 19th century. I'm sorry for going a little bit over time. We will continue with this discussion tomorrow. Actually, it will be on Monday. We'll continue this discussion on Monday, 8 a.m. New York time, 1 p.m. Central European time. Thank you very much for your attention and your endurance, and I look forward to continuing this discussion with you next week.
They took your belt buckle out. Now that's really low. Take a person's cheek, but you take your belt buckle out. Well, it was just, it had everything else, and then there was another belt buckle on it. There's no, but I made it.
Now we're going to look at the
silver fork, the eating fork. Yeah, and I used to metal and do all kinds of things. They made it back in the 90s belt buckle out of that, and it was gone. And I used tumble stones and stuff too, and I just had nice rock that I had out there too that I picked up.
19th century in particular, kind of like the long 19th century, which begins the emancipation of Jews in France in 1991, and then we're going to move forward up until the early 20th century. So it's a long history to kind of the phrase that was coined by Aaron. So what do we mean when we say emancipation? This is kind of like an unusual term. This term was actually borrowed from American scholarship. Emancipation is used to describe the liberation of the African slaves in America, which is clearly a very different character than the granting of equal rights in Europe. Nevertheless, that term had adapted into the historiography and just kind of like we're talking about tomorrow, the Holocaust also has that, why we could use that term, but it has been wide separated, so we work with that. What exactly did emancipation address? Well, we should recall that right up until the late 18th century in Europe, and well into the 19th century, depending on which country we're talking about, and even into the 20th century, if we look at the former Russian Empire, Jews labored under a second or even third class citizenship status. They were typically understood as resident aliens with a varying of rights, and that could be quite precipitously removed from them. Really basic rights like residency, right? The phenomenon of Jews being expelled from one region or another would persist through the 19th century and particularly in the Russian Empire, right up into the century, that Jews could be simply excluded on the basis of their religious affiliation, and the whole notion of religion, people who version the idea of the race are all coming together now. So even people who are abandoning traditional religious attitudes associated with Judaism are nevertheless still lumped into this community against their will. And the only way to remove this historically was conversion, which was obviously a pretty drastic choice for Jews to make. But in the 20th century, conversion is no longer a issue tomorrow, and we talk about the massacre. So Jews labored under the kind of two situation in much of Ashkenaz, both in the traditional Rhineland region and also in the much larger expanded region of Eastern Europe, where their residency rights could be taken away at any time. Their right to pursue careers was limited. Higher education was frequently blocked off from their palette of options, that they could not pursue certain professions, or that if they pursued certain professions, they had burdensome additions on their communal affiliation, all kinds of things like this. So all of this changed quite dramatically in France in the revolutionary period. This image that you see here is from 1806, and it refers a little bit later than the period we're going to talk about first, but as you see, Napoleon, who is portrayed as some kind of like a Caesar-like figure, is raising up the flint Judaism, various biblical type figures, including one with a very distinct two tablets of the North Desert, and Napoleon, who is holding in his right hand, very Moses-like, another set of tablets. One tablet says the law. So what does it say there? The law given to Moses. He's holding up the law given to Moses, and he's raising up in status. So in many ways, certainly this is the way Napoleon liked to think of himself, as being the one who finally gave Jews the rights that they deserved in society, and Jews were very happy to encourage that kind of image, as we shall see, because it reflected well on them as if they were deserving of this elevation to equal status. But how did we get to this point? By the way, we're going to skip over some of the developments in the Ashkenazi sphere today. Of course, this has been, for different reasons, in what would be the States of America, and similar kinds of things were happening in England, but just for the sake of time, I'm going to focus on France, and then we're going to move eastward. So France, of course, had this dramatic revolution in 1789, which was founded on this brilliant new idea, very enlightenment-oriented, of the equality of all people living in France. They issued this very important document, the Declaration of the Rights of Man and Citizen, and I translate that very carefully because later it was proposed to eliminate is, hey, this you've used gender-specific language in this text. Shouldn't it say the rights of humans and citizens? And of course, the word citizen can be to the male or female in French. And they thought of it and said, no, we're just talking about men. And so women were not formally included as man and citizen at this time. But within parameters anyway, there was this idea that all French men were theoretically equal before the law and had certain rights as opposed to merely responsibilities as subjects. So the Jews essentially said in 1789, hey, what's this left? What's wrong with us? We should also have the same kind of rights. Why should we be excluded on the basis of our religious affiliation, especially because the early levels have a very strong anti-clerical attitude that they would actually be moving away from the theistic understanding of love. At any rate, they proposed this of man and citizen, and what about us? Now, let's think about the problem that France had in facing this question. There are really two major concentrations of Jews in France in the 18th century. There was this concentration to the south, smaller, of largely Sephardic Jews. It actually continues a little bit further to the right of where I've shaded the region. Basically, Jews over the Pyrenees from Spain who had been making their way through there, and certainly after the Spanish Inquisition in the late 15th century, and they had been settling in the south of France. And these Sephardic Jews, in keeping with the kind of cultural orientation that's often associated with Sephardic, they were quite capable of adopting many norms of non-Jews among whom they lived, the French language, including French manners of dress, including a whole host of little cultural markers that they really were part of a larger society. And so when the question came before the French legislature, they were a little bit extend emancipation to these groups. In fact, it happened in 1790, within the first year of the revolution itself. Yes, the Sephardic are Frenchmen, so we will include them in the rights of religious emancipation. Much more difficult is the far more concentrated and large population of Jews living in the region where you have all these Ashkenazis, right, are protagonists. Unlike the Sephardim, they were different from the French in many ways. Linguistically, their Arabic language remained, although they had fluency in French, of course, particularly for business purposes. Their principal language was this Germanic language. And let us not forget that France and Germany are frequent enemies, they're neighbors, of course. They have regular conflicts. They have several conflicts over the course of the 19th century, and huge conflicts, of course, in the 20th century. So there's a suspicion of these Yiddish-speaking French Jews. Would they be loyal to France? They potentially be loyal to Germany, particularly because Germany also has a large population of Yiddish-speaking Jews just across the border. Do the Jews consider themselves, Frenchmen wondered, as a distinct people whose boundaries, the boundaries of their contiguous sort of nation span the French-German border, which could present significant issues both in terms of potential conflict with Germany, or similarly in terms of economic relations with Germany? Would the Jews abide by the French law and not, significantly undercut the sovereignty in economic and other terms of this new democratic nation? So there was a lot of debate and argument the Jews of Alsace should be allowed French citizenship. It took an additional year for them to be able to actually achieve this. So in 1791, the French legislature said, yes, we said the rights of man and citizen, and as I mentioned, we're not ready to talk about women, but we are ready to talk about Jews, and we can actually, in 1891, that the Jews of France, of Alsace-Lorraine, may be, in fact, permitted to have citizenship. A lot of Frenchmen, particularly in that east region of France, were not at all happy with this decision. And of course, in the next decade, there was petition after petition to the legislature saying it was a mistake, giving the Jews free access to the country, removing all boundaries to their economic activities, has been ruinous. That they've taken advantage of their far-flung international connection. They've taken advantage of some of the significance they have culturally, such as literacy and numeracy, as we mentioned many times. And we are finding that a lot of Alsatian non-Jews, we are finding ourselves overrun with Jews who are now, beginning to dominate certain aspects of the economy, particularly in finance, money lending, things like that, and pressured out front. Ultimately, this came before Napoleon, the 18th century, and we won't go into it. How did Napoleon get us? I thought we were talking about a democratic republic. But when Napoleon, in his touristic manner, said we're consistently bothered by these coming in, I think we're going to have to Jews and settle this once and for all. Emancipation for Jews was over again, but Napoleon something radically different. Said, do the Jews have a representative that can ask them some really basic questions about who they are? Advisors indicated, like, yes, they have this thing called the Great Sanhedrin. And he said, I've heard of that. And they said, yeah, the only thing is, it hasn't met in like 2,000 years. The Sanhedrin was the great assembly of 71 judges that would decide all really important cases way back in the ancient period when the Jews still were sovereign in their own land, very latest, under Roman domination. So he said, look, no problem, je suis Napoleon, I am Napoleon, let us reconvene the great Sanhedrin. And so he sent out a call, reverberated throughout Europe, saying that Napoleon is going to be reconstructing the great Sanhedrin because he has to ask it some questions related to the possibility of French emancipation of the Jews. And remember that the Jews had just barely received emancipation at that time, and now it was being questioned, so people considered this a great alarm. There was a tremendous amount of enthusiasm, particularly among circles of the masculine, who said that finally we're going to get a chance here to really demonstrate our potential for the larger state, and in fact, we will be able to, move our entire community forward in the intellectual direction that we wanted. So they brought together not just from France, but representatives from East Central Europe as well. This assembly, which was initially called the Assembly of Notables, and at its head was this man, the Venerable Rabbi David Zinsman. Now, a lot of rabbinical authorities, the Assembly of Notables, and later the Great Sanhedrin, they felt that it was so blasphemous. Like, how is it? This is not the Sanhedrin. This is not how the judges are appointed. And look at these other guys who are joining it. These these people who really believe in traditional observance of the Torah. And they're going to be our representatives. And so there was a significant boycott, particularly from the right-wing elements, right-wing religiously of the Jewish community. At the time, who was a very respectful, he'd written a major commentary on the Mishnah, for example, was, kind of like an elderly figure, and his decision to participate elevated him to the president. He got amazing hat. I mean, I wish I could wear a hat like this, but I don't think I could carry it off. And he served as the president of the, basically they met in the early 19th century, and Napoleon gave them 12 basic questions. And it's in time to this Assembly of Notables draft responses to. The questions essentially, all together, were really trying to drill down to one question, which was, hey Jews, do you consider yourselves French or something else? Do you consider yourselves allied with France, true sons of France, willing to defend France? At that point, when the question was read aloud, the minutes of the Assembly notice say they all stood up and cried out, "Jusqu'à la mort," to our deaths. Meaning that of course we will defend France. And then, but the question, some really interesting kind of things that look like tangents, but were really basically the same question. Like, for example, Napoleon instituted in Jewish marriage law. Would Jews consider marrying non-Jewish persons? And of course, in Jewish law, this is forbidden. But the Assembly of Notables were no slouches. They realized that Napoleon wouldn't like an answer that, no, we're forbidden to marry non-Jews. Of course, was not quite essential, but would be happening on a very large scale throughout the 19th and into the 20th century. So they sort of said, well, we have traditionally dissuaded Jews from marrying non-Jews, but, and then they really kind of themselves into Brexit to say, but if it happens, we really interfere, and that's really what Napoleon also wanted to know. Do the Jews have their own police force? In other words, will they subject themselves to French law, or will French law be subordinated to Jewish law? And as we saw when we talked about the structure of the Kehillah, this is a real question, like, which law is primary? In Eastern Europe, when the Kehillah was very large, it was not really that big a question because the government was not especially interested in getting into the minutiae of the behavior of individual Jews. And most of the areas in which they were, there were very areas that were certainly covered by Jewish law. The same was developing a modern state, and we'll be dealing with individuals on individual level rather than communal level. And so he was very concerned if the state opposes a particular law, will deal with if it contradicts Torah and the ways of the rabbis. So the Assembly of Notables understood exactly what Napoleon, and they provided for him an answer which satisfied him on all these areas. Perhaps the most significant response was on a basic principle, being traditional Talmud law, the name of Dina, the Makuta, Dina, meaning the law of the state is the law. This is a discussion that was advanced by the great Rabbi Shmuel in Babylonia during the period of Talmud, where Jews were a minor of Babylonia. And there was a long discussion with Talmud of what if the state imposes laws that are, not included in the Torah and in the Talmudic discussion. Do we have to follow those laws? And he basically ruled, we've got laws of the land. It's a complicated discussion. What happens if the law of the land is wicked and imposes a law that contradicts? I'm not going to go into that pursuit, but for our purposes today, the Assembly of Notables essentially offered Napoleon the answers he wanted. So Napoleon said, fine, and went firm the decisions of 1690 and 1791. Jews are definitely emancipated. We're not taking that back at all. But by the way, just that they're not abusing their new status, I'm going to close the whole just to make sure that they're kept within, which was considered by many Jews. Because after all, if they're emancipated freedom, total equality. Napoleon was not quite to do that, and so there were some lingering legal aspects, their economic activity, description, and others that Napoleon wanted to impose, at least for a temporary period. But the bottom line for everything, it was a huge leap forward, because here was a confirmation of the idea of emancipating the Jews, which would echo throughout East Central over the next 2 centuries. For the part, the Jews were delighted with this, especially elements of the Hasidah, not so much necessarily the extreme right religious orientation. Many of them felt Napoleon was represent some kind of great evil force. You see that, for example, amongst many Hasidim in Eastern Europe, which would be exacerbated by the fact that they were on this massive campaign to invade Russia, Iran, but it was actually viewed this as the Messianic era, and they looked to the name Bonaparte, which can be translated into Hebrew as Velek To, good portion, which is understood as perhaps to becoming Messiah. Here's a medallion that was coined by Jews to celebrate the granting of emancipation to the French. So on the left, of course, says Napoleon. This is like a big change from the original republic that was established in 1709. And on the right, amazingly, you have the figure of Moses, who is kind of down and almost social, tentatively reaching up to receive the tendons from none other than a person in that it actually is Napoleon in a godlike fashion, a great lawgiver presenting the law finally to the it just boggles my mind that people think this is somehow appropriate, nevertheless, as now, let's move a little bit to the east and see how this new status really affects this about to skip rather quickly through this region and then from how Jews experience in terms of political. So here's an image of the Kaiser Joseph II. He was especially associated with the similar kind of emancipation that was happening in the Austro-Hungarian Empire, particularly the toleration that was issued with him. And it was French emancipation of Jews in many respects. It did not as far as the French example by formally declaring Jews citizens. Rather, as the name implies, the patent of tolerance formally agreed to permanent status of Jews as tolerated within the regime. So all kinds of rules that Jews were habitually about, like residency status and like confirmed days to study certain subjects in higher education or engage in certain practices, while the mildly discriminatory limitations were placed on them because of their Jewish status. Nevertheless, the states had formally, we don't have to worry about these things, we are going to keep them permanent. And this is extremely important to understand because Jews as a minority often flourish in environments in which go from moderate to mild discrimination, as long as they can depend on the consistency and legitimacy of the rule of law in that state. The German for this, the term for this is a Rechtsstaat, meaning a society that is governed by, in other words, for example, Jews are not allowed to open certain kinds of business, not allowed to live in certain areas of the city. So that mild discrimination is actually, in a way, good for the Jewish community because it provides a little bit of kind of like forced inward focus, that Jews know that they are not the same as us, and so therefore hate is encouraged, marriage is encouraged, self-help is encouraged, because they realize they can't rely on the state for welfare type handouts and things like that. And so there's like a little kind of like we have to take ourselves mentality that reinforces the idea that the Jews are a distinct community by dint of those moderate military practices. But at the time, let's say you're not allowed to open a particular business in a particular part of the community or something like that. If someone were to break the window of your and then run away, you could rely as a Jew on the police to investigate, and if they caught the criminal, then he would be tried and would be sentenced, and he would receive compensation. So there would be basically that was put in place that their somewhat limited rights and privileges. Right? This is a really a little bit of anti-Semitism from the outside, but a little bit of anti-Semitism from the outside that really harms people, but it sort of restricts them, that actually encourages Jewish growth, both internally and potentially even demographically. And at the same time, it also, if there is a Rechtsstaat that guarantees the worst thing that the Jewish community can face, anarchy, where there are no predictable rules, where there are minorities that can be targeted with impunity, and if there's no follow-up, there's no police, there's no compensation for damages, that's really the worst fear of the Jews, like any minority. So essentially what was happening in East Central Europe was much more the mob, we've lived here a very long time, we're not ready to open up our society like those crazy French people are, but we are definitely committed to living in peace with this minority, which is perfectly acceptable for a large number of Jews living in places like the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Of French equality was really quite tempting to large swaths of the population at large. And so you will have, over the course of the 19th century, a lot of liberal struggle to try to bring that government to East Central Europe. Of a major 1848, that direction turns out to fail. So during this time, Jews are kind of buffeted by sudden swells of liberalism, followed by contraction conservatism. And over the 19th century, they're struggling with, is society to liberate us like France, and to continue to tolerate us via Hungary, or are we going to be subject to anarchy that's associated with revolution? Significant worry for Jews overall. Trend as a whole moves towards emancipation, towards the idea of Jewish equal rights to their members of society. Ultimately, that's what happened. At the end of the 19th century, Jews were emancipated throughout the entire region of Eastern Europe. Only Russia maintained that strict distinction between subjects as continued in our city. This back and forth that happened to the Jews in East Central, interesting implications for the Jewish community. Among German Jews, those who were committed to the idea of achieving emancipation began to experiment with reforms. We just began, but here's how the development of what would be late nominations within the Reform movement, which is called the Liberal Movement at this time in the early 19th century, said, why we are struggling to receive emancipation is because we're perceived as being so different from regular Germans. If we would just adopt things like those Arctic Jews in southern France, know that we are good Germans too, then emancipation will be And so the liberal movement was much more prepared to adopt changes to Jewish religious practice. Synagogue architecture was changed to be more church-like, mixed seating of men and women was introduced. The liturgy was significantly edited to remove, for example, yearning for Zion, the idea that Jews are ultimately exile in Germany was considered inappropriate because you only emancipate people who intend to live there for their home. You don't emancipate travelers. So references to remove from the liturgy because it was like seen as a kind of a dual loyalty that was unacceptable. And go on and on with the various changes that runs linguistic in nature. Should Jews continue to pray in Hebrew, which is foreign to the vast majority of Germans, or should they move towards German language worship so that, if a typical non-Jewish German were to walk into a synagogue, he or she would understand basically what is going on. And so in the 1840s, when the Reform movement moved significantly towards using German, the movement called Biblical Positivist movement, now the conservative Judaism, led by a man named Zacharias Frankel, said, that's too much already. And so a splinter from the Reform movement broke off and said, we do believe in reforming Judaism, but at a far slower pace. And so you have now three distinct orientations of Judaism very active in Germany. The traditionalists who wouldn't be called Orthodox for some time, but they're probably known as Hauptgläubige, the full believers who are essentially retaining medieval traditions. Then you have the very large grassroots liberal Jews, the Reform Jews, who are willing to see changes in Judaism in order to German sensibility. And then finally, you have the movement, which we believe basic tenets of Judaism to adapt to modernity, but it's not as fast. There's much more to say, but I want to concentrate more on politics than denomination. Related to these changes, there was a significant backlash, particularly in Germany, against the German Jewish for emancipation. One of the figures that really highlights the opposition to this movement towards emancipation is the renowned historian von Weizsäcker, who in the latter part of the 19th century looked at what was happening to Jews in Germany, and he was especially incensed with Bretz's major bulk Jews that was appearing at the time, which he felt maligned the Germans as the traditional hosts of the Jewish community, and he argued in a very trenchant series of essays and polemics that went back and forth between Weizsäcker. He said famously, the Jews are our misfortune. If we had sort of granted them the limited rights that we did in the medieval period and left it there, that would be fine. But von Weizsäcker said that, just allowing Jews to consider themselves German was a great tragedy and would ultimately downfall Germany. Obviously, this particular intellectual trend will have huge implications for the 20th century, as that the Jews are our misfortune will be picked up by the next. We'll turn to that now, let us go to these hugely important, not for the fact that the vast majority of Ashkenazi Jews are living in Eastern Europe at this time. Eastern Europe would include the empire, massive territory, the Romanov dynasty going about 300 years. And it would also include Poland at this because Poland was swallowed up by its neighbors in the late 18th century, and the largest single chunk of Jews was to the Russian Empire under Empress Catherine II, also known as Tsarina Catherine the Great, and fully up to the vast majority of Russian Jews. Now, we touched on some history that was happening there under the previous Tsar Nicholas I, and the degradation of the Jewish community by the destruction of Kahal, the Inquisition, and the information system, the schools that we discussed a lot. When we get to the 80s, it's a dramatic development with the assassination of Tsar Alexander II. He was traveling in a carriage with his wife and they owned the carriage by a clearly socialist Monrovia, contrary to Poland, was not actually thrown to Jew or any kind of Jewish group, although of the main focusers was a Jewish pregnant woman who was executed for the assassination. The Tsar died at the scene, and this rumor was just spread out. The Emperor in 1881 had no basis in belief that the successive Tsar had given the population permission to beat the Jews for 3 days. These 3 days actually extended about 3 years, and pogroms dotted the country. It's remarkable from Sejm Orkanskali Marina Zhevadskaya, there's some other last comments in the article, that just gives you a sense of the scope of these pogroms that took control of the Russian Empire. In fact, the revelation in historiography in the 20th century in particular is that for a long time it was believed that the Russian Empire actually orchestrated these pogroms. Some thought that maybe they did this as a way of kind of distracting people from dissatisfaction with it. But archivally demonstrated that no, that's not in fact the case. Not to say that the Russian government was through the Jews, but that these seem to be like small bursts of violence that were perpetrated largely by unmarried men who were riding the rails from town to town and attacking Jewish will. Sometimes more times, these horrific pogroms, which were limited in scope in terms of the degree of violence compared to what would occur just 40 years later with the Russian Revolution, which would overwhelmingly be far more brutal, and then those pogroms would in turn be overwhelmed by the Holocaust. Nevertheless, these pogroms had a major impact on the Jewish self-image, and as a result, Jews in the Russian Empire said, you know what, enough of this, to do something radically different. I'm going to show you how distinct strategies that Jews adopted. Before I move on, I just have a quick look at the map. You'll see that line that sort of overlaps the modern boundaries that are shown there. That's the map of the Pale of Settlement, which is the Pale of Settlement represents the region in which Jews were legally allowed to reside. Russian authority, there are Jews who were allowed to reside outside of the region proper. They were exceptional Jews, either there because of some special skill that they could offer to the government, like doctors or major Jews, things like that. Or in the cases you can see on the Baltic Coast in Latvia, these were veterans who had gone through the Continental system and were allowed upon their release from their 25-year military service to reside anywhere they want. Many of them formed these communities in Latvia and Estonia. But the vast majority is also possible Jews who live illegally in some of these other places. Actually, a fairly large number of Jews living illegally in Kiev, for example, Kiev, which was actually legally closed Jews for much of this period. That's the period of settlement for most of these. I want to point out 4 charts from this remarkable research that appeared in 2019. One of the things that's fascinating, we look at the pogroms. So here, take a look at this, which shows the number of pogroms that occurred during the late 1930s. This huge wave of pogroms in 1881, which are larger in extent, like in number, but not nearly as vicious, as murderous as the later pogroms. And there's a 1905, and then a terrible wave in 1920, which smaller in the number, but its victims was much more common. Now, the authors of that article correlate these pogroms with crop failures. As you can see, that there is definitely some relation, but there are many where there were crop failures where there were no pogroms. And then they look at another factor. They look at political turmoil, like after the Crimean War and things like that. And so, yes, similarly, there is some correlation between political turmoil, like the post-assassination of Alexander II, and pogroms, but not always. There's lots of times, like Napoleon's events in Moscow, where there are no pogroms. However, really, if you include both of those variables, and you say, well, what happened in those years when we had political turmoil and crop failure? Bang, pogroms. So that very clear representation of how economic reversals and political upheavals equals bumps in the Russian Empire. Now, what that really changed as a result of this 1881-82 pogrom is that Jews began to question the traditional leadership. The traditional leadership was hugely harmed by the Cantonist decrees that we discussed last week. Tehillah was not nearly as traditional. Rabbinical authority lost a lot of their ability to in a rapidly secularizing Jewish society. And so Jews said after 1981, we are no longer going to accept the situation as this. We are going to adopt these 5 strategies, the 5 ideas that are articulated and explain how they were described in the The first theory was, or the first decision was, perhaps the most traditional: let's leave. No room for Jews in Russia anymore. And in fact, this is where we have massive migration from the Pale of Settlement, as shown here in this map, from 1881 to the fall of the Russian Empire to 1.5 million Jews moving to the United States. The number would increase by about another 250,000, 70,000 going to Canada, where they heard there was going to be some really good universal health insurance, very significant population to South America, to South Africa, and to early the free state community of Jews in Israel. And of course, 250,000 moving to Western Europe, kind of retracing the original migration of Ashkenazi Jews from 13th century onward. Now they're moving back to Western Europe because the Russian Empire is no longer so comfortable. And a small number moving to places like Australia. The second major strategy was, no, let's not leave the Russian Empire. Let's change the Russian Empire. And in this area, you see a huge influence of socialist ideology that is expressed very perhaps most famously by this man, Leon Trotsky, who was a figure in the 1905 revolution. In particular, later he became the leader of the Red Army during the Revolutionary Years. We'll discuss from Williams in about an hour. And one of the things that's less known about the Russian Empire is that from this photograph on Michael's arrest, actually, you can see that it was virtually impossible to get a decent haircut anywhere in the Russian Empire. I like to say that. Third, there are people say, wait a minute, you're going to, try to Russia, you're going to try and, adopt a totally different political system, that of socialism. There's just going to be another problem around down the way. And who says that this new political system is any good? What we need to do is stop history. We have to have all Jews, rather than moving to some country and repeating the process again, let's move our homeland. Israel, and that would be the final homecoming of the Jews. This proved to be an extreme, the single most popular political movement of Jews in the Russian Empire, and would ultimately be successful in establishing it in 1948. Fourth, smaller group of Jews looked to the historian Shimon Dubno for inspiration, and he relied on the model of the Council of Lands that we discussed a few lectures ago on the structure of a Jewish strong community within a larger state. And he said he should create a kind of secular version of that. Essentially, this movement did not have a tremendous amount of traction, but it ultimately informed what would be the Federation movement of North America. The idea that Jews organize themselves, try to assert their rights rather than as individual citizens. So the fusion, by the way, it was a ticket in Ukraine, Latvia, and Estonia, and to a certain Poland during the war. Finally, a large group of Jews said, wait a second, totally the charts from how we behaved for 2,000 years of exile. We have to stick close to our traditional values. We have to hold fast to the Torah, Talmud, rise. But these Jews realized that they could not be in this new democratizing environment unless they had a way of articulating their beliefs and of engaging in mass dialogue. So therefore, these so-called traditionalists essentially adopted tools of political discourse, forming political parties to be able to communicate their values to the population as a whole. Now, those are the 5 big strategies that Jews chose to adopt after 1881, after the blocks that uprooted the Ashkenazi. How did that express itself into political movements? So I'm going to take the final 7 minutes of this lecture to walk you through. It gets more complicated than that. So here we have a political spectrum that you would be familiar with many discussions of 20th century politics on that. You have social, like the idea that there should be, further left you go, like the idea of the dictatorship of the proletariat. Or moving a little bit more to the center, you have the ideas of things like healthcare and unemployment insurance, and a lot of things that are really adapted to contemporary democracies that have socialist roots. But basically, the idea that the society as a whole is responsible for each individual, and there should be some kind of social safety net for everyone. And on the right, you would have capitalism, which to its extremes, like you run your own buddy, it's all about your individual responsibility. You can take care of your own health, and if you adopt yourself, if you lose your job, too bad. Like this, to its extreme form, it's like kind of savage. But as I mentioned, democracy, like the United States of America, does not go near that far, although you can feel those tropes being debated. So that's kind of what we say. Sort of, among Jews, it's considered more complicated because you also have this socialist and capitalist thing among Jews. You also have a y-axis in which you have a conflict between those Jews who live in political activity here, which is called here, in this place, meaning in the diaspora. You're in Russia, you're in France, you're in Germany, this is where we have to reach politics. And there are others who say, oh, it should be good. Over there, these don't know how they're investing in politics in the land where you were born, because you all have to return ultimately to the land of Israel. So waste your energy focusing on liberty when you're just a traveler, you're transient. Okay, thousands of years you've been living there, we're going to go to Israel. So that's a huge debate. Do we invest here? Do we invest there? In Israel? So where the political parties fall out, and when I say political parties, they're really movements. Sometimes they are clandestine, illegal movements because the Russian Empire banned them from existing, but nevertheless they were formed. And we can place them within these four. Here on the lower left, a major party that was close to both socialist values and very stringent about here. Let's go a pipe. We want to change. Don't give us any pipe dreams about Israel and the Middle East. That's ridiculous. Do it all here. This would be a actually, it was a social democrat party, which was the same organization from which the much larger Civic and even Bolshevik parties have affiliation. So they believe very much in socialist values, collection of property, things like that. But it was conducted, as I indicated, in the Yiddish language, specifically to Jews, to convince them to adopt what would later become a kind of a communist worldview. Communism is sort of the most extreme form of this socialist expression, but it's on the side. Then if we move over to the right, where you have groups who say we should invest in this country, but we should essentially not change the economy, that would be the Veronica party led by the historian Goodman, who essentially, as we said in the last slide, was closely associated with that we should like them not change too much, just focus on changing the Jewish community and its structure, and that was essentially his platform. It was not a very popular platform, even though it had very strong ideologically, some would later be adopted by some other countries. Who said that the general Zionists, I should say, was a Zionist. The Allgemeine Zionists believed in let's all go to Israel. Let's economic, political discussions. Let's just get to Israel. And of course, the leader of that was Theodor Herzl, who was the founder of non-political Zionism. Debate over basically there are some who are more extreme who felt that we got to be capitalist, but you know what? We've got to adopt a really stringent reliance on us. We cannot rely, as Herbert on heads of state or countries as well wishers in the non-Jewish world. We've got to really do it ourselves, even if it means violence. So you have the revisionist movement led by Vladimir Jabotinsky, shown here, and this would eventually become the roots of the very right-wing parties in Israel. So finally, not actually finally, there's a trick to this, but finally, if you look to the quadrant, they should develop Israel as the direction for Jewish settlement, and it would be a shame if you just went to Israel, other capitalist country. It should. So the social Zionists, the so-called the workers of the kibbutzim, which were essentially kind of like neo-communist Jews would live according to communist values, and they adapted them considerably over the course of the 20th century, but highly experimental structures of communal living and things like that. Now, this is complicated enough. I have to add in a z-axis, right? An x-axis, a y-axis. We also have a z-axis, which is religious values. They were religious organizations. The first would be that was associated with the name Mizrahim, which means and it was associated very heavily with Rabbi Abraham Isaac Quick, who is shown here. said, you know what, a lot of rabbis are opposed to this idea of Zionism. They look at the people who are promoting it and they say, hey, these guys are basically secular thinkers. That's not us. What about all those passages in the Talmud that tell us essentially to look for the Messiah before we move to Israel? Well, maybe the fact that these secular Jews are coming back to Israel, that is in itself a sign that the Messiah is near. Furthermore, with some of those miracles that occurred in the Bible, these people took the first steps. That it wasn't maybe low, that things happened because Jews took the first steps. Like, just off the top of my head, lighting Hanukkah menorah, right? The idea that there was one cruse of oil, and they lit, and it lasted for nights. I don't know what to say about that. As a metaphor, this was a very powerful one, and so many religious Orthodox Jews said, yeah, we're going to be on with that. But then finally, you have a group that said, no, let's stick to our traditional understanding of the Talmud, which says, don't force that. It's bold and unfair to God to demand that he send Messiah, the nation diaspora. And this is called the Agudat Israel, or the community that was really focused on traditional values. Here, of course, the impact of the Holocaust, they had to revalue some of their stance towards this, and actually they ended up being very strong in Israel per se. But their central core message was changed, which is dedicated to Torah itself. That's the most notable of their activity, the Great Daf Yomi program, which they really pioneered in the 1920s, studying one page of Talmud a day through a 7-year cycle that results in a grand celebration at the end. This the most recent celebration at the MetLife Stadium in New York. I was actually seated myself kind of off to the right of this picture, and it's celebrated all over the world. This world year of the Talmud. So many different complicated connotations of Jews adopted at this time. An expression of a reaction to the pogroms of 1882. Very much for your attention.
And a lot of scientific minds now, Bill, are saying that, and so there could be a universe in which the time go Canadian possession of that. There you go. Well, my God, Berlin. I forgot about that. All right, anyway, there we are, and the only thing, a few things I will add to this, just to get us current, okay? Yes. And I had reports from some of my trucker buddies. One said he delivered a huge quantity of fiber optic cable for his warehouse in Ellisburg.
Okay, hello everyone. I hope you are doing well. At this point, we've had kind of like a general overview of the expression of political opinion among Jews for a snapshot of time, really from 1897 to about 1912. We should go on to understand how this was filtered through the experience of the Jews of Ashkenaz in the 20th century. I'd like to focus the next hour specifically on the Soviet experience, which was one of the most significant, demographically certainly the largest chunk of Jews in Ashkenazic territory, descendants of the Ashkenazic Jews from the Rhineland, in Eastern European territory. That'll be our occupiers. That will occupy us for the next hour. Let us begin first with the fall of the Russian Empire. So, if you look at this map here, these two maps actually, you see on the left, this is what Central Europe looked like for World War I. You can see that it's dominated by Empire, the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and the Russian Empire. And that puzzle piece stick to the left is Poland, Poland. And then just a few years later, all of a sudden, it's rapidly changed. As you can see on the right-hand side, the map is completely unrecognizable. The German Empire is significantly shrunk. There's a section called East Prussia, which is actually the wrong color in this map. It should be the same as Germany. But it's got a land bridge that separates it from Germany proper. That land bridge is a whole new country, Poland, which had not been seen on since the late 18th. All of a sudden, Poland is, and it's taken quite a bit of territory. It actually will have a very large proportion of non-ethnic living within its boundaries. And to contrast that, where is Austria-Hungary? That empire is dismantled significantly. There are tiny remnants of the Austro-Hungarian Empire in a country called Austria and its neighboring country, Hungary, but they are just a tiny fraction of its original size when it was a dual monarchy. Now, all of a sudden, the majority of the former citizens of Austria-Hungary find themselves in totally different countries. A couple of them are actually completely new countries. So, for example, Czechoslovakia, which is now the Czech Republic, and Slovakia, that represents a totally new country that took the northern part of Austria-Hungary to exist. Romania has significantly expanded, and look at this, Yugoslavia, the South Slavs, a totally new country that takes up quite a bit of the old Austro-Hungarian Empire, and also encompasses Serbia, and it's just things have changed so dramatically, and all of these things are going to be extremely important tomorrow morning when we look at the Holocaust, because of course the Germans and the Australians and the Hungarians, and for slightly different reasons the Italians, they are all practicing a traditionalism. They want to advise the peace treaties that created these new countries immediately after World War I, but that will be a topic for tomorrow. For now, I'd like you to look at the very edge of the map on the right side of the screen, where you see Russia has disappeared, and they've labeled this map, I don't tell you correctly, Belarus, Russia, and Ukraine, but really it's referring to the new Soviet Union, which ultimately would be created from several, 15 actually, constituent republics. One of them would be the Ukrainian SSR, the other one would be Belarus, and the old Russian Empire has disappeared. So that's what we're going to look at first. What happened to the Jews of this region when the Russian Empire disappeared? There's really two revolutions that removed from the map. The first one occurred in February of 1917. The second one occurred in October of 1917. Now, ironically, referred to in Russian history, obviously, February and especially the October revolutions. But if you were standing where I am right now in New York, at the time the revolution happened, they would have been referred to as the March Revolution and the November Revolution, respectively. This is because one of the unusual quirks of the Romanov Empire was that they relied on the Julian calendar rather than the Gregorian calendar then used in West. And it was literally losing a year every century, I believe, since they had. So they were 11 years, they were 11 days behind the Western time. Russia was quite literally behind chronologically. It was only later in 1918, I think, that the communists said, okay, let's use the same calendar as the West, and that's what it is today. But back then, they were distinct. So the first revolution in February, and it seemed to have started from a food riot. Let us recall that World War I has been going on now for 3 years, right? It erupts in 1914, and their conflict involving forces, and Russia is involved, but are not doing very well. There's almost immediately a territory to Genesis that's cut on the Western Front for Russia, and they don't seem to be able to gain those back. Ultimately, the fact that these regions were behind German lines would contribute to their ability to establish independence after World War I, because Russia is not able to assert its control over Poland and the Baltic states, for example. So they're not doing well. They're outfitting their soldiers extremely poorly. Soldiers are unmotivated, finding that they don't have enough heat, they don't have enough clothing to wear in the winter, that famously or infamously, they were not even properly equipped. One of the infamous quotes, I'm not sure if it's apocryphal, but it certainly captures the mood, that Russian soldiers were told to use their bayonets first, meaning to use the knives that are mounted to the end of the rifles to fight first, because they had a lack of ammunition and they couldn't afford to waste it by shooting at the enemy. So in other words, they had to physically get close to the enemy to use a bayonet, while their enemies, the Germans, are well supplied and can use bullets for a lot longer than it takes for the Russian soldier to approach. So they were really doing very poorly. And at the same time, internal supply issues was facing a lot, millions living in Russian cities who simply did not have enough to eat. So on International Women's Day, there was a food run erupted when apparently a woman in Petrograd, Peter's city, named after the patron saint of Peter the Great. And by the way, this name, Petrograd, is significant. It used to be called St. Petersburg after St. Peter, the patron saint of Peter the Great, Tsar. And then the word Berg is a German ending for a city, so therefore during World War I, to be more patriotic, they named it Petrograd, Grad being a Russian city, so they have a German ending. I grew up in northern Ontario. There was actually an Indian village, free Indian, that was called Swastika. And during World War, they decided to rename it. It was called Churchill for a few years, very patriotic name. And then after World War II, went back to Swastika because that was a really cool. At any rate, so they named it Petrograd, and then the communists would later name it Leningrad, and after the fall of the Soviet Union, it would return to its original name, St. Petersburg, which is the name we use today. At any rate, in what was Petrograd, a woman took a brick and threw it through a bakery window because everyone was starving and hungry. This took into a great riot and ultimately got out of control, and the Tsar himself was arrested, and suddenly we're like, anyone really, how this happened? The Mao dynasty fell. And the Russian Empire, almost in the blink of an eye. What was in its wake? A provisional government was run by this man, Kerensky, and the main challenge of the provisional government was that it wanted to establish a permanent government. They still had the thing they were doing about World War I, still ongoing for another year. They have to stay in the war, remove themselves from the war. For the time being, they decided to stay in the war. But they had to try and pull together a representative body to allow citizenship empires to vote on their future. This so-called constituent assembly is a very noble kind of democratic ideal to hold, to get their population. It turned out to be their downfall because while they were, slowly, laboriously creating this constituent assembly, the much more nimble, smaller, and unscrupulous Bolsheviks were able to outmaneuver them, and ultimately they would take over the assembly before they could be properly seated and declare a totally new government in October. But during this brief interregnum between February and October, as Kerensky was trying to pull together this constituent assembly, one of the most important things he did was, and the very first decision actually, was to destroy the foundations, the legal foundation of the Pale of Settlement. Here you can see it in kind of like in the bright color against the gray. The Pale of Settlement, the restrictions on Jewish citizenship, restrictions on Jewish residency were abolished by the provisional government, which made it, a great. It made it heroic in the eyes of many Jews. It was very short-lived. Here, by the way, is a period map from 1901, which gives you a sense of the relative populations of Jews, concentration of Jews in the several gubernias, or the provinces of the Pale. Some of you see very strong concentration, more than 17% in the eastern part of Poland, in the central part of Poland, Warsaw, very strong concentrations in the region of Lithuania, and in the right bank, that is the right bank of the Danube River, the western half of the territory. Of course, small concentrations as you go further to the east. So, what happens after the February Revolution is this man, Vladimir Lenin, the force behind the Bolshevik movement, organizes local councils in factories and villages and elsewhere. They're called Soviets, which means council. And their support, the Constituent Assembly, with an armed force, declares it disbanded in favor of all power to the Soviets, and proclaims what would eventually become the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, the communist state in Europe, and a bold new experiment in attempting to establish this form of government in Europe. The notion that supported Lenin's popularity was the idea that this new, totally new, radically new form of government would ultimately cleanse Russia of its various elements, including monarchy, including the church, was a very, very anti-church movement, anti-religious general, as we shall see, and all its capitalists. You can see at the bottom of this image that literally shows Lenin cleaning up the globe, because many felt that once communism started in Russia, it would eventually expel the entire globe. This is really at the heart of the confrontation between the United States with its vision of democracy, that states believe that democracy eventually conquer all regions of the globe, and the Soviets felt equally aggressively that communism would actually be the dominant political modality of the entire globe. At the very bottom of the globe, there you see the capitalist, who probably looks familiar as a monopoly man figure. The monopoly man, the famous basketball game, is based on a traditional iconic idea of the ultimate capitalist, with the waistcoat and the top hat and the bag of money, somewhat low tone, rather more appealing in the board game version, but nevertheless the same kind of thing. This is often viewed as kind of a stand-in for in general, sometimes made explicit like that, but use of capital is very highly identified in the communist mind, particularly when it's towards some anti-Semitic interpretation. I know it's very ironic that communist anti-Semites accuse Jews of being capitalists, capitalist anti-Semites accuse Jews of being communists. You just can't win it. But that's the reality of anti-Semitism. It just does not have to make sense. Here is the propaganda directed against the communist movement by the White Russians. The White Russians are politicians of this term. Belarus literally means White Russia, and it's a region of the former Russian Empire, the USSR, and so people who come from there are called Belarusians, or really translated White Russians. But in the context of the revolutionary movement, the communists were associated color red, right? The reds are the, and so force oppose the communists, sometimes either open monarchists wishing to bring back the Tsar, sometimes a little bit more moderate, wishing to defend some kind of provisional government sort of idea of the whites, to contrast them with the reds. Has nothing to do with territorial color specifically, it's more of a political orientation. So the whites and the reds were engaged in a very ferocious civil war, along with many other combatants, as we shall see shortly, and the war perhaps most notorious for anti-Soviet propaganda, some of which was explicitly anti-Semitic. So this particular example compares the early communists to Aztec priests performing a human sacrifice. The human sacrifice is supposed to represent some kind of monarchic figure there, and it's being sacrificed, meaning the horse is being sacrificed before the altar upon which Karl Marx sits, right, the founder of socialism, and it is labeled international, right, the Communist International, the Socialist International, meaning the whole idea of communism that was organized in the international group. Russia was about to be sacrificed, a human sacrifice towards this idea. And you can see they're labeled at the top in Russian. Lenin, of course, the central figure in the red robe. Right next to him is Trotsky. Remember that Trotsky is all with actually a few other figures here. And Trotsky also especially feared whites because he is very effectively an army, ultimately divided by Trotsky's army. This representation here of you can see that the one on the left is still his spear locks, his beos, although he's a secular orientation. And he's holding a bag with the number 30 on it, which is certainly a Jesus by Judas for 30 silver pieces. So the whole idea is that the message is that the Jews are somehow betraying Russia as well, contributing to this. And in fact, there's a major Russian propaganda. Russian propaganda was that the Jews had somehow sold out Mother Russia to the communists, and we're going to explore that in just a moment. What I'd like to do is actually take it into the Civil War itself, highly significant for the entire region, and ironically, considering the focus of the world today is on this an area that's extremely pivotal to Ashkenazi Jewish history because of an unusual experiment that occurred in Ukraine at this time. As you can see from the note in the back, one of the several examples of early Ukrainiancy during the very brief period when Ukraine attempted to develop an independent country during the Civil War. It would ultimately fail because of several reasons, but it would be swallowed up by the communist movement that would wipe out the groups that were striving for Ukrainian independence and would establish instead the Ukrainian Soviet Socialist. As you look at this document, you can see on the upper left, it has in Russian the word Karbovantsiv, which is the Karbovanets, which is the unit of Ukraine. On the right, has it in Polish, languages of the Ukrainian state. And at the very bottom, you can see the word in Yiddish, Indo-Kalmantzes. And this is, in fact, a fascinating aspect of the period. Yiddish was established as an official language of this very brief Ukrainian state. So let me back up a little bit by saying that, ironically, I actually know a little bit more about what we're talking about today than most of the times I'm actually speaking, because my PhD dissertation was on this particular period. You can see here, published by Harvard, A Prayer for the Government of Independence in Revolutionary Times, 1917 to 1920, because I specifically looked at this very unusual rapprochement between Jews and Ukrainians, who would think would have some very negative history, some baggage that had to be dealt with before the political rapprochement. They have this history rebellion that we talked about a while ago. We have the extensive pogroms that occurred in the 1881 period. We were also before in this territory. How is it possible that they were able to take on the creation of a state? But in fact, this happened. Here's the Ukrainian translation that appeared just a little while ago in various very proud to have it being available to the Ukrainian public. So basically what's going on is if you look at this map here, you see where Jews are living in Ukraine. The blue line is the that is before the Russian invasion of 2014, annexation of the Crimea, and also the map in the eastern part of Donbass, which seems to be up in the air. But you can see there's a large concentration of Jews in the right bank, what is the western part of the country, and bleeding over into neighboring countries as well. More than 15% of the population in these regions. Let's not forget that the Jews are quite distinct from the Ukraine in a lot of key demographic areas. Ukrainians, pretty agrarian. Majority of the population involved in traditional agriculture. Jews, on the other hand, overwhelmingly involved in commerce, living in villages, towns, and cities. Ukrainians primarily knowing the science of the land and its rhythms and so on. Jews, on the other hand, educated to literate and to understand how numbers work, mathematics, and so on. And so the Ukrainians, in their attempt to create a state which would be focused around an area they would call the Centralna Rada. Rada is the Ukrainian translation of the word Soviet in the council, but it really had a very different character in this period. Their activity around the Central Rada was fully aware that the small Ukrainian intelligentsia, that was also ironically concentrated in the western part of the country, was insufficient in numbers to be able to effectively govern a territory size, second largest country in Europe, that has today about 44 million, I believe. In the beginning of the century, we had something close to 40 million, but some massive territory to be able to manage. The Russians and the Poles, who also had significant populations, also primarily in the cities, all had different interests. The Russians, of course, had allegiance to the former Russian dynasty, and many of them wanted to see the creation of a Russian federation dominated by Russia, and the Poles were struggling to create their own to the north out of the ruins of World War I. They had reasons not to be so necessary to this burgeoning Ukraine. On the other hand, had no other loyalties that were that was automatically attached to them, and it stood to read that many of them would see the benefit in spending their energies with this new nascent state in Ukraine, helping it to thrive and grow. And so, to the surprise of many others, the dominant Ukrainian mood, which can be measured in several ways, actually was in favor of this new Ukrainian development, which had promised many rights to Jews. Just an example of one document of those promises and the difficulty reading them. As I mentioned, Yiddish became official language of this nascent Ukrainian state. But to actually run a government, when the government itself is barely able to write anything in Ukraine first language. So here, a typical document that I discovered in my archival research, and it's written to the Jewish community of Lviv. And if you look at you can see it's obviously here. There is a typewritten Ukrainian script. If you look closely at it, you'll see that the letters are actually handwritten into documents. And that is because Ukrainian language has an alphabet which is similar but not identical to the Russian alphabet. They're both Cyrillic languages, but there are some letters that Ukrainians have that Russians don't have, and vice versa. They also pronounce certain letters differently as well. One of the letters that's missing in the Russian alphabet is the letter that we would recognize as the letter I in the Roman alphabet, or I with an umlaut, with two dots instead of one. And so you can see that what they've had to do, the typists had to use a Russian language typewriter, because there are very, very few Ukrainian language typewriters. The Russians had engaged actually a tremendous amount of energy in the late 19th and especially the 20th century to try to control the spreading and standardization of the Ukrainian language. They really wanted to preserve the Russian language against the popular movement to turn vernacular into a formal, written, standardized language. This is ironically, as my father all of a sudden would say, one of the things that Putin is demanding of Zelensky in his current war on Ukraine is that Ukraine has to protect the Russian language. Right? It worries that Russia will suffer, that great Russian literature will be lost if Ukrainians don't make special protections for it. Rate, we can see more of the reality situation. The vast majority of the population, especially the agrarian population, especially in Western, are much more likely to speak Ukrainian themselves, although Russian was the formal language. So by trying to recreate Ukrainian, they use a typewriter that has only Russian Cyrillic letters, and every time they come to the Ukrainian letter or the I, they have to leave a blank space. Afterwards, the typist has to pull the paper out of the machine and write in the letters directly in. By the way, I'm assuming that everyone on watching this video or attending this class is old enough to remember what a typewriter looked like. It's kind of like a word processor that you cannot simply hit the backspace key to delete anything. Whatever you type once is actually printed onto paper. You can't take it off unless you use some kind of physical device like literally a white paint to totally let it. It sounds absurd to me. So it's a Russian typewriter, and I like to use it like Ukrainian. What about Yiddish? Don't even think about it. There are hardly any Yiddish language typewriters in Ukraine during this war era, in the Civil War. So the typist has to save a space, draw a line, and then carefully write in the message in Yiddish on the right by hand. So this should be the tremendous efforts that they are willing to engage in to be multicultural, but at the same time, it's chaos. They're having difficulty, for example, getting Yiddish fluent operators on the telephone switchboard and all kinds of things like that. But they are nevertheless making a good faith effort to try and include Jews in this new government. Okay. But what ends up happening is the whole experiment, however learning ends in terrible failure as the entire region is absorbed in a wave that was far worse than 1881, 1882, far worse even than Magnitsky massacres of the 17th century. And if it were not for the Holocaust that occurs 20 years, it would be remembered as one of the worst periods Jewish history. The pogroms were focused on the Revolutionary Year, the Civil War year 1919, but they began already in November 1917 and they extended into 1921. But 1919 was clearly the worst of them. The war ends in 1918. Germans retreat in a very disorganized manner, often just selling their weapons for food to find their way back to Germany. The Russians invade from the north. The nascent Ukrainian state tries to defend itself, but it's ultimately reduced to operating out of series of trains moving in a singular in the western part of the country before they're finally driven out. Is active in Ukraine, including the white Russians I described earlier, also a group known as the Greens, the anarchists, several foreign armies active there as well. So it's a period of amazing, awful chaos. Earlier this morning we talked about the thing in a Rechtsstaat, a society that even if it is moderately discriminatory, nevertheless it is governed by law and the predictable rules. And one of those rules, 1919, was the polar opposite of all that, as you have waves just washing over the entire territory, many communities being hit multiples, and the degree of violence, the murderous, anything that was experienced, a horrific time for Jews, and those Jews who have not leave for else who are prior to this are distinctly motivated to do so after this terrible period. And one of the great ironies of this period is that 40%, the plurality of the pogroms that are recorded with a known perpetrator at this time were perpetrated by the same government that at the same time was unprecedented rights to Jews. In other words, there were Ukrainian pogromists affiliated, however loosely, with this Maximum Petriota, the leader of the Ukrainian government, which at the time the Directory, who were at the same time attacking Jewish civilians in the villages. Like one of those hard to understand paradoxes. How is it possible that Petriota himself is in a government that has a Minister of Jewish Affairs, that has Yiddishism, that has all kinds of these policies, which of course are kind of like mainly on paper, the government itself is barely to hold itself together. And they're like being have such a pro-Jewish approach, and at the same time their army is attacking civilians. The reasons for this, I discuss it much longer in my book, but I should at least give some sense of it here. It succeeds in amassing a remarkable, large array of forces early on in this period, specifically in the winter of 1919, bringing together over 100,000 troops, but they're mainly made up of peasants who grab pitchforks or whatever they can find. They have no uniforms, anything like that. They're very poor commanding structure. But they declare themselves for the Ukrainian National Republic and for Patriota. And then by the time you get to the end of the spring, those 100,000 odd troops have diminished to like 16,000 under the pressure of the Soviets, the whites, and the Southern parties active in the region. So it appears that the president's understanding of what the Ukrainian National Republic is all about is very thin, and it was very easy for them to associate the Jews with this. Became a self-fulfilling prophecy because ironically, of the various forces that were Ukraine at this time, the force that was pretty reliably unlikely to commit a pogrom were the Soviet army under the Jewish leader Trotsky. They're associated with two-thirds of the recorded pogroms. So it's not like there were not pogroms that were affected by Soviet soldiers, but there were very few of them. They were far more disciplined. And so what ends up happening at this time is that the Soviets experienced a surge of support for the Red Army from this Jewish population, so that they had to scramble to try and create training centers that could work in Yiddish with these yeshiva boys running out of their payas flying for having touched a rifle in their life, but they want to join the Red Army in order to protect their communities or to effect revenge on pogromists that would quite often attack the same communities over again as their front lines. The army typically but there was also a smaller surge for communism in general, as many disaffected felt like Judaism had failed, and that communism as a kind of secular message would actually come to their rescue. Now, in terms of Pagura himself, I want to note that later historians have often characterized Pagura as the architect of pogroms, a kind of like early version of Hitler. And in my research, I discuss it in some length how I do not feel that's an appropriate way to understand Israel in the violence. Pagura himself actually had published some very cogent Jewish things well before the war. He wrote some very favorable example of plays that dealt with Jewish characters, things like that. It seemed really out of character to do that. Moreover, during the war, we often point out, he published all kinds of like decrees forbidding pogroms and promising to punish anyone who violated those rules and things like that. But what ended up happening was he was assassinated in 1926, and in a dramatic trial in Paris, the image of him as the designer of the poems emerged. The story behind his assassination is really quite dramatic. The man shown in this photograph standing on the left, his name is Schwarzbart, and basically at this time in 1926, the Ukrainian National Republic has lost its statehood, and the Jewish government, including Pagura, have fled to the west. He's living in Paris. Pagura walks out of a cafe one morning on the Rue Racine, and this man, Schwarzbart, walks up to him and says to him, "Vous êtes Monsieur Pagura? Are you Mr. Pagura?" And he says, "Oui." And Schwarzbart takes out a gun and shoots him dead on the spot. He is arrested and put on trial. But in a brilliant move, his defense argues that acting of revenge for the pogroms that had affected the Jews of Ukraine. Schwarzbart should be viewed, argued his defense, as an avenger of Jewish pride, and rather than making a trial about Schwarzbart, who was actually, an assassin in the open, who killed him with blood on the street. The trial became one of Pagura and of his role in Rums, and it hinged on whether or not Pagura was guilty of creating this pogrom movement. And as I've argued in my book, but I'll state it very briefly here, I do not feel that calling Pagura the architect of the pogrom is historically right. I do believe Pagura chose to remain silent at a key period of several weeks in the spring of June, and failed to take action to condemn the pogroms early on, and allowed the infection to spread throughout Ukraine, that in fact the pogroms were, if not tolerated, then perhaps even condemned. And this was key quality that Pagura bears. In my humble opinion, it's not one of commission. It's highly unlikely that he actually ordered anyone to commit pogrom. It does not make sense. There are some historians who point to documentation that would say that. Documentation has actually been found. I would say that his culpability rests in one of omission. He failed to take the actions necessary of the particular head of this government, however fragile, for fear of losing the loyalty of his troops. This allowed the pogroms to wreak such havoc in the Jewish population. But anyway, just to finish the story with Schwarzbart, he was exonerated. Under French law, he was required to pay dues to the widow of Pagura, and so he was fined incredibly insulted, slap on the wrist for killing a man. But Jews worldwide celebrate as a huge victory of finally being able to stand up to mete out vengeance against someone who was responsible for the pogroms. Even if that responsibility was highly attenuated and was focused perhaps in a different direction by the trial, nevertheless, that's the ultimate result. But if we return to the period under discussion in 19, you should recall that 40% of the pogroms were in fact perpetrated by Ukrainian troops, and the whole enterprise in rapprochement ended in miserable failure. And many Jews saw the Red Army being a far more control on the violence, and so therefore support for the Red Army grew significant. By 1920, the Ukrainian experiment in statehood ends in its leaders are mainly exiled, and Ukraine is now absorbed within the Soviet Union. And Ukraine at this point constitutes the biggest single concentration of Jews in the Union, because the Jews who lived in Polish region, the Lithuanian regions, are now living in independent Poland and Lithuania, and to a certain degree Latvia as well. So Ukraine has a huge important role in Ashkenazi culture in the Soviet Union. So what does the Soviet Union do about Jews? So we should recall that at the time there is a lot of flux going on. The new country known as the Soviet Union, they go through a period which they call war communism, which lasts until 1920. It overlaps the Civil War, and it is a period where the communists try desperately to bring overwhelmingly aggressively into a communist future, which Karl Marx, when he outlined his vision of the progress that led to communism, he really anticipated that would happen in a state that was largely pre-industrial. So they have a really difficult time trying to make these backward agrarian communities behave like modern technological industrial communist states, and so they decide to back off, and they adopt a new program called the New Economic Policy, or NEP. And this is sort of like a toning down the rapid collectivization of agriculture and things like that, and that proves to be breathing room that a lot of them need to rebuild the economy after 4 years of World War and 2 years of Civil War. So there's also a tremendous change at the top of the political establishment. Lenin, who we've described as the mastermind behind the communist revolution, has a stroke. And the last 2 years of his life, he's debilitated. So that leaves a kind of a gap, a vacuum in power, in which both Trotsky and Stalin and other further Bukharin are all jockeying to take advantage of. Ultimately, the winner would be Stalin, as we shall see, but now we should talk about the Jewish aspect of it. Stalin is not a friend of the Jews at all. Stalin definitely a very distinct anti-Semitism that will eventually express itself to its fullest later on in his reign. But this time, he's still too weak to really articulate it. More moderate, sometimes Jewish-inspired ideas dominate the party for its first decade. They established called Restream, which is a Russian acronym for the. Is actually it's a Russian acronym. Not British. It is for the Jewish section of the Communist Party. The idea being that the Jews, because they are a highly distinctive population, very different demographically, economically, religiously, within the broader population, they need a special Congress in order to move them towards communist ideals, and recognizing those sort of complexion. And ironically, they're paralleled by a section of the Communist Party for similar reasons, which would also exactly the same lifespan by 1930 as Stalin called it power and said, enough of this, to use the Yiddish term, Narishkeit, enough of this silliness, let's move on with real communism. Yevsektia was specifically set up, and in this picture here is the head of the Yevsektia, a former Chabad rabbi named Simon Rubenstein, who would abandon his Jewish identity, abandon his religion in order to lead this effort, and it had some, perhaps the most significant aspect of the Yevsektia was initially its determined attack on Jewish religion. Right? Remember that the party is adopting a distinctly anti-stance on Marx's ideas. The fact that Marx advertised by his parents is irrelevant. He's perhaps one of the most notorious self-Jews of modern history. The whole idea of religion in a Marxist, socialist, and communist mind is that it is an opiate of the masses, meaning it is a drug that keeps people stupid. What specifically does it occlude from their vision? It obfuscates the importance of class in their lives, and that their true enemies are the adherents of rival religious movements or nationalist movements, but in reality, their true enemies are their class enemies. And so, doctrinaire Marxism teaches a complete atheism in order to allow people to see through the veil of religious promises to the fact that they are being manipulated upper classes for the control of scarce resources. So there's a determined, ironic expression of this organization called the League of Militant Atheists directed at Jews. This organization was known in Russian as the Beti, the god. In Jewish terms, they were called simply Apikosim, but they distinctly strove to try and extirpate Judaism from the masses, which was a difficult task because although this is a changing and evolving society that is adopting more and more secular approach, this heartland of traditional Nazi, and they're fighting against a major demographic trend. They would have, however, significant success, aided by the upheaval of the Holocaust and so on. And the image on the left, which is more of a anti-Christian and anti-Jewish one, Jesus is giving out alcohol to all the guests, the clients at his party, and they're drinking themselves stupid, vomiting, and the whole idea of the opiate of narcissism is very well encapsulated in this picture. So, with regards the Jews, there is decided emphasis on trying to extirpate religion. Sometimes they would be co-opted, like the very special red Haggadahs that were designed to try and teach Jews that they really weren't rescued from Moses, from Egypt by Moses. They were actually rescued from the Russian monarchs by Stalin. I mean, crazy kind of transvalued messages. But the approach to the party in the 1920s was one called Korenizatsiya. This term, it's hard to translate into English, but Koren means a root, the root of a tree or something like that. And so it means indigenization, or the true origins, the true culture associated with the people before it gets poisoned and twisted and warped by outside influences. It was at its core a belief that it went back to the original folk culture of the peasantry of Earth. You would find a culture that was very amenable to socialist values, and that you would find a culture that would naturally be communist. And so you see this policy of Korenizatsiya being applied to many different peoples, not just the Jews, but in the Jewish world, it was known as in which Yiddish, a remarkable renaissance. Yiddish was regarded Hebrew, the religious language, right? No religion here. Yiddish was regarded as a folk language of Ashkenazi Jews living in the communist state. And so therefore anything that was Yiddish good, and there was tremendous amount of resources poured into like developing Yiddish literature and Yiddish plays and Yiddish poetry and all kinds of things like that. Remarkable flourishing of Yiddish, so much so that many Yiddish intellectuals who had already emigrated to America chose back to the Soviet Union in the 1920s because they saw a tremendous cultural renaissance of the language. Now, there are some funny things associated with this, like, for example, Yiddish is 15 to 20% Hebrew. Lots and lots of borrowings from Hebrew, the religious language. and that was considered to be somehow tainting of the language. And so the Yiddishists of the period, working with the policy of colonization, tried to like edit Yiddish so it would not have that Hebrew root. So, for example, Hebrew is not, unlike Yiddish, a phonetic language. It didn't have vowels. The Nekudot, the punctuation points, so it's hard to exactly describe what that is. You're not familiar with Hebrew, but they're added later. If you read the Torah in the original scroll, it will have no vowels. You literally have to memorize possible pronunciations and understand which pronunciation is appropriate for this particular sentence. There's lots more to say, but I don't have time to say it. So what they did was, when they tried to work with Hebrew terms in Yiddish, they either forbade them, or if they couldn't forbid them because they're so important, they would transliterate them phonetically using Yiddish. So, for example, the word truth, very important word in his name of a famous publishing house, for example, but it was spelled in Hebrew. So they respelled it instead of Aleph, Mem, Taf. They respelled it Ayin, Mem, Ayin, Samech, which is pronounced Amen in Yiddish, and is completely unrecognizable to a Hebrew reader of the bizarre transcription change. The Ukrainians have it even worse in some ways, because earlier in this lecture, Ukrainian Cyrillic and Russian Cyrillic are slightly different. The colonization, they also wanted to try and bring the Ukrainians closer to the Russian language. Although they were encouraging Ukrainian, because they also want specifically to assimilate the Ukrainians to Russian. So they made the letter G in Ukrainian illegal. I think they made the letter illegal. That's because the Ukrainian letter G is written differently than the Russian letter G, and the Ukrainian H, which is pronounced like a letter G. But I think it's so ironic because if you look at this book, this is the cover of the Chabad Siddur, the Chabad prayer book, and it is in a Russian translation. And if you look over here, you got it's called Tehillat Hashem, and the sound H for Hashem, the name of God, have a Russian equivalent. So the Chabad movement added a special accent on the top of that letter to let Russians know, even though it looks like the letter G, you have to pronounce it like an H. So they've added. So a lot of Russians try to take a letter out of the Ukrainian alphabet, Jews instead add it to the Russian alphabet. They also, at this time, towards the end of this period, attempt to replace the Zionism with our experiment, something called Bijan, which is declared a homeland for the Jews, a Jewish autonomous oblast located way out in this not too Chinese border and the Pacific Ocean. The only real thing speaking is its proximity to authentic Asian food, and the fact that it could have been a huge refuge for Jews had Stalin allowed it to be so during the Holocaust. But of course, that was not Stalin's thinking, and although it became officially a Jewish autonomous oblast with Yiddish as its official language and for a time center of publishing and culture, nevertheless, it was not successful in saving the many hundreds of thousands of Jews who could have used it as a refuge during the war. So all of this ends in 1930 and beyond, as Joseph Stalin is able to consolidate his control over the Soviet Union. He embarks on a series of 5-year plans in which he brutally attempts to force the Soviet Union into a rapidly industrialized phase to make it catch up with the West. Among the incredible tragedies associated with this, Ukraine Holodomor, what's called in English perhaps the terror famine, official famine that was occasioned by policies related to aggressive push for industrialization that killed literally millions of people in Ukraine. There is still some doubt as to the true scope of it, but 3 or 4 million is considered a very low estimate. It could easily have exceeded 6 million. It is a remarkable phenomenon. It is not nearly as well studied as the Holocaust, but it had a searing impact on the Ukrainian memory. The fact that one of the key figures in the implementation of Ukrainian policies, Stalin was in Ukraine, was a Jewish communist named Lazar Kaganovich, certainly did not help the oppression of Jews, as we shall see tomorrow when we turn to the Holocaust. But it turns out that in the later part of the 1930s, the Soviet Union, I won't go into detail now, but the Jews were caught up in this bitterly, and it was a period of great horrors for the larger nation. But at this point, I got to end for my. Tomorrow we're going to look, God willing, at the implications of the Soviet popularity among Jews in the so-called blood lands, the region that would be between Nazi Germany and Stalin's Soviet, and we'll see how that plays out in the Holocaust. Thank you very much for your endurance and your attention, and look forward to seeing you tomorrow morning.
This was the elderly fellow that I was referring to that, he remembered it from a young man, and he described me and all of this stuff here. And we just did agree, because his thing was that area.
In this penultimate lecture, we'll look at the
was something very spiritual, very primal. That was
most difficult chapter of the history of the Jews of Ashkenaz, and that is, of course, the history of the Holocaust. And thankfully,
for me to understand. So we talked and actually agreed about the meaning of this.
It is the penultimate chapter because we will have one more lecture after the break.
That particular thing was kind of like a party sort of atmosphere out there. We were drinking what they like to drink.
We're going to look at post-Holocaust Ashkenaz. Thank God there is a post-Holocaust Ashkenaz. So let us begin just with a couple of preliminary remarks about the terminology and the scope of this very brief treatment of such a colossal event in Jewish and in world history. First of all, the term Holocaust is somewhat problematic. Several terms were coined in the course of the years after World War II to describe the magnitude of this tremendous, earth-shattering and unprecedented genocide. There were prior genocides. We spoke briefly about the Ukrainian Holodomor, for example, but there are certain unique aspects that set the Holocaust aside, including, for example, the application of modern bureaucratic industrial methods to the slaughter, the sheer scope and scale of the dark ambitions to destroy all of the Jews of Europe. These are things that cry out for specific terminology, but we struggle to find it. The term Holocaust has largely been followed and certainly popular, and it has its limitations. It's basically a Latin translation of the word hola, which is a type of sacrifice offered to God, as described in the book of Leviticus. The hola is a sacrifice which is completely burnt. Some see it translated as burnt offering. And there is certain there's kind of a poetic line to it. It's that so many, but certainly a minority of the victims of the Holocaust were in fact completely burnt up in the crematoria. But it has problematic aspects as well. For example, if we are comparing the victims of the Holocaust, specifically Jews in this context, although of course there are many other victims, Roma, for example, suffered very heavily. People with physical disabilities were some Jehovah's Witnesses, whole classes of people, and of course the enslavement of Slavs and their many contexts. But if we are somehow to use the term Holocaust to describe this phenomenon, when you look at it in context, God receives a pleasing from the Ola, whatever that means. So does it mean that somehow the sacrifices of the Holocaust were, God forbid, desired by God? That's certainly a problematic thing. And if the victims of the Holocaust are the burning itself, then does that mean that the Nazis did somehow the high priests? Very, very hard to tolerate. Several other terms are in some usage among Orthodox Jews, particularly generation. They tend to use the Hebrew term korban, which we pronounce the Ashkenazi pronunciation korban, which ties the Holocaust to the great destructions of temples in Jerusalem in ancient times. That gives you a sense of the magnitude with which they regard this event. In Israel, the term Shoah is very popular. That has a kind of a generic meaning of destruction in general. It's also a biblical Hebrew term, but it lacks the problematic of the sacrifices. But we will work at any rate with the term Holocaust for our purposes. Now, I only have to go through this horrible event, and I'm going to rush through it, unfortunately, to try and give a succinct overview, especially for those of you who are in this audience who are not well familiar with the Holocaust. But I would like to point out that I have an online course which is free and open to the world site, which is henryagenson.com. And I certainly encourage you to sign up for that course so that you'll be able to dip into it at any time. Certainly you can watch the dozens of lectures I have there on many aspects of the Holocaust to be more well educated on this terrible moment in history, which has implications for us all, Jewish and non-Jewish. But for today and for this purpose, we're just going to take 1 hour to try and survey the entire event. Let us begin with inter-war Germany. So, in the last lecture, we spoke about the implications of World War I. And specifically, we looked at the map of Europe after World War I, after the peace treaties had drawn the entire map. Now, there were big losers in World War I, specifically Germany and Austria-Hungary lost a tremendous amount of territory. They were essentially starting World War I, although if you look at the unfolding cause of that world conflict, it's not unclear that they bear sole responsibility for the chain reaction of events that led those incredible hostilities. But anyway, that's the way we determine the post-war era. Many Germans, Austrians, Hungary, and so on were very upset with this move. Understandably so, and many of them chose to seek intellectual refuge in the political ideologies associated with revisionism, meaning they wanted to revise these treaties. The element that is specific to a kind of anti-Semitic this thing that the Germans called the stab. Basically, the argument went that the German troops and their Allied forces were actually doing fairly well in the war. It had bogged down on they really did control a much larger war broke out. And then because of internal weakness and war weariness in their countries, that according to those who in theory really pointed to Jewish peace agitators and communist agitators, they purely surrendered. And they left their soldiers behind in the field. This is the basic idea of the Dolchstoß, the betrayal from within, a stab in the back. And you can see in this Austrian propaganda from the period that really encapsulates the mood of the era. On the left is the lantern-jawed, determined Austrian soldier. Steely-eyed gaze as he bravely defends the front from any attackers. But unbeknownst to him, there's these dark storm clouds that gather, and this grotesque woman with a strange kind of French-style hat. And in case you miss the iconographic elements of the large nose and the thick lip and the four locks, the payos on the sides of the head, there was a Star of David on the hat, so you won't make a mistake. And she stabs him in the back, betraying the entire country and allowing the enemies to overrun the borders. That's the idea of the Dolchstoß. And this resentment, the anti-war movement, really consumed a lot of the Axis powers at the time, and ultimately contributed to Hitler's rise to power, which is a fascinating topic itself, but takes a little bit further away from our focus on the Jews of Ashkenaz. So I would once again to my totally free and open to the global community course on the Holocaust. Here's another example of Austria in the early post-war period. It's an election campaign poster, and you can see it's actually a piece that's cut off the top that says you should vote for a particular party, and it says German Christians save Austria. You see also here the use of the term Deutsche, German, and in this context doesn't mean of the nation of Germany. It means those who participate in a larger culture of the German, which of course Austria and share, and that will contribute to Austria's eventual joining Germany in the Anschluss. But looking at the iconography, you see that there's the Austrian eagle there, and it's being strangled by this strange worm-like constrictor that is clearly identified as the Jew, with the hook nose, the thick lips, the payos, it's just a trope for the era. A yarmulke, in case you're not, and smiling as Austria is choked by this Jewish influence. Hitler capitalized on this rising anti-Semitism, which he records in his autobiography, My Struggles. He was imprisoned for attempting to take over the government in the beer hall putsch of 1923, and proved to be kind of rock star popular Germans. He never wins a majority in elections in which the Nazi Party, but he does win a plurality, the largest single minority. And so when he was able to finally take control of it, he then imposes essentially a form of martial law, the Enabling Act, and that's really in 1933 onward of the Nazi war of Germany. In 1905, they established the Nuremberg Law, shown here in graphic form. This was a key element of the unfolding of the Holocaust, because if one is to move from mere inflated rhetoric, from bombastic statements which Hitler was prone to make, including in January 1933 a threat to hold Jews under gas, which many scholars feel is not necessarily foreshadowing in an intentional way the use of Cyclone Bay in the gas chambers, but rather is a reference to his desire that Jews should suffer the same kind of gas attacks that he and other German soldiers suffered during World War I, specifically chlorine and mustard gas. But nevertheless, if you're going to move from this kind of like, bombastic, demagogic statements, you need to identify the Jews if you are going to persecute them. So one of the very first in this regard was the law, the Nuremberg Law, which clearly defines this eternal question: who is a Jew? And as you can see on the left, you have Deutschblütige, German-blooded. These are Germans who have no Jewish grandparents, and this is extremely important because of what's going to happen as the interwar years continue and we go into the Holocaust. German citizens will have the onus of proving that they are not Jewish in order to advance in various elements of society. So we have a huge industry of genealogy that develops. Then you have, moving to the right, have the Mischling of the Zweite, second degree mixed race. And this is defined as someone who has only one Jewish parent. In Jewish law, the maternal line has a special consideration that if one's mother is Jewish, one is Jewish. And this goes back, of course, all the way through the maternal line. But the Nazis didn't care about that. They were working with this quasi-scientific new racist ideology in which it didn't matter whether it was paternal or maternal. The Mischling of the Erste Grade, the first degree mixed race, is someone who has two Jewish parents. And then as soon as you get to the point where you have a three Jewish grandparents called a Jew. You can see it labeled in the second from the right and the right-hand column of Jewish grandparents. Those are Jews. And this is significant and important is because Germany had actually a very high intermarriage rate of Jews over the 19th and into the 20th century. Nowhere near the intermarriage rate that pertains, for example, with American Jews or with Jews of the former Soviet Union, but nevertheless, something in the neighborhood of 30%. And so that meant that a lot of people were partially Jewish, and the state had to identify them and to categorize exactly which restrictions would be applied to them. Ultimately, they and their spouses were to persecution right up to murder in the death penalty. But once you had a definition of Jews, then you could start laying on all kinds of ostracizing techniques, such as, there's just a sampling of side benches that say only for Aryans, or you can put up signs outside town saying are unwelcome or are unwelcome guests and things like that. And you can slowly start isolating them from the larger community, which you see in a whole series of laws that are imposed after the Nuremberg rally, excluding Jews from service, excluding Jews from working, and of course excluding them children from the public themselves. All kinds of things that were imposed upon them through discrimination. But the lowest point before the war is undoubtedly a massive nationwide pogrom called Kristallnacht that clearly had advanced planning by the Nazis. They were just waiting for some kind of pretext in order to unleash these plans. But there were hundreds of attacks on Jewish communities in 1938. Right, that's the original 9/11 of the era, which was a very clear signal to the Jews that the situation was escalating. The scope of murder was comparatively small when you think about the later deprivations. Something like 262 Jews were killed, but there was phenomenal, and that of course is credible, 262 tragedies for those individuals and their families, but still viewed against 6 million we can understand how to differentiate the scope and the scale of this massacre. Tremendous property damage. The reason it's referred to as the Kristallnacht, which means the night of crystal, the night of broken glass, is to the tremendous number of shop windows that were broken. Rioters went through the led by some of the hooligans elements in the party. There's literally glass all over the streets, littering the streets, and so that's why it required that particular name. This signal to Jews without any doubt, if there were any question beforehand, that they had to leave. And as you can see from this map, about 130,000, half million Jews living in Germany at the time managed to flee before 1937, before Kristallnacht. The great challenge, however, was that most nations had been closing their doors to immigration over the late 1920s and into 1930s, and it was very Jews to gain visas to be able to actually immigrate to some other state. One of the most terrifying is the voyage of the St. Louis, or St. Louis, which was a boat carrying Jewish refugees in this time from Germany to Cuba, and from Cuba, as was the custom at that time, there was a brief window where people could get visas to Cuba, and then if they were in Cuba, they would attempt to immigrate typically to, some might even stay in Cuba, but the United States objected to this ship, which was not even going to land on its shores, and moored off the coast of Miami Beach for weeks as diplomats wrangled over. Ultimately, Lewis was sent back to Europe with all of his, most of whom were the Holocaust. But it's a terrible, terrible period, and one upon which we should really reflect as we have such a massive displacement of refugees in the Russian attack on Ukraine. Now, the war actually breaks out September 1939. One of the key diplomatic events that makes the war possible is a secret pact called the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact that is signed by the foreign ministers of the Soviet Union, Molotov, and the Third Reich. And this was essentially a non-aggression pact between two erstwhile enemies. I mean, the Nazis representing fascism on the one hand, and the communists representing, socialism on the other hand, they were like enemies. But when proposed to Stalin that they should cooperate, and the prize for both of them would be the acquisition of the territory of them, Stalin was very happy to accept. And so what happened on September 1st, 1939, is in a coordinated attack, the Nazis invaded Poland and the Baltic states from the west, and the Soviet Union invaded from the east border, that at which point they agreed not to attack each other. And so why this is especially important for Germany is this meant that the Nazis a safe Eastern Front in 1939. Once the area was pacified, then Hitler could turn his attention to the west in the attack on France and Belgium, and ultimately that's what he did. Later in 1941, he would double cross Stalin, taking him by surprise and invade. That's a little further down the line in our story. But for now, what happens is you get this map that you're looking at here, a Polish language map, and the key line for us is which demonstrates the non-aggression back that was defined the Soviet Union. The territories on the left side, the west, were taken over by Germany. Some of them were outright annexed, basically on racial grounds. If the dominant population there were ethnically German, then they were simply annexed to the Third Reich, and all undesirable populations, including Jews, were pushed out into that green region in the center, which is extremely important, the so-called general government. This was not an area that was annexed by Germany, and in fact, the Nazi bureaucrats in charge of it were not entirely clear what they were supposed to do with all of the Jews that were being forced into the region. We don't have space or time for some greater detail, but it's important to recognize that the Reich was an unusual combination of chaotic, spontaneous, impetuous leadership with a very dedicated, detail-oriented bureaucracy. It was a very unusual combination in which, Hitler would essentially approve radical initiatives and then hand it off to the bureaucrats who would go and actually figure out how to operationalize Hitler's will. And if Hitler would change his mind, then the bureaucrats would have to undo what they had been doing and work on something else. And they did so with great fidelity. But it also meant that at the highest levels of the government, there was chaos and often contradictory. But we won't go into that. Anyway, the general government is going to be extremely important because that is the region where Jews would be heavily concentrated, and they would work towards their plan called the Endlösung, or the final solution. The first thing that's happening in this region is they establish numerous ghettos. And as you can see, they're scattered throughout the region. This map shows the post-1941 period when the Nazis invaded the Soviet Union as well, and they were able to establish within what would be Soviet territory. But the green, yellow, and black ones here were established when the Nazis first invaded. And at this time, they had not clearly articulated and defined what they were intending to do with the Jews. They certainly wanted to control them, and the ghettos were subject of some debate in the internal Nazi hierarchy. Ultimately, of course, they decided in favor of them against the arguments that, it would spread typhus and things that meant rebellion, which, of course, was true. But this points to a much larger issue in historiography of the Holocaust as well, that sort of pits two major thinkers against each other, and it's very important to understand them. Let me just mention it here. One which really emerges from the immediate post-war era in Nuremberg war trials was a school of thought called intentionalism, and this was pioneering historians like Lucy Dewitz, for example. And the argument was among intentionalists that and his party period to murder all of Europe. And they saw a pretty straight line from state laid out that it was all kind of folding plan to destroy the Jews of Europe. In the 1970s in particular, however, a new interpretation began to emerge among historians called the functionalist model, of which there are many scholars. Martin Blojai is one of the early ones, Christopher Browning, my own teacher, Michael Maris, are in that camp, in which they say that, there's no question that Hitler and his close associates were incredibly virulent anti-Semites of, a colossal order, and they certainly would not have, looked askance at the idea of this mass murder. But did they really actually plan this from the beginning? Were they that organized? They point to all kinds of contradictory elements, like, for example, the plans to resettle Jews in the Lublin region, or the plans to, take the island of Madagascar and expel all Jews there. And the fact that Jews were actually free, the Third Reich, right up until 1940, well, it's 1940, if I remember correctly, if they're really intending to murder all of them, why would they be pursuing these ventures? And furthermore, the first real smoking gun document that clearly indicates the Nazi desire to murder all the Jews of Europe is dated quite late. It's dated January 1942. How is it possible that have any documentation of this plan until that date? So functionalists argue that while, again, recall this is not diminishing anti-Semitism that was present in the Nazi Party and its leadership, but they argue that the plans to murder all the Jews of Europe grew out of a function of the war. Meaning, as the war was progressing and Nazis began to experiment with different policies and procedures, and to see that actually murdering all Europe was possible. And though they slowly moved towards this idea through experimentation and through testing the waters and things like that. So that's a major difference between intellectual and the intentionalist that characterizes much of the historiography. There's no question that the dominant interpretive mode that most scholars use today leans a functionalist interpretation, and it helps explain a lot of the internal contradictions that seem going on in the Nazi Party. But to return to our narrative, they're developing these ghettos first in the German controlled regions, and later after 1941 in the formerly Soviet regions, and they seem to have a divided opinion as to how exactly they are to be run. And there are two main models that seem to coexist with each other. One section of the lack clarity among the Nazis as they're supposed to do, with all these Jews piling up in the general government. Some of those ghettos seem to follow a model which historians have called productionist. Łódź is one particular example where the thinking was that, these ghettos, and again, Hitler is not really outlining these things for anybody. Bureaucrats are trying to figure out these issues on their own. So Łódź was regarded as an example of slave labor. Like, why would you destroy this human capital? Let's make use of it for the war effort. So Łódź, which had a tremendous reputation as a textile center, and Jews were heavily concentrated there in that industry, is a very traditional kind of industry for Jews to be involved. And so the key to survival in Łódź, at least for most of its duration, was to get a work permit, to be useful and employed in slave-like conditions to produce, military uniforms and for German soldiers on the Eastern Front and all kinds of things like this. Ultimately, the productionist model failed because those Jews would also be sent to the gas chambers. For much of the war, that seems to be the way they were supposed to operate. Others, like Warsaw, notoriously, were operating on a model which is called attritionist, meaning the Jews were essentially to be rounded up, concentrated in areas, and then allowed to die of starvation and disease, which also happened. Warsaw did not have any major industries that were especially useful to the Nazis. Given sparingly from time to time a ridiculously low ration of food, like 150 calories. No one can survive on that. And so the Jews of Warsaw strove to figure out ways to smuggle in food from inside, to engage in with local Germans and Poles to try and bring in more food, but it was subject to true depredations, literally dying of hunger or of type and other things. So the ghettos are the way in which Ashkenazi Jews appreciate the Nazi policy. That sounds so say like that. The ghettos were the way in which experienced Nazi policy from 1939 of 1940. That would change dramatically with something called And before I continue, though, I reminded myself, I mean, the Holocaust is basically an Ashkenazi story, but it is not exclusively an Ashkenazi story. The Nazis would, of course, control many Sephardic areas. The coast of North Africa, with its Jewish population, is especially significant. And they would also control the smaller pockets of Sephardim that are living, for example, in Greece and elsewhere. The general rule of thumb, Nazis really care about the cultural distinction between Ashkenazim and Sephardim, although policies that they implemented were different between Nazi-occupied Europe and North Africa. And the experience of Sephardic Jews was, by and large, certainly one of persecution, certainly one of abuse and murder, but not to the same degree that the European Ashkenazim and those Sephardim who lived in regions of German control in Europe experienced. It's not to say that Sephardim were not on the list, that Nazis did not intend to impose those similar policies had they had the wherewithal to extend the same degree of control to North Africa and other Sephardic centers, Constantinople or Istanbul and elsewhere, but the war simply ended before they could impose such rules. Nevertheless, this is basically a Nazi story, and Ashkenazim to the overwhelming number of victims. But let us return to Barbarossa. Very important war. The date is significant, easily significant for the Holocaust, as the beginning of the war in September of 1939. The date is June 22nd, 1941. And it's a good example also of another important thing to bear in mind when we talk about the Holocaust, and that is the understanding that the Holocaust and the Second World War are not identical. They are overlapping historical phenomena. They're following largely parallel tracks that, developments in the war had direct influence on the but clear also, for example, we look at Hungarian Jewry, that the Holocaust, the war against the Jews, to use Vidowitz' pungent phrase, was for the Nazis, and even more important than World War II. In other words, when the Nazis had the choice between diverting resources to their eastern flank, and on the other hand, diverting those resources to murdering more Jews, they amazingly chose in a suicidal manner to make sure that they could murder more Hungarian Jews rather than protect themselves from the assault of the Red Army, which just shows how diabolical this was. A phenomenal death blow of the entire Nazi Empire. Anyway, on June 22nd, 1941, Hitler sent his troops into breaching the treaty that he had signed with Joe Stalin in August of 1939. Evidence indicates that Stalin was completely taken aback and surprised by this attack. They prepared for the Nazi advance. The Wehrmacht, the army, made phenomenal in a very short period of time, taking over all of what will be today the boundaries of Ukraine, of White Russia, the Baltic states of Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, and penetrating well into Russian territory per se, approaching the city boundaries of Moscow and placing Leningrad under a punishing siege that was absolutely devastating to the population. Now, that's the war, using the army, the Wehrmacht. What he also did, and this presents a significant escalation against the Jews, is he sent in 4 mobile killing squads called Einsatzgruppen. And these 4 squads they were called like a police battalion, followed behind the regular army, and their task was to spread out and so to all of the tiny little Jewish villages called Steka that dotted the region, round up all of the Jews that they could find, as well as any undesirables like communists or actually Jehovah's Witnesses or anything else that was on Hitler's list, march them out to local ravines. Local ravines existed to have them dig their own graves and then shoot them. This is called lately the Holocaust by bullets, which distinguishes it from the Holocaust by gas. That would be the next devolution in the Nazi plan. As you can see from this map from the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum, and this is only a sampling of the towns that were affected. The Nazis simply sent these Einsatzgruppen throughout the region, going village to village to murder small numbers of Jews at a time. Occasionally, Kiev, where you have a massive Einsatzgruppen action at the ravine called Babin Yar. Yar means ravine in Russian ravine. It's like a dried out riverbed. And they would kill, if I remember, there was some 30,000 Jews within the space of on to use Babin Yar for up to 100,000 victims of various other strikes over the course of their occupation of Ukraine. But it was one of the single worst massacres of the Einsatzgruppen at that point. This is incidentally the way in which my grandparents' families were all killed. The only ones who were survivors were those who had emigrated to Canada prior to World War II, lived in safety while its siblings lost their lives. Here's one of the many photographs we have of the Holocaust bullets, and various methods were used to process the Jews in this manner. One of the most chilling Ordinary Men by Christopher Browning, a prominent functionary school, mined the archives of the members to give us a really hard look as to who these were. He calls them as title Ordinary Men. They were drawn from all of life, and here's in their own words how they somehow justified this deed. Now, what ended up happening is sometime in the autumn of 1941, moving into the winter of 1942, the Nazis changed their mind about how they were murdering Jews. There's a lot of speculation as to why they changed their minds. It may have some historians point to the rapid, successful advance of the Wehrmacht, and perhaps Hitler was thinking in a euphoric manner, wow, my gosh, I can conquer the Soviet Union, conquer Western Europe, right? England alone was not yet conquered. There was something of a horrible bombardment, the Blitz, but he controlled Western Europe in a euphoric manner. He might have said to himself, you know what, maybe I can really murder all the Jews of Europe. Other scholars point to the fact that they were bogged down by what was often called Hitler's, what was often called Russia's greatest general, General Winter, because the Nazis were not well prepared for the climactic change of the seasons, and their advance began to bog down. And so Hitler would say to himself, according to this model of thinking, you know, if I can't win the war against the Soviets, at least I should kill all the Jews of Europe. And so that indicated a shift. But what is certain is that the Einsatzgruppen were having an incredibly difficult time actually what they were doing day in and day out. This is amply demonstrated by Christopher Brown that, you know, they psychologically traumatic to wake up every morning, find out regular people, and look them in the eye as you put them in their graves. And, they were getting drunk in the morning because they simply couldn't take it. They were relying very heavily on local volunteers, so-called Vilga, from the Baltic and Slavic populations to process this, and pep talks from people as high ranking as Himmler, who would come out and say, this is difficult, but you're doing it good of the Third Reich, and to remember you for your heroism, things like this. So there's definitely a need to find a more efficient, less psychologically challenging way of murdering the Jews. Again, not for our purpose here, but I was strongly interested in understanding this phenomenon. You have to look at the great experiments from psychologists in the later half of the 20th century, such as Stanley Milgram and Zimbardo, is really useful work to show how this process plays out in the human mind, and also how prone are we to the dangers of this, this impetus to authority. 1942, there's a gathering at the Berlin resort known as Wannsee, so-called Wannsee Conference, in which, for the first time, the Nazis sit down and they lay out a plan to count all the Jews of Europe. One of the most chilling pages of the records of that meeting that we have is a list of all of the countries that the Nazis controlled or planned to control, including England, for example, and the Jewish populations there. And they were clearly intending even to hunt down 200 Jews living in Albania. It didn't matter. Large murder all 11 million Jews in Europe at the time. The way they would do it was they were going to adopt a technique that they had early pioneered in their attempts to rid Germany of people with mental or physical disabilities, people who got to do with Down syndrome, things like that, just horrific things that they would seek to harm the most vulnerable people in their society first. They were experimenting with the use of gas to murder these people, and they started developing experimental chambers where people could be murdered en masse with gases like Cyclone essentially a lash poison. And they established 6 death camps. These were distinct from concentration camps that they had developed as early as 1933. The concentration camps were largely they were scattered throughout Europe, and they were basically for political prisoners, which could include Jews as well, and they were abusive, and people died from malnutrition and eatings and things like that. But the concentration camps were essentially open-air prisons that were designed to house those people that Hitler didn't want. The death camps and institutions, factories designed to eliminate human beings. And the term that was used was vernichten, which means literally to make into nothing, as opposed to Konzentrationslager, which means concentration. These 6 were set up with access to the rail lines that was crucial, and so rather than leaving the Jews in the ghettos, for example, in Warsaw, they would just be left to die. The Nazis began in the spring of 1942 deporting Jews on the rail line to these death camps, where they would immediately be sorted according to those who might be for slave labor. All of these death camps also had like satellite camps where a small number of Jews would be forced to engage in slave labor, like associated with the war effort. Like Auschwitz had a small satellite camp where they were producing acetone that they needed for the war effort. House those Jews would be used in the murder process themselves. The so-called Sonderkommando would have the incredibly difficult tasks. Removing the body chambers, transporting them to the crematorium, bodies would be burned, and these gas chambers with, stereotypical Prussian tendency, massacring every day, far more effective for the dark, demonic plan of the Nazis than the Holocaust by bullets that we saw in the Operation Population. Jews are not the only victims. Also deported to death camps, Roma, and a whole series of people from, when they had a complex hierarchy of political criminals and regular criminals and homosexuals. Everyone's thrown into these camps and exists in this bizarre universe of suffering. When the Americans and the Red Army raided these camps, they found the few Jews who were used as the slave laborers, incredibly emaciated. Many of them, thousands of them, died after liberation because they were given food, their stomachs couldn't take it. This is definitely the Holocaust, and I would venture that it's probably the darkest moment in human history as well. Now, we should take some time to specifically think about the populations of the region, other than those who are direct victims of the Nazis by being sent to the death camps. Let us recall that between the beginning of the war in September 1939 and Hitler's double-crossing of Stalin in Operation Barbarossa in June of 1941, there was a region of territory which was taken over by the Soviet Union, as we see in this map here. These constitute the core of what historians call the bloodlines. And it included these countries and the eastern part of Poland that had all experienced freedom and national sovereignty from World War I, and it's backed by the Soviet Union, which wanted to regain territory that they had lost in the revolution and war. That was originally part of the Russian Empire, and the populations there were really quite restive and unhappy about them. So when they invaded these territories, they engaged in rapid, brutal Sovietization, and they rapidly tried to force these countries to adopt the communist way of life. Collectivization of agriculture, arrests of local intelligentsia, including especially priests, any kind of functionaries were under threat. The suppression of independent journalism. Justified it was they had these kind of show elections where remarkably 98% of the local population said, "Oh yes, we love communism. We're so happy that we can now be a Soviet socialist state." If this sounds a lot like Putin's advanced, it's because it's exactly the same thing the Soviets did in 1939. Not surprising, huge amount of resentment builds up against the Soviet Union in these bloodbound territories in particular for the very harsh treatment and confiscation, suppression of religion, and arrest of their leaders and all that are happening at the time. Also, very important to understand, for reasons which are complex, more to hear, a lot of these populations believe that communism was essentially a Jewish phenomenon. This was certainly encouraged by Nazi propaganda, and it was accelerated by the present Jews that we saw in the very beginning. The Soviet experiment, Jews joined the Red Army, largely to protect themselves as drums, and also the high-ranking members of the Soviet leadership who were ethnically Jewish, although they largely jettisoned their Jewish identity. There were several prominent members, including, for example, the foreign minister Zinoviev, who was displace Molotov because Hitler wouldn't sign a treaty with a Jewish and the perceived in the Soviet police then called the NKVD, it would be called the KGB, and now it kind of morphed into what the Russians call the FF. So there was this hostility to Jews that because of the perceived association of Jews with communism, by and large, this perceived association was incredibly exaggerated. Stalin had already purged Soviet ranks of so many Jews, but this kind of simmering hatred would serve the Nazis very well when they invaded these territories. When they came in 1940, one of the things they did was they essentially had a scorched earth policy, and they murdered those prisoners that they had been holding in jail down the territory. These were the journalists, the priests, the thought leaders of these local populations, Western Ukrainian, Polish, Belarusian, Latvian, Lithuanian, Estonian leaders, and then they fled. They also, by the way, fled along with about 600,000 local Jews, realized that the Nazis presented them than the Soviets did, and so a very large number of Jews survived the Holocaust by fleeing east in time in advance of Barbarossa and setting up their homes briefly in Central Asia, places like Bulgaria, and later they would move west, they would return. But for the populations, such as the Unions in the View, for example, one of the things they did as the Soviets fled is they went into the local jails and they found the dead bodies of the loved ones and their leader. Here's a photograph of Iranian women who are trying to identify the bodies that were taken out of prison. And there's a huge amount of truly spontaneous anger directed against anyone that perceived or real of the Soviet Union. We have a series of pogroms that take place right after the Soviets leave. Sometimes, as in the very notorious case of Yadvabne in Poland, these pogroms even took place before the Nazis arrived, but they really came from the population as a whole, indicating the nature of the hatred of the Jews because of their associations perceived with the communists. Now, collaboration with the Nazis during this period was built largely on the resentment of the Soviets. We should understand that while there certainly, like in every society, were true believers in anti-Semitism, most of the local population and those who collaborated with the Nazis was primarily motivated by their hatred of the enemies of the Nazis, that is the Soviet Union. And the degree was also related to the ferocity of the Nazi policies toward the population. Whereas in Western Europe, you can see in this map here, which shows you the high point of Nazi domination of Europe, in Western regions like France, the Nazis largely left people to their own device, allowing governments to remain in place as long as they reported to Nazi authorities, allowing policemen to continue doing their jobs, and they basically ran themselves in a wartime martial law kind of environment. Nevertheless, they had tremendous amounts of freedoms, and to a certain degree, collaboration with the Nazis in those states is far more egregious than collaboration in the East. In the East, daily caprice was a feature of everyday life that people could be killed for harboring and rescuing Jews, could be killed for having an unregistered pig. It was an incredibly brutal environment. Public hangings, lives of coal and other essential stuff in particular were worth almost to the Germans, and as a result, the move to collaborate was even. And in this context, we can also understand that many of the Slavic states at this time even booked Nazi units. The Germans, as they were beginning to lose the war were incredibly concerned by the advance of the Red Army, and ironically, they allowed SS units, which previously had been reserved only for purebred Germans that could prove their descent all the way back to 1750 with no. They started admitting Slavs of lower racial hierarchy in the Nazi mind, very trapped within this ideology, and they created divisions like the so-called militia Waffen-SS division, which was Western Ukrainians who primarily wanted the opportunity to fight against the Soviets. This complicated the entire process, understanding and unpacking collaboration efforts among these. You do definitely have, real anti-Semites who but most of the collaboration that we see is primarily motivated by the hatred of the Soviet Union, which may have had also war criminality involved. We put to specific units, but again, time is very short. And also bear in mind that this collaboration has to be placed against this consciousness local people have, that they were also there. Poles in particular were invaded by both the Soviets and the Nazis, and the insinuation that Poles are all war criminals is something that rankles the Polish spirit to this day. Now, there is, as we shall probably discuss in the next lecture, some kind of ridiculous, measures to deal with this phenomenon, such as legislation that unfairly limits appropriate discourse on the Holocaust, part of a larger phenomenon. Nevertheless, it's important to understand that local populations also regard themselves as victims. And so, unpacking the complicated issue of collaboration is definitely challenging. It's extremely challenging as well to try and squeeze this into one out. But with your permission, I'll continue in a abbreviated fashion for at least 5 minutes. I apologize for timing accurately. Resistance among Jews was fairly widespread, as you can see in this United States Holocaust Memorial Museum. And since these lectures are delivered to students in Hungary, I want to point out one of the most inspirational figures of the Jewish resistance, a young Hungarian woman who had emigrated from Budapest to Israel, Anna Semes, who was so moved by the suffering of her co-religionists in Hungary that she signed up to be parachuted into Nazi-occupied Europe and to connect with the resistance. She was captured, betrayed, and although she was tortured and horribly beaten, she refused to divulge the signals that would allow her captors to use the radio that she carried with her, and the story of heroism from a very young age. So you do have military resistance of this form. However, one of the characteristics of Jewish resistance is that it tended to occur fairly late in the war for reasons that I'd like to explore. But we should also understand that armed resistance may have, been for reasons we'll explore. There are many other forms of resistance when you are subject to a decree that would have you die, that even choosing to live is a form of resistance. In the Warsaw Ghetto, for example, one of the hellholes of the Nazi Empire, Jews set up a tremendous network of institutions that were designed to promote life and then to allow it fade away. They had 2 functioning underground medical schools. I mean, it's amazing. Lending libraries, theaters, all kinds of activities, orphanages run by people like incredible Janusz Korczak, the famous, child psychologist who dedicated months of his life to his children. And you have the incomparable Rabbi Kol Shapiro, who's someone that I've written about extensively, who insisted on living with his parishioners right until he was shot in the context of a failed rebellion. But when we look at the resistance by Jews, and we try to stand it because, again, we wonder why did they rise up earlier. There's several factors. Nazi policy of collective is very important. Generational differences is extremely important. Older Jews were working with an older model that had served Jews fairly well for centuries of trying to stay out of trouble, ride out the punishment, hoping to emerge unscathed on the other side. And this is something that the great historian Yael Hilberg has pointed to. And it's worth longer meditation, but to state it briefly, historically, Jews living as a minority in Europe, in Ashkenaz in particular, had learned that they simply it was suicidal to try and take up arms against an invading authority. It happens on occasion. We do see Jews, for example, defending cities or participating in a local defense. We do see Jews engaging in military activities in Provence, for example. Exactly, Ashkenazi Jews were never we do see in the south of France. But for most of this period, Jews had learned that there were two basic ways that were more likely to ensure survival. The first was to bribe the offending local authority to offer a contribution or a gift to refrain from attacking the Jewish population, or to simply run away, to self-exile. This is what one of the students coined the see or flee strategy of Jewish existence. And it worked pretty well for a good 1,000 years of Ashkenazi. But what did not work, and this is really the key element of the Hilberg piece, is that the Jews did not have a mental model of what Nazism represented. Hitler's level of anti-Semitism, this type of anti-Semitism, that bribes were not to be considered, that this was some kind of like diabolical messianism where all Jews had to be destroyed in order to somehow save the world, and there's no room to flee. Therefore, they simply compute the threat that Nazism represented. The younger generation is especially important because they were not under this misconception degree, and as a result, really after the large deportations from Warsaw, for example, in the summer of '92, well after it, you have in the spring 1943, the heroic but ultimately doomed Warsaw ghetto uprising. So with this, we're going to continue with the chapter in the next lecture. After for Ashkenazi Jews, but not for the 6 million Jews that lost their lives. Thank you very much for your attention, and I look forward to continuing the final lecture of this series.
Yeah, he's always in the back bar. He's always hanging out. He's always in the bar. Yeah, if there's a bar or a bottle and ice cubes. We have some brand. Right. Yes, there's a brand of tequila. What's it called? Get fucked up. Something. That's what it's something one. Something one. What the fuck's it called?
Hello, fellows.
Number one. Yeah.
Students of Jewish history. Over the course of this video, I'd like to walk you through the
Good shit. It is really good shit. He had it at me as far as that stuff goes. It'll taste like shit, really. Be real. Even the best tasting tequila tastes like shit. The best tasting
millennial history of Jews in Ukraine and try to describe how they interacted with the peoples of that region. Here you can see Ukraine, a nation of some 42 million people, about this. Size of France. It's an extremely valuable piece of global real estate because it has a very rich soil, a black soil, has a phenomenal agricultural output, breadbasket of Europe. One of the things that we'll see about the peoples of Ukraine, because it is appropriate to speak of as a multi-ethnic nation, which not just Indians, but also Jews, Poles, Russians, of course, and many other nationalities living within this region. The region is large fissure, a very long-standing fissure, part of which makes Ukraine face towards the east and the north, kind of oriented towards Moscow, and part of it which faces towards the west, towards Warsaw, and also towards Paris, London, and New York. We'll see how this occurred over the course of this video. It is important to note that Ukraine is a rather distinct territory, and although it did not receive formal foot until the 20th century, it has a very old, it goes back before most of the countries in this region, including Russia. In fact, it would be more appropriate to say that Russia belongs to Ukraine than to say that Ukraine belongs to Russia, as we shall see shortly. This map here provides an early medieval cave in the Rus. The word Rus is not related to the word Russia, but it refers to a series of principalities. It's hard to state to describe these fiefdoms, but centered around the city of Kyiv. That's the Ukrainian pronunciation, by the way. That's favored today because, of course, Ukrainian is the dominant language in the country, but it used to be called in English Kiev, which is closer to Russian pronunciation, because Russia dominated much of this area in the modern era. But this period of Kiev and the Rus, before Moscow was established, was focused around Ukraine, and several of the Slavic people emerged from Kiev and Rus, not only the Ukrainians, also the Russians, the Poles, the Belarusians in particular. They all owe their cultural heritage to this region, Kiev and Rus. What's important in its history is the conversion of one of its leaders in Russian, Vladimir, shown here in a statue overlooking the river that runs through the middle of Kiev. Volodymyr made a decision to convert to Christianity. This is a period when Christianity was expanding, and in the one of the most important early historical events of the region, something called the or Chronicle of Bygone Years, there is a discussion how Volodymyr converted to Christianity, and he had a debate which would actually be familiar to Jewish history, because the same kind of situation is enacted in the Kuzari by Yehuda Halevi. Specifically, Volodymyr in the 10th century invited representatives from all the major faiths active in the region, not only Muslims, but also Jews, and two different types of Christians: Western Christians, meaning Catholics, and Eastern Christians, meaning Orthodox. He has this long, drawn-out discussion about the various merits of each faith. He comes actually very close to adopting both Judaism and Islam, but he rejects Judaism because he is concerned about the fact that the Jews had lost their national homeland. He's concerned about the Muslims for a whole host of strange reasons that the authors of the Provost referred to, not the least which is that they don't drink alcohol. And ultimately, he decides to adopt Eastern Christianity, that is Orthodox Christianity. And that becomes the faith of the majority of Ukrainians today. Although, as we shall see, a significant movement of Ukrainians in the Western region adopt a form of Catholicism, which retains certain aspects of Orthodox practice, even while remaining allegiance to the Pope. Now, where do you get these Jews to debate with? In the Provost, they brought them from Khazaria. Khazaria is a fascinating chapter in Jewish history to explore right now. It was, according to medieval sources, a a medieval Jewish kingdom that existed between the Black and the Caspian Seas as the year. Actually, several hundred years. Now, there's a lot among Jewish historians about what is the extent of the conversion of these local peoples to Judaism. There are some scholars who believe that it's all a myth, that it was made up in the medieval ages. Others retain that it was, in fact, a Jewish kingdom, but the Judaism was quite attenuated. Perhaps it wasn't rabbinic Judaism. It's not for our discussion today. But it is interesting to note that there were definitely Khazarian Jews who were active in Kiev once to emerge from this period. This document, which is a letter called the Cairo Geniza. The Cairo Geniza is a collection of medieval documents, primarily written in Hebrew characters, sometimes Arabic, sometimes the Hebrew language. This was a document reportedly from Kiev itself. That was a letter of introduction for a Khazarian Kievan alms collector, tzedakah collector. And this was what we would call in modern Jewish parlance a petek, a little document that he would use. And the document talks about how, he's a member in good standing with the community, is falling a hard time. Would you please help him out with a donation? And especially interesting is that there are several signatures, as is typical even in the first century, signatures of various dignitaries proof of this person's bona fides, and one of those signatures is written, as you can see here, in Turkish runes rather than in Hebrew, which would suggest that one of the Khazarian Jewish officials living in Kiev was not sufficiently literate in Hebrew to be able to sign his own name, but nevertheless was a figure of some importance. So what we know is that living in Kiev in the period of Kievan Rus, and by the way, there were Jews there much earlier. We believe that there were Jewish settlements and trading posts on the Black Sea, but very, very little data is available about them. But definitely by the time we get to the 8th, 9th, 10th century, there is a Jewish presence in Kiev. There is even a member of the rabbinic school Tosafot, which left a very extensive commentary in the Talmud, who is called Moses Cave. There's several other figures, period, that indicates there were Jews living there even at the very beginning of Ukrainian history. Now, what happens to Kievan Rus is it is overrun, and so there's a period when Mongols take over the entire thing. And when the Mongols finally recede, then he absorbed into a very large state, which is called Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. It's formed largely by a dynastic union between Polish and Lithuanian royalties. And as you can see, it's quite a massive state. It includes what would be today modern boundaries on it. It's of Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, and extends Poland, and includes a big chunk of Ukraine, not quite reaching down to the Black Sea. And you have a massive Jewish migration that comes the 11th century, especially peaking around these. And the reasons are especially moving the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, which is in the southern regions, is because they are being driven out from the west by an increase in anti-Semitism, charges of infamous blood libel, post-desecration, the persecution of 748. These are driving Jews to the east. At the same time, there is an economic vacuum that is attracting them to the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. The reason for this, primarily because Jews become part of a complex economic system, which Polish lords who hold large Ukrainian holdings called latifundia for Jews essentially to be leaseholders, to be middlemen for them, collecting income in the form of various taxes on produce, poll taxes, taxes for crossing bridges, all kinds of things. This system, also known as tax farming, or the arenda system, was definitely exploitative. The Polish landlords had little incentive to minimize their rapacious demands on the Ukrainian population, and they simply would send the Jews in to make their collections. The Jewish community's income was lost on the differential between what they collect and what they had to transmit to the Polish landlords. And so that meant that the pressure on the Ukrainian peasantry simply increased every year. The Polish landlords would demand more income from their mass holdings. So the Ukrainian peasants, particularly males, simply abandoned their ancestral farms and they retreated to these kind of quasi-military sort of cowboy-like encampments, primarily along the rapids of the Dnipro River. And in these sort of events, they would make a living by pirating, by freebooting. And ultimately, they organized one leader, a man named Bogdan Khmelnytsky, who rose up, who organized them all, and rose up against the Polish landlords and their leaseholders. And in 1639, there was a wave of violence that shook Ukraine to its very core. And although Jews had been living in this region relatively peacefully for about 3 years, this was a moment when the economic tensions associated with the simply spilled over into violence, laid impact on Jewish self-image of their Ukrainian nation as well, and put into motion kind of like a cycle of Jewish Ukrainian discrimination. But we should remember that there's a triangular conflict going on here. That Poles are definitely part of the overall picture. This 17th century eruption ended when Khmelnytsky made a very drastic decision. Here you can see a map that shows the Zaporizhian Siege, meaning the of Ukraine that was controlled by Khmelnytsky to the greatest extent. The line that sort of runs around the outside of green is the boundaries of contemporary linguistic Ukraine. And after having fought with the Poles, essentially establishing an independent state, decided to ally himself to emerging Russians, Moscow. And this is a very important and serious decision because this essentially shifted from Warsaw and Poland to Moscow. Now it's important to note, looking at this map, you can see that he's speaking for all Ukraine. To the west, to the left-hand side of this map, just above the red smear that represents the Carpathian Mountains, the other one has Halichina, and above that, Volyn, which were still Polish orbit. This is a region where a lot of Ukrainians adopted Catholicism. The Ukrainian language they spoke was more heavily inflected by Catholicism, and they generally looked to the west. It's a fissure that will repeat itself all the way up until the 20th century, because there's certain parts of Ukraine that always look towards Moscow and the east. Other parts always look towards Europe and the West. And it's the same kind of tension that's playing out today in our contemporary hostilities. The Jewish community of Ukraine is able to recover from the Khmelnytsky massacres, although they are commemorated in the liturgy to this very day. And there will be another major upheaval in the 18th century, the uprising under a similar leader called Fontan. But what's going on internally in the Jewish community is that the Ukrainian Jews are being heavily invested in a spiritual phenomenon known as Hasidism. And southern Ukraine is deeply associated with the development movement, first associated with someone called the Baal Shem Tov, Israel ben Eliezer, who lived in southwest Ukraine, or if you prefer, eastern Poland, in the 18th century. This map here from the historical atlas Hasidism shows the dramatic explosion of Hasidic activity in Ukraine, particularly towards the western region, and it spread throughout the entire area. just give you a little bit of an orientation. Just to the right of the light yellow color, you can see there is just in the gray side. So this is towards what's called the right bank Ukraine. By the way, because Ukraine is bisected by the Dnipro River, so the right bank, meaning when you're standing beside the river, looking to it where it flows into the Black Sea, the right bank is where most Jews live. On the other side, the left bank is a much smaller Jewish population, but nevertheless significant in centuries. So Hasidism goes at pace during this time. It's also important to note that Jews have organized themselves very well in Commonwealth. They established something called the Council of Lands, which is essentially an interconnected network of Jewish municipalities, Kehilot, in which they established standard legislation for all Jews living within this massive country. It eventually would come apart in the 18th century for a whole bunch of reasons, but nevertheless, Jews are enjoying, even despite the terrible upheavals of the Khmelnytsky era, they are enjoying a tremendous renaissance and a period of great strength of their communal and spiritual activity. This comes to a dramatic conclusion with the partitions of Poland. In a very cynical political move orchestrated by the three neighbors of Poland, the German, the Austrian empires, they simply divide up Poland into three of them, in a series of three partitions. And in this map, you can see that the eastern section, sort of the orangish colors, go to Russia, and at the very bottom you see that darker green, the eastern part of the darker green area, known in English as Galicia, not in Ukrainian, goes to Austria. Another example of the fissure between that is going to be politically augmented by this new pop of formerly Polish Ukrainians, now Ukrainians of the Russian Empire, and in the West, the formerly Polish Ukrainians who are now part of the Austrian Empire. That would pertain right after World War I, and as we shall see. The Jews who find themselves in the Russian Empire are relegated to this large territory called the Pale of Settlement, which was the region where Jews were allowed to live. And you can see just about the bottom half of this is Ukraine. In the 19th century, the Russian Empire, in particular under Tsars like this man, Nicholas I, engaged in a very concerted effort and assimilate their local populations. In the first imposed the horrific Cantonistic, which demanded that young Jewish males meet the quota to spend up to 36 years in military service. It's an absolutely horrifically that caused untold tragedy in the Jewish street. In terms of Ukrainians, a little bit different because Ukrainians, as I alluded to earlier, hated peoples. They all Orthodox at this. They had a similar language. Ukrainian is, it's hard to define exactly what a dialect is, but it would be as easy to say that Russian is a dialect, Ukrainian, and vice versa. But basically, they're written with a very similar Cyrillic alphabet, not identical, but very similar. Grammar, very similar vocabulary, but not identical at all. Generally speaking, Ukrainians and Russians can speak to each other and understand most saying in their respective languages, and they can also read each other's texts, but it's something like, German speakers and Yiddish, or maybe a little bit further apart, Spanish and Italian speakers. Actually, maybe someone like with a very strong Quebecois accent speaking to someone from Paris. That's maybe a little bit closer than Russian Ukrainian. But in this environment, the Russian Empire embarks on a sometimes very coercive, sometimes very suggestive campaign to try to get the Ukrainians to think of themselves as the little brothers of the Russians. In fact, one of the terms that was used for Ukrainians at this time were the Russians. And the Russian people were called Great Russians or Big Russians, trying to convey the idea that they were part of one family, that the Ukrainians were sort of the little brothers of the senior brothers, the Russians. In some cases, this meant closing down Ukrainian language schools that were developing towards the end of the 19th century, censoring Ukrainian language publications, and many other crude moves to try and make the Ukrainians think of themselves as being Russian. But it should be borne in mind that this is a period when Ukrainians were able to articulate their differences, which obviously went back for centuries, but had not really been defined as such. This is an era in the late 19th century when all the peoples of Eastern Europe, including the beginning to explore the idea of their self-determination and their national status. In the case of Jews, it is expressed in terms of experimentation with the Yiddish language and the development of Yiddish literature, the standardized Yiddish, which had been spoken like Ukrainian for about 10 centuries, and yet it had never really decided on its own spelling, let alone its grammar. And also for Jews in the development of political Zionism, the idea that Jews constituted a distinct nation should return to their national homeland. For Ukrainians, of course, they were indigenous, they were living in a national homeland, but it meant developing a national identity which was very sharply differentiated from their northern neighbors. This comes to a head the revolutionary era immediately following World War I. This map here, circa 19, shows the density of Jewish population in Ukraine regions. The blue line represents Ukrainian boundaries as they exist today. And as you can see, the Jewish population concentrated on the side of the Dnipro River, that's the right bank. But a significant amount of it spills over into the neighboring region of Austria and Romania and even Hungary. This is, of course, a very heavily Hasidic region in particular. And these cultural boundaries, these linguistic and religious boundaries, are often much more significant than the political ones, as we shall see. So during the revolutionary era, leading up to World War I in 1917, when the Russian Empire collapses, a lot of us begin to say, hey, now is our opportunity to actually establish of independence from the Russian Empire. At first, it's envisioned in the form of a federated Russian state that includes of the non-Russian nationalities, like Ukrainians, like Poles, and so on. And one of the great chants for this kind of moderate evolution of greater Ukrainian national expression, this man, the historian Mikhail Reshevsky, and others assembled a Kiev called the Central Rada, or Central Council, which included Jews as well, with the idea of hammering out a rapprochement between the many peoples that live in Ukraine, not only the Ukrainian majority, but also the significant national minorities, including the Jews, the Poles, the Germans, the Russians, of course. All of them had different ideas about how to shape the post-World War I reality. Unfortunately, the years after were consumed by violence as civil war with many internal and external forces active in Ukrainian territory. There was an attempt specifically by the inheritor of the Central Rada, the directory, to establish that connection with the Jewish minority. This directory was led by this man, Simon Petlyu. Fortunately, Ukraine was submerged in violence at this time. And in particular, there were a series of pogroms concentrated in the year 1990. And one of the great paradoxes of this period is that 40% of the recorded pogroms were actually committed by the troops that ostensibly were loyal to the Ukrainian Petlura, who had a minister of Jewish affairs in his government at the time. It's a very confusing period. I've written about this if you're curious. Ultimately, the Soviets were able to seize control over most of Ukrainian linguistic territory, and they established a new country, the Ukrainian SSR, or Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic. Here on this map, you can see the boundaries of that. The white line that you can faintly see running around the outside represents contemporary Ukrainian boundaries, but more significantly, area in the center, which is the boundaries of the Ukrainian SSR. The blue area to the west represents those Ukrainians who found themselves not within the Soviet orbit, but within independent interwar Poland. And once again, you see that fissure. A large bulk of Ukrainians now find themselves associated, whether they like it or not, with Moscow and the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, and a minority in Western Ukraine find themselves associated, again, whether they like it or not, with the independent Poland re-emerges after World War I. Also interesting in this is that it's not just Ukrainians. The little sort of yellow circles that have the number 3 on them all represent significant Jewish populations. And you see, as we saw in earlier maps, there's a high density of Jewish settlement, particularly in the right bank Ukraine, and especially in the Ukrainian region, which at this point is in Polish control. A lot to say about the nature of Soviet rule in Ukraine, and I've spoken in a video, so I don't want to go into great detail, but perhaps significant for our purposes is the infamous Holodomor, the artificial terror famine orchestrated by Stalin that killed millions of Ukrainians in 1932 to 1933. The resentment against the Russian communists ran very high, particularly towards the West. And this accelerated a level of anti-Semitism that was specifically attached to the notion, false as it was, that the Jews were behind communism and behind Holodomor by extension. Obviously, much more to say about this complex period. Please have a look at some of my other videos to understand it. But what ends up happening in war was that the region is temporarily divided between Hitler and Stalin by a pact, Ribbentrop non-aggression. Stalin and Hitler agreed to divide the region that separated the two countries, the Third Reich on the one and the USSR on the other, very much like the cynical division of Poland 2 centuries earlier. And so part of the region of Western Ukraine found itself suddenly under the control of Soviets for 2 years. In these 2 years, the Soviets subjected Western Ukraine to a very brutal, rapid process of communization, the collectivization of farms, the seizure of intellectuals and intelligentsia types, priests and teacher clerks, and you name it, and ultimately murdering them. But what happens in Operation Barbarossa, which is June 20, 1941, that Hitler double crosses Stalin and invades the Soviet Union, catching him off guard, and as you can see in this, penetrating deep in SAR and taking over almost all of Ukrainian ethno-linguistic territory. The Ukrainian SSR is almost completely ruled by the Nazis, and one thing for our purposes is that Hitler sends out 4 mobile squads into the lowest, you can see the blue lines there, such proceeds to go through these tiny little that dot countryside, rounding up Jews, communists, political figures, Jehovah's Witnesses, homosexuals, anyone who is regarded as an enemy by the Third Reich, taking them out to the fields and ravines in the region and simply mass murdering them. This is incidentally the way in which most of my ancestors were killed, not in Ukraine, but in Lithuania by another group of us. So the Nazis hold on to Ukrainian SSR until the war begins to turn. The Battle of Stalingrad, actually the Russian Red Army is able to drive them all back to Germany and ultimately to defeat. Constituted boundary of Soviet Ukraine after World War II now include those Ukrainians who were on the western side. They are dominated by the city of Lviv, or to be pronounced by people in China. These western Ukrainians are much less likely to support their incorporation into the Soviet Union, primarily because they've had more of an orientation and to the west, and to Europe in general. Nevertheless, these are the boundaries of the Ukrainian SSR that pertained right up until the dissolution of the Soviet Union in 1990. Under Gorbachev, when there were protests, particularly by the non-Russian nationalities, and they're breaking away from the Soviet Union, Ukraine, the Baltic states, and so on, even Belarus, which is normally very closely aligned with Russia, all break away and form their own states. And it is during this period, particularly from the 1960s onward, that you begin to see Jews and Ukrainians forming another kind of rapprochement, this time united in their opposition to Stalinism and to the Soviet Union. One of the most notable figures that emerges from Ukraine at this time is the dissident Anatoly Sharansky. Natan Sharansky is now a very important leader in Israel, who one of the prominent refuseniks, that is, Jews who were sent to prison for the temerity to ask for permission to leave the Soviet Union. And in many ways, Jews and Ukrainians exiled and imprisoned reform connections that would later be expressed in political activity and would ultimately result in the overthrow of the Soviet Union in 1991. Here's a map of what things are like today. As you can see, this map in the Washington Post gives you a sense of the linguistic differences of Ukrainians today. There's no question that the further east you go, the more Russian population is, at least linguistically. The regions of Donetsk and Luhansk have a certain amount of dissident movements that Putin is taking perhaps exaggerately leveraging his own purposes, and it is in this region where Mr. Putin has invaded. The Crimea South has been by Russia for some time now, and it is in these regions where the hostilities are still focused. However, it's very from map troop buildup that they have troops in Belarus and in Crimea as well, which threaten Ukraine and could suggest the outbreak of much wider. How do Jews about this right now? Well, it's a cool moment. Perhaps most ironically, the current president of Ukraine is in fact Jewish himself, and he has not made a secret of this, and he is the one leading Ukraine. Many Jews, alongside their Ukrainian neighbors, are very concerned about the future of their country. Jews have the option, which is something that is rare in Jewish history, but is a product of the 20th century and specifically the late 20th century. They have the possibility of making Aliyah and moving to Israel. This is something that changes the entire dynamic for many of the some 4,000 odd people who identify in Ukraine today. But those Jews who are remaining, according to prominent leaders of the Ukrainian Jewish community, they will stay and they will fight. They will resist Russian aggression in their region.
You can kind of say
But hope for peace and a long-standing resolution to this conflict that is in the best interest of all the peoples of the area. Thank you very much for watching.
Oh, really? Let me ask you this. Why do you think Boulder's always been so liberal? Because they want to be. They had that right to want to be. What do you mean? It's the same people. That was not the Boulder when I got there. I don't know what the Gentiles, Starbucks. That's not what Boulder. Boulder was totally brought up to be anti.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. As we all want
People at church decide to be grateful dead, but that's what it is.
the terrible events currently unfolding in Ukraine, it's a question what Paul had used a very, very long, rich history. And I've prepared a couple of already that
After he got elected for the first term, that's when I was there.
Today, what I'd like to do is to just give you a few diagrams or snippets of some historically significant Jews who have come from Ukraine. This video could be much longer than it is because there are literally hundreds, maybe thousands of really famous Jews who have come from Ukraine themselves or are of Ukrainian lineage. By the way, please, why didn't you include so-and-so into this? There are literally hundreds of people that could have been included in this video. I just put a really meaningful communication. Some people are kind of surprised that I would portray life for Jews in Ukraine, except I'm elected suffering. And, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but the reality is that for the vast majority of the time that Jews live in Ukraine, they live in a cultural symbiosis with their neighbors. Sometimes there is pain, and sometimes, in fact, there is even peasant uprisings that resulted in Jewish deaths, as we had of Ukrainian antagonists. But there's also, hundreds and hundreds of years of relatively peaceful coexistence. I think it's hard for people to let go of that kind of mindset with regards to experiences in Ukraine, and certainly not given Ukrainian history is true past here. I think I know more than most people about the violence that was perpetrated against Jews in 1648, 1748, 1990. However, you look at the overarching amount of history that Jews have spent in Ukraine, it's easy to lose sight of the more quiet moments that dominated that long history. And by the way, some people say, well, what about Nazis in Ukraine? And they'll point to tiny examples, sometimes more significant, obviously during the Holocaust, of Ukrainians who supported more right-wing causes. It's a silly argument. You have America, we've got Nazis here in the United States. We've got Nazis in virtually every country of the world. They tend to be tiny little segment of your population. They tend to represent kind of like QAnon supporting individuals who may band together and vent at passers-by and things like that. We certainly don't condemn an entire society because of these tiny minorities, especially when society is demonstrably taking steps to quell that kind of activity, which is not something that even America has done very well. Anyway, I want to start on Ukraine. Let's have a look at some of the significant views I have looked at. Here's a map just to recall what we say. These are the contemporary political. Although it's important to note that, with the exception of a couple of points in this long history, Ukraine was not a titular nationality, have their own state that they can claim. This is our boundaries of our zone. Ukraine was typically dominated by other countries. Ethno-linguistic population today, as Ukrainians often found themselves within, let's say, Poland or Russia. Also, hence they were divided, meaning the western sections in particular found themselves or the Hungarians, or the Poles, and the Western group found themselves under the Russians, for example. If we go to the earliest point in Ukrainian history where we actually have named the 12th century stands up because there are two figures who belong to the title of the Tosafists. These are very, very important thinkers who circulated commentaries on the Talmud. In particular, one is named Moshe Aviev. He corresponds with Rabbeinu Tam of this school of scholars. Also corresponds with David Ben Ali of Baghdad. And there's another, Isaac of Chernihiv. Sometimes this is Isaac of Chernigov, that the Russian pronunciation of the same place. Also a 12th century figure who traveled to the west, to the Rhineland, and he became one of the students of Rabbi Yehuda Hafazdik during the period of the Here's what Ukraine looked like at that time. This is a period of caves, where it was centered in Kiev, which is sort of in the center of this map here, but it is really quite far north as well. There are many famous Jewish names in the 18th century. Ukraine has been absorbed in the following century. Hundreds and hundreds moving to Ukraine, as we discussed in the previous video, but usually anti-Semitic culture from west, rising and economic possibilities in the east, drawing them in. They live at this time under the auspices of the full government, post-Canadian Commonwealth. Here is what that massive state looked like in 1764. The Ukrainian part of it is sort of like the bottom section of the yellow map. You can see there that Kiev is just outside of it, with the green part, which would have been part of Russia proper. Russians, Jews, by the way, were barred from living in Russia from 1479 on. So all the Jews who are making their way to the east are kind of piling up in the Polish Ukrainian Commonwealth. And many of them are settled in the southern half, which is represented by this yellow section. It is in this area that the Hasidic movement was. The founder of the Hasidic movement, Rabbi Israel Ben Eliezer, also known as the Baal Shem Tov, who lived in about 1700 to 1760, he came from the western region of Ukraine, from a city or town called Nezhibozh, and one of his principal students was there, the Maggid of Mezrich, came from the town Mezrich in Buchi. Many of the Hasidic dynasties that are still active today, like Chernobyl, Ruzhin, Penasai, they all come from Ukraine. Famous Hasidic leaders like Avinezar, Luzhensk. I mean, Hasidism is overwhelmingly a Ukrainian phenomenon, particularly in the 18th century. This map here shows you some beautiful historical apples and Hasidism published by Christian Press. The spread of Hasidism from Mezrich, from western Ukraine. Perhaps the best known Hasidic leaders today, if you look at some famous Ukrainian Hasidim, is the Restream movement, for example, has an annual pilgrimage to the city of Uman, Ukraine. Here we can have a look at where exactly the Rebbe, or the Nachman, came originally from Medjugorje, and he was active for Vatslav, that's where we get his name now from Vatslav, but he decided he wanted to be buried in Uman, largely because of the many graves of the Haidamach massacre of 1768. Another Hasidic leader from Ukraine is, of course, Reverend Mendesh Nishon, the seventh Rebbe of the Chabad movement. Although Chabad itself originates in Ukraine first, the study was born in Dnipro, and now what happened next? Overall development of the Jewish population is in the late 18th century, the country of Poland is swallowed up by its neighbors, and Russia takes over a massive section of Ukrainian Jews. A smaller number of those Jews living with the territory actually end up in Austria-Hungary, in Halychina or Galicia, but the majority of Jews end up in this region called the Pale settlement, which is where they were allowed to live under Russian czars from Catherine II. During a period of time, the 18th century and 19th century, tremendous flourishing of the culture and all kinds of great writers like pioneers and of course the art, the very successful Broadway play and movie figure on it. Isaac Babo, a great Russian stylist who wrote Red Cavalry in an amazing way. I am not Bialik, many others who were Jewish people for much of the early 20th century. In music, you see people like Vladimir Horowitz, the great pianist and composer, just incredible. Yossele Rosenblatt, a cantor who's given absolutely world famous. In science, you have Jews like Waldemar Haskell, who was the man who developed the vaccine for cholera and for bubonic plague. The national hero in India is a sample of a stamp that has his face on it because of the tremendous things he did for public health in India. Political leaders, Leon Trotsky, of course, the leader of the Red Army, one of the leaders of the Soviet Union. Golda Meir, also from Kiev, here erected a plaque that is posted in her honor at her birthplace. She went on, of course, so we could go on and on. I just really stopped at the early 20th century, but there's so many great Jews who were born in Ukraine, or were descended from Ukrainian Jews. There's a place of tremendous history for Jews, and you should bear that in mind. Hope that people of Ukraine are spared the suffering that this whole is really.
I have different decompression devices in the back. I've got the reverse hyper, which strengthens your back, and also it's like an active moving decompression of the back. That's created by that Lee Simmons guy that from West Side Barbell. Just genius guy. He had a back injury too, and they needed to get it fixed, and they wanted to cut him. He was like, I think I can figure this out. I think there's got to be an exercise of strength resistance instead of surgery. And so that's what he came up with. But see, in Eddie's position, I don't know if that would have helped because Eddie's was so far gone. He didn't have any disc left. It was like there was nothing there. You know how burgers, they do the 12 o'clock class, and I want 15 to 7 mobility class for a half hour. Is that kettle jitsu guy? No. But isn't there a guy? Yes. No, but he's got tick fit. Tick fit. He's got tick fit. What does that mean? Tick fit is that he train with the backs. How do you say tick? How do you spell? T-I-C-F-A-T. Tick. Tick fit is the stuff with the back.
I recorded about 500 videos. On Jewish history now, and one of the things that used to surprise me, unfortunately doesn't surprise me anymore, is that in the top 10 of popularity, my handful of videos on the version remains very popular. And at first I thought, that's a really cool thing, but now I begin to think it says something unfortunate about humanity. So for this video and the next, which we're going to focus on the unusual chapter of Khazar Jewry in our larger project, I'm going to first speak about something that is frequently posed as a question, and I'll answer definitively. The answer is no. Ashkenazi Jews are not Khazar. They are not descended from the Khazar people. If they have any connection with the Khazar, it is very, very tiny in proportion to the overwhelming cold, which is largely European and Middle Eastern in background. So let's take some time to understand what the big controversy is about and what is the resolution to something which is a burning question for many people. First of all, what is the Khazar? Although it is shrouded in mystery, most historians coalesce around the idea that a population in the region of the Caspian Sea, not too far from the northern Black Sea, encompassing part of southeastern Europe, converted to Judaism sometime in the 8th century. They had come into existence in the 6th century as a proto-empire and then began expanding until they were finally defeated by the people of Kiev and Rus, that would be based in today's Kiev, Ukraine, and the 10th century. So here's a map that shows you roughly where the Khazar Empire. Again, you can't use really strong boundaries, but this is a general area. Now, at the same time, more or less, you have the establishment of Jewish Ashkenaz, which is associated primarily with Germany, with the Rhineland, and we begin to see Jewish settlement there somewhere around the 10th century onward. The name Ashkenaz is of biblical origin, but it was applied in the medieval period to this region of Germany. Now, from what we know from lots of other sources, there's a pretty significant eastward expansion or migration of the Jews of Ashkenaz to Eastern Europe for reasons that I'm looking forward to discussing with you in later videos. But there's a lot of spread of Ashkenazi Jews to the east, and from there they constitute the largest single demographic chunk of European Ashkenazi Jews as a whole. Looking at this outline here in yellow is basically where most Ashkenazi Jews to. Of course, a big migration to the Americas, particularly from Eastern Europe, in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, and basically the migration that my own ancestors came from. And that's basically the story. The term Ashkenazi, again, derives from medieval Germany, although Jews use that later related to Eastern Europe, and then from there, members went to America, and so on. That's to distinguish them from other ethnic groups within the Jewish people, such as the Spartan, who trace origins primarily to the Iberians. God really talk a lot more about that. Now, here's the Khazarian hypothesis. Since there is something of overlap between the limits of the Khazar Empire, which had some kind of connection, version of Judaism, perhaps in the 8th century, and the population by the time you get to the 20th century, bulk of Ashkenazi Jews living in Eastern Europe. The Khazar hypothesis says that the Jews that call themselves Ashkenazim coming from Europe are not descendants of the German Nazis. They are actually descendants from the Khazars, and that's the now, why should we care about this? It's something that we'll talk about in the next video, but that's the Khazar hypothesis. They originate in Eastern Europe primarily from this Turkish living system. Perhaps one of the most significant thinkers and writers on this period is Professor Stamper of Hebrew University, great scholars a bit on and he's published quite a bit on Azaria. Has a very strong view of the entire, as a whole, the entire conversion story, which I'll speak about in the next video. He says there are a few really clear reasons why we can say that Ashkenazi Jews are not descendants of Ashkenazi. First of all, there is no DNA. Back in my earlier videos, as I've been doing these over the 10 years, there's been rows of data. It's just like changes even in my own presentations, because DNA evidence is one of the most exciting tools that historians have in their toolbox. And when it comes to the question of biological descent as opposed to halakhic identity, Jewish identity by Jewish law, which is a different thing, although they tend to overlap like a Venn diagram, it's really clear that there's no DNA evidence or a very tiny element of DNA evidence to support the idea of a Khazar origin to Eastern European Ashkenazi. Now, one exception to that rule is the Professor Eran El-Hayt, who's written some interesting things on this, but he remains controversial, and most scholars are not into the research that he's presented specifically on Khazarian. Now, without being a scientist, be able to reveal lots of both of this, but I read about this. He was compared in 2013, I think it says, an analysis of about 1,300 people looking at their Y chromosomes to try to see what the similarities were between Jews and about 75 odd other nationalities. Unfortunately, the sample was really, really small. Of the Jews, only 8 fit the specific parameters that we're looking at right now. Of That's a tiny number to really make statements about the vast majority of Massachusetts. Second, more significantly, the number of Khazar individuals studied was precisely zero, because there are no Khazars today. In fact, you haven't had Khazars for about 1,000. There's no one walking around who claims Khazar descent to whom we can go to for genetic data. You can't compare Jews to Khazars. You don't have any Khazars to actually say, oh, you're a Khazar. Great, let's take your DNA. So what he did was he essentially guessed, an educated guess, using Georgian content on Indians, which live roughly in the same area. But with 1,000 years of population, that's reasonable. So it is considered widely to be a very unreliable estimate, and most scholars, particularly most historians, are not accepting this limited data that secondly, we can find version of big theory. The second is there's absolutely no linguistic evidence of Khazar influence on Jews. And one of the things that we expect is that Jews would pick up Khazar terminology in their Yiddish. Yiddish, by the way, is the overwhelmingly dominant native language of the Jews, which are Ashkenazi, originating from the turn of the 20th census in the Empire, and I think with 98% of Jews, 97% claim Yiddish as their mother tongue. And there is no discernible evidence of Turkish in Yiddish. There are some interesting words here and there that kind of uncertain derivation. The professor named Feinreich, of early Yiddish, who argues that the word pray might come from a Turkish word, but it's kind of up in the air. Absolutely overwhelming. Arguing that it's grounded in essentially Slavic is nonsensical language group. So if you study German, you study Slavic languages, and you study Yiddish, you know that Yiddish is overwhelmingly German, with Hebrew characters, with a significant borrowing of Hebrew, Aramaic, the Jewish languages, and a certain amount of French, and all the various words that come along as the Jews are traveling through their migration. The small element of Slavic grammar that are visible, particularly in the Eastern dialects of Yiddish, which is not at all surprising given that we're in a Slavic area. They're not perfect, they're Slavic, they're different languages, and they're basically like uses of aspect and other finer grammatic effects. So the bottom line is Yiddish is way more German than it is Turkish. The Turkish elements, the Khazar elements are vanishingly far if they exist at all. Third is no cultural evidence. Where are the recipes? Where are the folk customs? Where are the superstitions, stories, the legends, songs that one would expect on Turkish origins? We simply don't have that in Ashkenazi origins. We have lots of Russian things, lots of Ukrainian, especially lots of Ukrainian, Polish, and so on, after 1,000 years of living region. We have evidence of Latin and French types of cultural accretions that follow the Greek example, but we don't have any. So, the burden is clearly on those who want to make theories. Overwhelming amount of evidence suggests that the model of Jewish migration from Ashkenaz is exactly what happened historically. So then that brings us to the next question: where did I get this question a lot? Actually. So Behar, who is a remarkable chemist, really advanced the field quite a bit, and he's done some great studies of DNA. I mean, most of them just appeared in the last few this. One of those fascinating things that he covered is that 40% of all Ashkenazi Jews are descended of precisely 4 women. And there's some indication that they 1,000 years ago, perhaps a little bit earlier, they lived like they knew each other, but there are 4 specific women that a tremendous impact on Ashkenazi art. Statistically speaking, there are significant similarities between non-Ashkenazi Jews, Sephardi Jews, Iraqi Jews, with Ashkenazi. It still seems to be one big family, despite the superficial differences in tone, hair texture, and so on. But Jews seem to be more like one family, and are significant distinctions between especially Eastern Europe, between Jews and the peoples amongst whom they live. So in other words, this all basically fits with the common sense idea of Jews moving from Western Europe into Eastern Europe. The kind of elements that Dr. Bihar was able to map out include something called genetic drift, which helps to account for some of the superficial presentation of Ashkenazi people. As a layperson, my understanding of genetic drift is basically when you have, and by the way, I'll show you a Y chromosome in a second, so it's a lot more about males than females. This happens when, as is very common and well documented, non-Jewish women adopt Judaism and marry into the Jewish people. This may be a much more pronounced conversion of women converting to Judaism than men converting to Judaism. This helps account for the physical distinctions between, let's say, Mediterranean Jews and Eastern European. You also have a phenomenon, which is with the historical record, of a genetic bottleneck, where you have a population of people that, for a variety of reasons, which could be social and political, it could have to do with persecution, massacres, wars, things like that, but a larger group of people are suddenly shrunk over a period of time to be a much smaller population, the bottleneck form, and that means that there are much fewer people from whom the later ancestors did their origins. This explains the fairly large number of genetic disorders, unfortunately, Ashkenazi Jews, breast cancer, which may owe a lot to the fact that there was this bottleneck, perhaps around the turn of the millennium, that meant that the population of Jews living in Northern Europe that would later move to the East represented a much larger population. So the bottom line of all of this is that it's pretty much what we always were thinking. Although Italy may be more important than have a look at this map here, which is also part of the research, and this is looking at Levites on the Y chromosome. Now, Levites, like Kohanim, are members of the priestly family, and they are males, passed down father to son. Mothers do not pass down the Levite connection. So look at the chromosome of Ashkenazi Jews. He was able to determine that it appears that they do have origins consistent with Middle Eastern distinction, and then a strong migration through the Italian peninsula to Ashkenazi pipeline in general. That would be numbers 1 through 2. And then number 3 is, as we expected, large migration towards where most Ashkenazi Levites find their origin going back through that Mediterranean sector. And as you can see, the kind of the fade line there extends towards the west along the arrow label number 3. There is a reference back as those Ashkenazi Levites begin to move to the West, and in fact begin to form families with Sephardic women and non-Ashkenazi Jews generally in the Iberian Peninsula. It is the point number two, not when those four mothers appear, probably somewhere around the year 1000, and then are responsible for this huge expansion of Ashkenazi Jewry, and as a result, a tremendous popularity of Asian food now in America. Now, if you look at these the green lines here, this is the traditional view of the migration of Jews historically, which there's a lot to say for this, and this does not contradict the historical model that we have well documented Jews being their way across the coast of North Africa. But that particular route not necessarily explain the origins of native. While Jews may have been moving along that route number 5, they do not account for the large number of Levites in the Ashkenazi communities, and so it's not demonstrated by the research that nevertheless, we do have Jews moving along the coast of North Africa, Levites that would end up moving along. It's so complicated to see with some of these, but you get the basic idea, right? Okay, so that's our short answer. Ashkenazi Jews are not descended from the Khazars. They are descended from the Middle East and possibly through an Italian vector, and they're true, ironically, sorry, Rebecca, Rachel, and Leah of Ashkenazi Jews accounts for almost half of all Ashkenazi Jews today. In the next video, let us actually go to Khazaria and try to figure out what did happen in the 8th century. What was
it's not like you can't be rich. I think after like $15 million a year, you gotta fucking just give it all back. But people are not gonna work that hard. They're gonna get to that $15 million a year mark and they're gonna slow it down and back it off. Slow vacation, yeah. And then everything, well, it slows productivity because those crazy fucks, as dark as it is, like they have to be watched. There's gotta be some regulation because greedy fucking people get greedy. But if you don't have their ability to push it to the limit, if they don't have that ability, we'll have a lot less things that are new, a lot less innovation, a lot less companies, like huge companies like Apple and companies we buy like awesome shit. It's gonna be a lot less of that.
Now that we have discussed the persistent question of the origin of Ashkenazi Jewry in the previous video,
Elon Musk, got billions and billions of dollars. There's a crazy benefit to that.
Know about the story of the conversion of the Khazars in that region, possibly in the 8th century. The story of Khazaria is especially fascinating when you think about the way it has been received by Jewish history. This is what the German historians call it Rezeptionsgeschichte, or the history of reception, how an idea that developed that spread around. Perhaps the most important element of the Geschichte of the Khazar, written by Rabbi Yehuda Levi, very, very important Spanish Jewish thinker in the 12th century. The story described in the Khazari is essentially the story of the Khazar conversion as this great poet and philosopher developed into a book. The story goes like this. Basically, there is this Elon who somewhere around the year 740 is a very spiritual individual and concerned with the practice of paganism among his people, and looking at the growth of Muslim movements, particularly Christianity and Islam. And both Christianity and Islam are making geographic headway in Central Asia and approaching its borders. So what should I be doing? Should I be remaining a pagan? Should I join one of the other faiths and so on? And so he has a debate where he brings together a Jew, a Muslim, and a Christian. I know it sounds like an offensive joke. And he has them have trilateral debate over which religion is superior. In the end, as you might expect, given the fact fact that this is Rabbi Yehuda Halevi writing it, King Bulan decides to accept Judaism, and all of his court and the Kuzari, the Khazarian people, ultimately follow him to Judaism. That's essentially the story. Now, I hope you notice that there's 500 years difference between the setting of this story and the authorship of the Kuzari. That's half a millennium. That's a lot of time. And we have to understand that the Kuzari was chosen as a subject for Rabbi Yehuda Levi because of circumstances in the Iberian Peninsula in his day, specifically the trilateral Jews, Muslims, and Christians, which was very unique to Spain and Portugal. Rabbi Yehuda Levi essentially used the story of the conversion of the Khazars as a kind of a literary foil to have a larger philosophical discussion about the merits of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. And then, of course, by doing so, to demonstrate the superiority of Judaism. That's the essential idea of the Kuzari, and the actual historical elements of the conversion of the Khazars is not necessarily important for what Rabbi Yehuda Halevi wanted to achieve in his literary work. So let us set aside the Kuzari as a historical source, definitely not to serve as a historical source, and serve as a literary philosophical cycle that understands what the story is. So let's move back a couple hundred years to the correspondence of Hastai ibn Shapur. Again, we're about 300 years distant from the actual events described, but this is a fast, very important source, which was exceptionally important for the Yehuda Levi as well. Hastai ibn Shapur, who I hope we will discuss in a few lectures when we look at Spain in the 10th century, very important diplomat who communicated with Jewish community, and he was fascinated with the story of the Khazar, which was known to him, and so he sent out some emissaries to try and reach Khazaria and find out, what's going on there. Are you guys actually Jewish? Is this actually a Jewish kingdom? Now, for reasons that take us beyond the scope of our discussion, is did not succeed in reaching Khazaria or speaking with any actual Khazarians, but they did receive correspondence from someone who purported to have brought letters from a King Joseph of Khazaria. These letters are absolutely fascinating. The story of the conversion of King Bulan, which talk about the nature of Khazarians, their Judaism, kinds of fascinating things. But it's widely believed that these letters were forgeries. In other words, the people who provide the letters to the of Hastai ibn Shapur of Khan, and they have no point on the actuality of Khazaria, and they don't have the value for that book. So they're fascinating and they're really engaging, but are they real? Do these? Are they authentic? Are they actually letters from King Joseph? Probably not. We do know, however, as we're closer and closer to the original dates, that there were medieval Jewish travelers who either had direct contact with Khazaria or did in different places and report, however briefly, on their Jewish status, sometimes with a degree of surprise, sometimes with a degree of skepticism, but nevertheless, there's like more and more little tiny bits of evidence piling up. As we shall see, skeptics would say that the pearl of data, but if you toss away these little bits of information. For example, here's a fast document which was found in Geniza. We'll have opportunity to speak about what that Geniza is in a few lectures from now, but basically it's a medieval trove of documents which were literally thrown away, but were amazingly preserved until they were unearthed in the late 19th century. And in this trove of documents is the so-called Kievan letter, which is basically a letter that is familiar to anyone who lives in the Jewish community today. When tzedakah collectors and charity collectors come by Jewish homes, they typically present a document which is called a petek, and it's essentially a statement of the bona fides of the bearer of the document, saying that this person represents a legitimate cause, he's fallen on hard times, he's supporting orphans and widows, or a charitable cause, one or the other. And it's expected that when someone presents you with this petek, which may be issued by the local community in which the donor lives, or may come from the originating community, like from Jerusalem or wherever, they charity, and they build up their cause. This is exactly one of those documents. The only real difference between this document and the ones that we use today is that the ones we use today are laminated. Typically, this was not laminated, but it comes from Kiev, which indicates that that was part of the reign. Great Harvard historian Amelia Pitzak argued that Kiev may have been founded by Khazarian Jews, believe it or not. At any rate, the letter, which comes from, specifically describes how the person has fallen, how times the person is worthy, and cause. And then amazingly at the bottom, you can see it's highlighted here. There is a signature in what appear to be Turkish runes that say, "I have read it," or "We have read it." Fascinating. That indicates that there was evidently people who, because normally this would be the signature of someone who was important in the Jewish community, like rabbi or Parnas of the community, which is essentially the president of the community, and he obviously is completely illiterate in Hebrew and needs to write in Turkic runes, which would be very unusual unless there was a distinct Khazarian community in Kiev at the time. We have multiple references from Arab historians to a Jewish presence in Khazaria. Perhaps one of my favorite examples is in one of the most important early historical documents that describes the origins of the Kiev and the Rus population, which later would grow into modern-day Ukraine, also shared with the Russian Empire, the Polish Empire, and so on. It's the so-called Povest Ramenia Kiev, or Chronicle of Bites, which is essentially a church record of the history of the region. There's a vast description of a key element in the Christianization of the region, specifically the conversion of King Volodymyr, or Vladimir, to Eastern Orthodox Christianity. And amazing, it's exactly like the story in the Kuzari. There's a representative of Islam, there are two representatives of Christianity, both Western Christianity, and there is a representative of the Jews, and that representative is specifically a Khazarian Jew. And this is absolutely fascinating that not only do they replicate the story that is in the letters of Kastai with Joseph, they actually report the same kind of scenario. It ends up that King Volodymyr decides to become Christian rather than Jewish. Could you imagine how it would have changed had he chosen to be Jewish? He very nearly did, by the way. But this is, one of those data points that's really hard to ignore, speaking to the idea of Ibn Khazari at the time. And then finally, we've got some really tempting archaeological finds, like this coin found in the United Kingdom as part of the so-called Spillings hoard. There's a whole number of them that come from Khazaria around this time, like 8th, 9th century. This one writes in Arabic, sort of a paraphrase on the thing of Islamic faith. There is no God but Allah, and Moses is his prophet. That's an unusual kind of statement there. And then there are some tempting examples of Jewish symbols on Khazar architecture, which is limited. There are not a lot of finds, but this menorah symbol from a Khazar archaeological is especially tempting. So all of these things come together to suggest that something really important happened in this region in the 8th century that involved Judaism. But what exactly happened? Let's have a look. If you ask Stanford, who we met in the lecture when we were talking about DNA evidence, Dr. Stanford is definitely one of the biggest skeptics of the whole story. He says it is, quote, a splendid story. Right? You can finish the rest of that sentence. In other words, there's not much to it. So we still have all these little bits of data, the Kievan letter, the Spillings coin, and things like that. What does all that mean? So trying to put it together, one of the biggest questions we have is, if they did convert to Judaism, I tend to believe something happened there with regard to conversion. Why did they convert? There does not seem to be a really good source to provide an answer for us, besides, of course, the letter of King Joseph to Chastai ibn Shaprut, widely regarded. But in that letter, the primary motivation is essentially spiritual in nature, and that's very nice, but maybe I've been a historian too long. I tend to be skeptical of such things. Possible that maybe it had to do with the geopolitical era. The Khazars did fight two brutal wars with the Muslims. They did see the rapid expanse of Christianity, which would overtake Ukraine and then Kiev and Rus in short order. Maybe they chose to Judaism as some kind of potentially neutral position. Perhaps they hope to say that, hey, Jews are tolerated in Muslim lands under the earlier, and in Christian lands through the doctrine of witness. Maybe they thought they could carve out some independence. We have to remember that there is remarkable silence regarding their association with the massive Jewish population in Mesopotamia, which was really not so far away. This was really the world center of Jewish intellect and rabbinics and right so on. Why is there silence from Mesopotamia on the Khazar conversion? Who converted them? If not the rabbis active in Babylonia, Mesopotamia, was it the Karaites, who we haven't had the opportunity to discuss yet? Why do we have no Karaite sources either? So, a lot of questions about why they would convert. Secondly, how Jewish was this conversion, both in terms of quality and in terms of quantity. Whether these converts were rabbinic in orientation or Karaite in orientation. The documents like the Kiev just indicate that that particular individual who had gone to Egypt with the purpose of raising funds had fallen on hard times. but it doesn't really say much about his personal religious orientation. We don't really have clear evidence as to what kind of Judaism they performed. We also, very important, don't know how many of them. Is it possible that this was kind of like a royal conversion, like we see, for example, with Queen Helena of Adiabene, who converted to Judaism with her sons, but her husband remained non-Jewish? Is it possibly similar to the conversion in Timyar in the Arabian Peninsula? We simply don't know how many of Khazarian Jews converted to. It was simply a token conversion that took place in the upper strata. It did not extend to the lower population as a whole, who remained essentially pagan. And third, perhaps relating to the ongoing mystery of Khazars, what happened to them? Where did they go? We know that the empire lost its political independence in the 10th century when Sviatoslav of Kievan was destroyed for the last time. But they seem to like pop up every now and then in the Chronicle of Bygone Years. That was a couple hundred years later. We still have reference to Khazars as Jews, but they don't seem to have that impact graphics of the region. We already discussed in the previous video the lack of DNA evidence of their continuing relationship with Ashkenazi Jews. Did they perhaps make an impact on some of the smaller Jewish populations, like in the Caucasus, like Jews perhaps? We simply don't know. Now, as I mentioned in the beginning of the last video, I get a lot of questions and a lot of attention about the Khazars. Sometimes I have to actually shut off the comments because they just get out of hand. And you might wonder, if this is your first time encountering these questions, why would people care? Like, what is the big deal? Some obscure 8th century event? So the implications are actually quite significant for the 21st century politics. You consider, for example, the work of Professor Shlomo Zahn, who is an Israeli historian, who has written quite a few controversial books. One of the most significant is this one here, the so-called The Invention of the Jewish People, in which he essentially argued that Ashkenazi Jews, that we discussed in the last video, Ashkenazi Jews are not really Jewish. That this entire sub-ethnic group of the Jewish people, which had such a profound impact, that in particular actually descended from the biblical Jews of ancient Israel. Now, this has a lot of appeal to people who wish to see modern Jews taken down a peg. Maybe for religious reasons, that they want to feel that modern Ashkenazi Jews don't have a real share in the ancient patrimony that they claim. Again, not that it really makes a difference in terms of, and although I'm not a theologian, I don't think it's, I'm not even sure what kind of difference it would make theologically. The argument of some people, frankly, anti-Semites, that modern Jews are not real Jews is a way of delegitimizing their ethnic identity. Of saying that we don't have to afford them the respect that patrimony might otherwise be appropriate of them. We don't have to regard as being, millennial followers of the tradition, and perhaps therefore, we could consider them usurpers, racial interlopers who have somehow taken away the attachment. You see this sometimes among black supremacists who argue that the real Jews are actually black, and those white Jews who claim to be Jews, they can't be Jews because we are. Right? As we've discussed when we look at the Jews of Africa, there are Jews who are black as well, and it's just not a factor in the logical or the halachic application of who is a Jew. Halachic being in terms of Jewish law. So a lot of Semites really like the Chazal emphasis. Professor Zahn, they also kind of like a liberal approach to this as well. The right wing may see it in terms of traditional anti-Semitic views. The left wing, as we see Professor Zahn, he wishes to disassociate himself specifically with the Jewish claim to the land of Israel. If Ashkenazi Jews, the argument goes, are not really Jews, and Israel is to be a homeland for Jews, that therefore, where the argument goes, invalidates the Ashkenazi claim to the land of Israel as their homeland. And that's a pretty something to say politically, and that's why, ironically, you sometimes find the Hazarian hypothesis being advanced. Those who have issue with Jews both on the right and on the left. That's why this issue seems to have so much traction, even in the 21st century. But in terms of the overall scope of Jewish history, it's just a tiny little footnote. A fascinating one. A splendid story to use Dr. Stanford's message. But we're going to move from this now. We're going to look at a much more significant topic. We're going to look at the growth of Middle Eastern Jews, and particularly to look at the Genesis period. Thank you very much for watching.
I will trust Dan's opinion on things before some actress lady's word on what happened. I would trust at least Doug's opinion that Johnny was at least saying that he was going to get black. But who knows? It's fine. Yes, but everybody knows. Let's say she's black business. My business is not going to go. I never hope I might do. You're not going to
in this video, I take you through the major migration patterns of Jewish history right up until the end of the first half of the 20th century. And of course, there's some very significant things that happened with the Holocaust and after the Holocaust, but I'm going to stop in 1939 just to give you a sense of how Jews got to live where they live. So if we start from the beginning, let's go back to this period. The Bible does record a few really significant migrations. Of course, there's the early migration of the patriarch Abraham from the city of Ur in what would be today Babylon, what would be today Iraq, actually, into the land of Israel, and then of course there's a bit of tiny population, 70 individuals moving in, and then the Exodus from Egypt, and then later on get to some data that's by extra biblical as well. You see that there is 8th century placement of Jews, quickly from the northern part to what would be today primarily northern Iraq, and then in the 6th century there is another major displacement with the destruction of the first temple, a little bit further south in the Mesopotamian region between the Tigris and Euphrates River. So we have some sense of those migrations. There are during this time, well, some Jews living in Egypt, particularly in the southern part of the Nile River, but not a huge population. It was the late antiquity. Let's start from the 1st century. I've got a couple of really populations in Israel. For the Bar Kokhba of the year 132, you still have a fairly significant population. Yehuda, that is central southern part of the land of Israel. After that failed revolt against the empire, there's a pretty massive Jews in Yehuda, and the bulk of them moves to the north to the region of the Galilee, or Galilee. That's why a few circles there on this in the land of Israel. You still have the nucleus of the Jews who had immigrated to Iraq, they were forcibly moved to Iraq under the regime of Assyrian and Babylonian kings. But then there is a fairly significant growth of that population actually becomes a major Talmudic center. So that's happening in the Mesopotamian region. You can see it there in the circle on the right. And then we do have a significant population of Jews that continue to reside in Egypt. Andrea is perhaps the most significant of those locations. Don't these circles here are not to scale. In fact, I'm not even sure if we have this center what the relative scales would be, but I would population is much, much smaller than that in Israel and in also, the major development of the Jewish population and the Italian construction of the temple in the first century. There's a significant population that had pre-existed the structure of the temple in the first century before the Common Era. You have Jews living in Rome. And there's a lot more that are sent to the so this map does not indicate the dotting of Jewish settlements that are in Asia Minor and across the coast of North Africa, particularly from what would be Tunisia and Benghazi today, moving towards. So you've got these Black Sea that even up, but these are kind of like major sections of where Jews lived and very close. So that's kind of like a very quick overview of how Jews go to the medieval period now, you see that there is a gradual increase in the movement towards the west. You still have the major population of Jews living in Mesopotamia, and in fact it becomes a source of out-migration as well. There are Jews moving across the coast of North Africa. We know they're living as far west as the Iberian Peninsula at the 3rd century. And that population increases, especially after the conquest in the 8th century, becomes much more critical to Jewish settlement. So you have Jews moving across the coast, especially when it goes into the so-called golden era of, let's say, the 9th century and onward. We also have an increase in the Jewish population in Italy, and their movement north to the heartland of Ashkenaz. Some of them move into France, and you see a significant increase in the population of the Rhone River. Cities that had already been settled with Jews in the 1st century increased partially through Italian immigration, also through Iberian immigration. You have Jews moving into England, and you have Jews moving close to Germany, which is Ashkenaz proper. This movement, however, will endure some significant changes in the next 500, primarily through anti-Semitic persecution on one hand that drives Jews gradually eastward, and then there's kind of like a vacuum effect where economic opportunity also draws them into the Eastern European places like Poland, Lithuania, Belarus, Ukraine, and so on. What you can see in this map here, if you look at the white arrows, they basically indicate major expulsions. You have a significant one in England in the year 1290, and Jews basically cross the Channel going into France and the Netherlands. You have a huge expulsion from Spain, of course, in 1492 that drives a large number of Jews, perhaps hundreds of thousands, throughout the Mediterranean basin, to Constantinople, to Saloniki, to Sfat in Israel as well. And then I've made a distinction with the green arrows, and that's like a way of suggesting not only was the anti-Semitic persecution in Germany, particularly after that until the 4th century, there's also economic incentives drawing to the There's an demand for Jews acting in areas of commerce as holders, as Aradat, as minters in the Eastern European part of Europe. So green arrows indicate not only significant persecution from the West, driving them towards the East, but also the economic draw bringing them into the Eastern. And if we switch back again to the Western Europe, in the Iberian Peninsula, of course, they're elected to explore the New World, which is being discovered as we speak about this particular period of expulsion, and they're leaving not only from Spain but also from Portugal, sometimes as new Christians being converted to Christianity against their will in 1497, and they take their leave as Christians to go to places like Brazil. They might actually revert back to their Jewish identities. There are also a significant amount of Portugal to places like Amsterdam, include all of the details, and you get a general sense of what's happening. If we move to the modern, the early and modern, get a sense of the general dispersion of nation. There's something 1 million Jews living in the world around the year 1700. The most, of course, are in Europe, but 7% of them are in Europe. As you can see from the scattering of dots in this fantastic map, they are primarily based in Eastern Europe, although there are some significant populations in small number of Jews, about 17% are living in North Africa, and an even smaller amount are living in the Middle East. The Ottoman Empire, which would include the region of Mesopotamia, that was once a major population center, but clearly by the time we get to the year 1700, the balance of population has shifted to Europe proper. Europe empties out quite significantly when you get to the end of the 19th century. There is a general movement westward, partially to Europe, places like England and France and so on, but even more so in the 1880s, massive displacement to New World. Only the Pale of Settlement, which is a region in the Russian Empire where Jews were allowed to live, and it basically overlapped much of Poland, Western Ukraine, and Lithuania, Latvia, part of Latvia, but it was subject to a tremendous amount of economic discrimination, a kind of like administrative overcrowding that made it desirable for Jews to secure. So this mirrors what's happening outside of the Russian Empire as well. Macedonia is moving to the region called the Golden Medina, the Golden Country, it's America, and then to the north, 70,000 Jews moving to my homeland, my birthplace, because they've heard that they have universal health care there. And of course, a significant number as well to South America, roughly equal amount. This map demonstrates a period from 1882 to 1924, 1928. About 45,000 go to the developing community in what would become Israel after 1948, and also to South Africa, and a very small number to Australia. So you get a sense of Jews expanding now from Europe to the New World. If we look at the population distribution of Jews on the Holocaust, this map is to scale, so you get a sense of the relative size of the populations. Eastern Europe still the heartland with 5 million Jews, 16 million now, but the U.S. and Canada almost caught up with 5 million Jews now, and significant populations in other parts of the world as well. Now, I haven't in this brief video looking at some of the fascinating solar migrations like to India and to China. And that's about it for a very quick look at migration patterns to Jewish
and people go, that is a think about, that is awful. But no, there's a humbling, just like that lady. Thank you, sir. Which you get by that elf. You need to get thank you, sir. You really need that in your life. Like, people need to get their ass kicked, man. So they just run around thinking there's no consequence to their actions. Like, they're living in this inert environment. A guy like you see some dark shit going on in the hospital. illegal activity where they have to protect their freedom. Like drug dealers, like they're always one step closer.
Hello and welcome.
A dirty life. They're living a life of chill and worry. You always got to worry about something.
At the origins of Polish Jewry, really the Jewish population, but is one of the most memorable of the country we'll be looking at. And for those of you who took the time off to celebrate the holidays recently, I hope that you come to us refreshed and relaxed. And for all of us, I wish you all a wonderful new year. By the way, if you're not aware, this is the year 5,782, according to the traditional count, we're past Rosh Hashanah, the Jewish New Year. And someone told me that he's very careful to go on a new diet this year where he will never eat more than the number, he will never eat more calories than the calendar year number. And then he says, God, I'm Jewish. I'm sorry to do that. I know a lot of you don't like it, but I couldn't help it. Let's talk about the origins of Polish food. So when I say Poland, I'm using the term somewhat anachronistically because the region as a whole was dominated by something called the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. You can see in this map, which has the borders of the Commonwealth as of the year 1618, but superimposed on contemporary political boundaries to get a sense of where it was. It was this massive, it was at sort of like the southwestern core of it. After this dynasty with Lithuania spread really to a massive, almost stretching from the Baltic Sea to the Black Sea, well into European Russia, down into the so the material that I'm discussing today, as we understand by 21st century boundaries, but to this larger entity, which includes Ukraine and Belarus and Lithuania, where there are very, very large numbers of Jews. The southern part of Latvia is also very important because it was part of the Russian Pale of settlement, which we'll get to in a few. At any rate, where did the Jews come from in this region, which became the dominant center of the world Jewish population in the early modern period? So there is a small migration that extends back to the first centuries of the Common Era, perhaps even a little bit before the Common Era. And these are Jews that come in lands and make their way through the Khazarian Empire. Well, the extent of Khazarian influence is very, very difficult to quantify. It appears to be minuscule. There are cases to Khazarian Jews, for example, in one of the early Russian chronicles, the Kodesh Koramenia Kiev, which is not in Russian but refers to Kievus, the region that was known at that time, and there's references to Jews from Khazar being involved in Kiev in particular. And they left behind, as we've discussed in previous lectures about Khazaria, they left behind very, very little trace of their presence, either in cultural aspects, literary aspects, and so on. We don't really know a lot about how extensive this penetrated later dominant Polish Jewish population. The really big migrations into Poland come in the 12th and especially up until the 16th century, and they're coming from the western part of Europe. They're coming primarily from Germany and France, making their way sometimes through Austria, Hungary, places like that. But that's really where you have the dominant Polish population of Jews. There you see lots of traces of European evidence, lots of very significant connections between cultures. For example, Rhineland and then made their way east. Yiddish, of course, overwhelming lingua Jews, and is basically a medieval dialect with Hebrew, with them too much of the languages of the Khazars, for example. So we begin to see some legendary elements of their appearance in the region really as the 8th and 9th century, but it really begins to coalesce around the 10th and 11th centuries. And one of the things that we see them, for example, in the very early period, is that Jews are as royal minters, and they're making money. Have a look at these coins. I mean, literally, like producing money, things to be used as money, not necessarily making money for themselves, which I'm sure goes hand in hand with it, but some of the earliest coins in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth are actually written with Hebrew stencils of several of them. And here's a better view of the one that has the term Moshka Karol or Mashka Karol, which is clearly the Hebrew phrase for King Yesko, a 12th century Polish ruler. Here, of course, this is highlighted in red to make it a little bit easier to read. Now, it's fascinating. Why would the Polish nobles and kings make coin with Hebrew letters? It speaks most likely to the widespread illiteracy, which was common to the region, and the fact that the Jews would use the Hebrew alphabet because the Jews are ones who were working with the money primarily in small commerce that became relevant. We'll have a lot to say about this in a future lecture, and we'll talk a little bit about the economic basis of Polish Jewry. For the time being, this is just some of the archaeological evidence of their early settlement from about the 10th century onward. Now, when we look at why Jews migrated to Poland, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth more properly, there are both push and pull, meaning there are factors which drove Jews out of Western Europe, and there are factors which drew Jews to Eastern Europe. Eastern Europe was definitely a place of refuge for Jews. You can see here a beautiful representation by a man named Gerson, representing King Casimir, who is accepting the Jews and giving them protection and refuge. So much so that you see some of the great scholars like Moshe Israelis from Galicia, who referred to Poland like a fanciful etymology of Hebrew, Polin, meaning here, Polin, we will rest, or here we will find refuge. So, in terms of the push factors, what was driving Jews out of Western Europe? The first marked thrust that drove Jews to pursue homes in the eastern part of Europe were the First Crusade massacres of 1090 that we discussed a while ago. Horrific massacres primarily in northern Europe that seemed to be outside of the control of the legitimate state authorities to manage. And Jews were very frustrated by this because, as an minority, Jews are always able to mob violence, and the legitimate authorities to maintain a Rechtsstaat, meaning a society governed by law. As we've discussed in many previous lectures, Jews are typically very happy to live in environments where there is some discrimination against them, a certain of endemic anti-Semitism, but only if the rule, perhaps there will be a numerous clauses and Jews will not be allowed to enter university, or perhaps there will be, certain tax breaks, that not as long as they know that if someone shoves a rock through their front window, there will be a police, and the police will investigate, and if they catch the culprit, then they will have a proper criminal trial and so on. So Jews fear mob violence like any minority, and when you had these that accompanied these kinds of crusaders, or as we discussed in the lecture, more of the rag followers of the crusaders, and local authorities, including the church, put a stop to it. There's an increased push of Jews from Western Europe moving towards the east. In the 13th century, horrible blood libels that we have also discussed in the previous class, expulsions, France in particular, with expulsions in the 14th century. So there's more and more reason for Jews not to live in Western Europe. This is kind of like an aspect of it, as Jews are in Western Europe far less hospitable than they ever were. Now, there's also whole factors again. The Polish economy was actually having a very difficult time, particularly in the 13th century, after the Mongol invasion of 1241 and onward. The demography had dropped. There was very, very weak economy. As we saw earlier, the Jews are the people actually making the money, physically making the money, because they have a really well-functioning economy compared to Western Europe have the know-how, no understanding of how to use coins like this. And so the local Polish leaders were actually inviting Jews, please come to our area. You are literate, you are numerate, you will live in concentrated area. You can take advantage of your skills in Poland. They also, to make this attractive to Jewish migrants, they created something called, or they adopted something used in the West called Magdeburg. Magdeburg is the name of the city, and Recht means law. And this is basically like a medieval charter that lists the specific privileges that a community may enjoy. And although charters were actually written much later and designed to be written earlier, they nevertheless did reflect long-standing agreements as to what were the privileges and sometimes disabilities of the Jews in particular regions. Right of settlement, for example, to control their wills, the right to indicate, when foreign Jews can move in and set up conveniences, and what monopolies Jews would have. We'll speak more about this when we get to the economics of Eastern Europe, but Jews were often granted specific monopolies. For example, propinatia, distillation and distribution of alcohol. That's why, in Jewish folk tales and Ukrainian folk tales and so on, the Jewish krechma, the inn, because that was actually a monopoly that was frequently Jewish communities. And also that we're speaking about corporate environment, where it's not like individuals simply say, I think I'd like to go live in Krakow, and then they go move to Krakow and they find, how to themselves into the secular environment. People live in communities who are part of the Jewish community. You weren't an individual who chose to affiliate. You were legal to that community. You were, go along with the community for communal taxes and communal punishment. Polish leaders were very enthusiastic about bringing Jews into the region, and so it gave them a series of rights that guaranteed, above all, safety. To live in concentrated areas, and also economics that allowed them to buy various. There's going to be a lot more to say about this, and of course, it will break very significantly in the century. But for the time between the First Crusade and the Whiskey Rebellion in the 60s, this was a pretty stable time. In some cases, like in the Statute of Philip, which comes from 64, these are promulgated and really attracted a lot of Jews to Eastern Europe. So there's a very significant movement of Jews over these centuries to Poland, making it ultimately the largest single concentration of Jews in the early period. And just to give you a sense of what that looks like, here's a map that shows the relative concentration of Jews within the boundaries of the Polish Lithuanian Commonwealth as of 1764, and see that the less than about Jews, and the deep red is more than 50,000 Jews. And you can get a sense of where the concentration is really in the western and southern England in particular, also some significant concentrations towards the west on the border with Germany, and to the north in Lithuania in particular. The height of the achievement of Jews' self-government is undoubtedly an institution called the Council of Lands, also known as the Council of Four Lands, depending on the period it's referring to. And basically, this was kind of a state within a state, a rather amazing thing. We spoke about the communal arrangement of Gila, essentially the self-governing Jewish municipality that handled, all of the social welfare works for Jews by collecting their own internal taxes and distributing it charitably to individuals as needed, and set up, like everything from, labor support to poor brides and orphans, and, all kinds of social services. Also self-regulating by Talmudic law, and each of these municipalities was basically structured very similarly. And what happened was in Poland, they came to terms and they did themselves across the entire scope of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth within one, as it were, national organization. They would meet twice a year, and particularly in Lublin, and they would make decisions that would affect all Jews living in this massive country, the largest country in Europe at the time. This, by the way, we're looking at is one of the couple of pages from the minute books of the Council of Lands. Now, they didn't have, like, for example, their own police authorities. They worked very closely with the state, and the Polish-Lithuanian state realized how valuable they were, particularly at first, with regards administering many social functions that they wanted to themselves. But once they realized that it was more efficient for them to collect taxes directly from the Jews rather than have the Council of Lands involved, that led to the erosion of the Council of Lands in particular. We'll talk about that in a future lecture. The kinds of things that they dealt with were really significant, and made a huge impact on the way in which Jews lived and considered within the Polish state. It's really one of the high points of the Jewish diaspora, at least until the Khmelnytsky rebellion of 48. So Jews regarded Poland a golden era for Jewish civilization, comparable in many ways to what we see happening earlier in Spain, and before that. It would result in a kind of a Polish-Jewish synthesis. It was very similar in many ways to the German Jewish synthesis of the 90s, but of course, as we get to the 20th century, we see it all unravel. That would be the topic of the lecture. For the time being, I hope you enjoyed this lecture. If you did, please subscribe. I like to see the numbers. It's actually kind of to see that there are a lot of people in Jewish history. And yeah, I guess that's it. Thank you very much for listening.
Does that keep people from doing crimes? What's that? That 2 years? Yeah. What I do for a living, whatever, I don't know if I've got it. But at night, you see some crazy shit. There's times I'm just in case. Just to know. I don't know. We're just talking about when you came in about Denver and Texas.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish Lab. Today I'd like to begin with a discussion of the 17th century. In particular, we're going to look at the Khmelnytsky uprising. This is referring to Bogdan Khmelnytsky, Ukrainian leader. I'll show you a picture of him shortly. And it's sometimes in Roman characters with the Polish spelling. It looks something like Khmelnytsky. It's actually pronounced Khmelnytsky with a good beginning. This was an extremely consequential rising in the middle of the 17th century that had a hugely negative impact on Jews in Eastern Europe, a very large loss and a significant disruption through forcing Jews from the region. It was a fairly rapid recovery thereafter, but let's take some time to talk about the nature of the uprising and what specifically was the cause. This picture that we're looking at is a remarkable Ilya Repin, very important 17th century artist from Eastern Europe. And it shows And now Zaporizhia is the place Ukrainian Cossacks would gather. Cossacks, the term is actually used in many different contexts, particularly when you get to the 8th and 19th century. So sometimes it's applied in a very different way, sometimes used as a military designation in the Russian army and so on. But the original Cossacks, or Kozake, were these kind of freebooters, these cavalry types who typically from owners where they were serfs, and created these pretty much all-male settlements in fairly remote places such as the rapids on the Dnipro River. And they engaged in, some kind of, not sure what the right word for it, sort of like nationalistic piracy, where it would raid enemies, people, which was still kind of like in formation. This is before the great national awakening of the 19th century. There was an ethnic group that and were overwhelmingly Orthodox, that is, worshiping Christian Orthodoxy, as opposed to Catholicism. We'll get to that in just a second. And regarded themselves as being not quite the same as the Western, certainly not the same as the Russians, but having some relationship with them. The interaction between these groups is very significant, and the particular would try to cultivate a particular image for the Ukrainians in which they were Malyane, or little Russians, meaning the younger brothers, so to speak, of the older Russian, although that may not be historically accurate at all. In fact, it may be the other way around. But that's outside of the scope of our discussion here. At any rate, these Cossacks were essentially people who had run away from the hierarchical society of feudalism that was pertaining within the region of Ukraine at that time. And they set up their own societies, and it is from this base that the uprising would emerge. Let us go directly to the roots of specifically how it affects the Jews. So this map, which I think we've seen before, shows the migration of Jews to Eastern Europe from the Ashkenaz heartland in Germany in particular. And beginning really around the 10th century, and especially accelerating in the 15th, 17th centuries, have a large number of people making their way to the east. We spoke about this when we looked at Jewish migration patterns. And in particular, trading in this region, which we call right bank Ukraine. Ukraine was not designated a country at the time. As mentioned, there was a kind of common linguistic group living there that would also separate from Poles and Russia. They were still under the control of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, which we've also discussed at length. The right bank refers to the right bank or the west bank of the Dnipro River, which flows, you see, from Kiev and then sort of kind of a curving line towards the Krim or Crimea. And it is along this river that we have the Zaporizhian Cossacks are housed, and a large number of Jews are in this region. What are they doing there? Well, economically, the most important thing that they are doing are acting as middlemen between the Ukrainian peasants. The Poles had massive land holdings in the region, very fertile region because of its chernozem, its black soil. This is the region called the basket of Europe for good reason. And the Polish landlords were, very keen on hiring the Jews to manage these massive estates while they lived in the land to the north and to the. And so the Jews, in accordance with the medieval pattern, would undertake to be arators. The aret is essentially a type of farming. We've seen that before in the medieval period, where the nobility, which actually owned not only the land, owned the town, owned the bread mill, and own the bridge, and own the orchards, and the four kinds of things, they would lease the entire territory to the Jews and demand a certain amount of daily basis. And they authorized the Jews to, as a community, to essentially tax the local peasants in whatever way would be effective raising the amount of money that was contracted. Farming is, a perfectly acceptable way of running a kind of rental relationship, but it can become exploitative very easily. Particularly if the Polish noblemen, what, we're doing well, we're thousands zloty from our territory this year. Let's up it to 1,100 or 1,200 the next year. Who are entrusted with collecting those taxes. Of course, let us not recall that the Jews have to collect more than that tax, and the difference you have to pay the Polish noblemen and what they charge the Ukrainian peasants is what they get to keep. So it is an inherently exploitative, particularly if the noblemen get greedy and demand more and more, the Jews have to go ways to get that tax out of the peasants. So that tax could have been a variety of ways. It could be taxes on produce. It could be a work tax, which is called Borshchenat event, or it could be a tax on using services like bridges or hunting in particular areas, or even, as was alleged by folktales, use of the church. For example, if a Ukrainian peasant had a child and wanted to baptize the child, according to received beliefs, Jews would charge to use the keys to get into the church. And this has been widely disputed because it is kind of an inherent thing, but there have been searchers that have argued that in fact this did happen from time to time. A situation where the Ukrainian peasants certainly resent as the leading edge of demand on their autonomy. Now, the Jewish arrendator was the backbone of the economy, and Jews were involved in all kinds of other small crafts and small time commerce and that. But perhaps the most significant related to the latifundia was the frequently involved in innkeeping. As you can see in this remarkable 1928 image by Gustav Kurati. The typically manned by a family was not specifically interested in the hospitality business, but noblemen often give the Jews a monopoly on the production, distillation, and sale of alcohol. This was some propinatia, and the Jews could control this entire industry and tax it and pass along the goods to Polish noblemen. And this was one of those. The Jews occupied a particular position in the city where they were providing a service which was obviously appreciated by the local population, especially if they offered it on credit. But it's the kind of thing that can build resentment as well. Alcohol is conducive always to the mentally in excess, and also the use of credit for the consumption of alcohol is something that we certainly want to encourage. And so you can see why resentment could easily build up against the Jews because of their roles in the entire economic structure. Note also in this klezmer artist, this is a thing that was especially so in Europe, as being in more like because they tend to be much more urbanized, living in small villages and towns, as opposed to the spread out, much more likely to form bands and to develop professions such as music at this time. At any rate, it was an environment that was ripe for an eventual confrontation, and this happened in 1648. Shown here, Bohdan Khmelnytsky, capital on the that was right among these Cossacks who had died because of their unhappiness with their serf owners and so on. And he gathered them together, and in a proto-nationalist movement led them in massive attacks against Catholic landowners and their Jewish agents or leaseholders. Now, let us recall that he is not only a moment of economic receive it, not incorrectly, as a religious oppression as well, because we Poles are Catholic, Ukrainians are Orthodox, and the Poles are making strong proselytizing moves in the western part of Ukraine, and in fact created a church there that was kind of like a cross between Roman Catholicism and Eastern Orthodoxy, in which, for example, much of the rites were allowed to remain. The Orthodox priests were allowed to pray, but it was under the authority of the Catholic Church. So, and his Cossack deeply resented this incursion into their religious identity as well. And he was dramatically successful. For a period of a few years, in particular the years 1648-49, he had his Cossacks ravaged the countryside, attacking Polish nobles and especially attacking the Jews who lived among them. It's comparable, for example, if you recall the riots in Los Angeles in the 1990s. Some of the people who were hurt were the Korean shopholders who actually lived in South Central LA with small businesses and so on, even though they may not have been, the architects of any kind of anti-African American oppression, they nevertheless were the people who were close felt the violence most directly. So in Hebrew, this particular period, the year 1649, although the war continued for a few more years, is called the Decree of Tachletat. The term in Hebrew speech just something very negative, like the evil decree of Tachletat. And it lives on in liturgy as a period of phenomenal violence, pogroms. They really like kind of the architectural pogroms in Eastern Europe for their horrific attacks on Jewish populations. These are recorded in several chronicles. Perhaps the most powerful is done by Nathan of Hanover, which is in Hebrew Sula, a quote from the book of Psalms translated as the Abyss of Despair. This is available in English translation, and it's actually quite a powerful piece of historiography as well. The demography of the attacks is probably grossly inflated in Hanover's account. He had really no good way of calculating the size of the impact. And in fact, many of the studies of 1648-49 tend to adopt, without question, really large numbers, like 250,000 Jews killed in these pogroms. Research by modern scholars like Shaul Stampfer in particular have proved that it really can't be quite that large, primarily because there weren't that many Jews at the time, and also because the recovery after the subsided was actually fairly rapid. There's no question that it was a devastating attack on the Jewish population. These are horrific attacks. And there was a lot of Jews who fled the region. We have many, many accounts from Ramon to the important commentator on the Shulchan Aruch, the Shach. But the numbers that are commonly about are probably large. It's probably in the tens of thousands, a horrific number, not in the hundreds. Anyway, what ends up happening, uprising on a political, is that Khmelnytsky decides to ally Poland and turns his political attitude to the Russians, which initiates a centuries-long association with frequent difficulty between emergent Ukrainian nation and the Russian war on that when we get to the 20th century. For Jews, however, sets in stone a attitude towards these, which Ukrainians tend to call Ukrainophobia. Again, without reason, because of historical precedent like the Husky Rebellion, which would be repeated 100 years later with the Haidamach Rebellion as well. And once these are the 20th century with the Proposal of 1919, and the one may argue even elements of the Holocaust as well. But it's also important to note, simultaneous with these violent bursts, which painfully punctuated the centuries of Jewish and Ukrainian coexistence, there was also a philo-Semitic trend, not nearly as important, but we shall later lectures too. And But for now, Khmelnytsky emerges as a national hero, as you can see in this 5-page note from considered one of the architects of Ukrainian nationalism, something horrific to Jews who see him as the architect of anti-Semitism simultaneously. I'll give you one more indication of that. This is a famous monument that stands in Maidan Necholeshnost in Kiev today. Monument to Dr. Khmelnytsky, and erected in the early 20th or late 19th century. It shows him famously pointing to Russia, which, this was by the Tsarist authorities, which, really like to ally with the Russians. Version of this rather the original draft actually had a much more chauvinistic attitude. This is the only picture I could find on the web, but in the original draft, this is a casting of it. Behind the hooves of Khmelnytsky, there was a falling Pole and a Jew who are not by his passage and conquest, which explicitly stated in his draft would have been accepted for the final version that Khmelnytsky succeeded by beating the Pole and the Jews, which is a metaphor that many Ukrainian nationalists might wish to absorb even today. At any rate, this sort of moment in time encapsulated for both Jews and Ukrainians a vision of each other that was not conducive to a rapprochement. In fact, it would only come into the early 20th century, which we'll have to speak about in another lecture. But the idea of a major disruption that could challenge the years of the existence of Jews had a destabilizing impact on Jews across Europe. And many historians have a direct line, Khmelnytsky uprising, to the Shabbatite Tzvi, which we'll discuss in the next video. Okay, I hope you found this useful. If it was something you'd like to see again, please do subscribe. It makes me happy to see the numbers and to know that there are a lot of people out there who appreciate Jewish history as much as I do. Thank you very much for watching.
So excited to be in danger and the camaraderie that comes from that. Worst case scenario, some guy fucking snaps and he's on the highway about being a person. The experience is flat. There's not enough excitement.
Another episode of Jewish history. Today, I'd like to begin speaking about the birth of Hasidism, which is extremely important
compressed
in past history over the next couple of centuries. In fact, one of the ways that I'm most productive to look at Hasidism is that it is really the first modern religious reform movement. I know we have this term Reform Judaism that refers to the American equivalent of what was liberal Judaism in Western Europe, but it's predated by the Hasidic Revolution, which, although it seems to be a very highly traditionalist kind of movement, especially when compared to the more liberal approaches to Judaism, it definitely was quite challenging for the 18th century when it first started. So the historiography of Hasidism has evolved since the 19th century. Heinrich Gretsch, who we've spoken about many times, he took a very dim view of Hasidism. He understood it to be some kind of obscurantist and credulous, even possibly Sabbatean, Kabbalistic movement that was associated with the poorly educated Jews of Eastern Europe. Shimon Dubna, the great encyclopedic historian of the late 19th, early century, argued, in fact, that no, it's the outgrowth of ignoramuses. It represents the actual flourishing of the dominant spirit of Eastern European Jewry. And I think Martin Buber, in many ways, although not a historian in this regard, really did a lot to kind of inform the popular Western European view of Hasidism to observe the brilliant religious insights that are associated with the Hasidic masters. And there are many other approaches. Benzion Dino, for example, took a much more economic approach to the development of Hasidism. But I just want to give you the sense, the views of what is its significance, what is its etiology have changed over time historically. To look at the history itself, it's very important to understand that within the context of its evolution, its earliest development takes place within the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth and the chaotic political context. You recall the region was devastated by the Khmelnytsky uprising, and then there is an attempt to instruct the political status quo, but ultimately it's doomed to failure, as in 1772 the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth is dismantled by its neighbors, and in fact a large chunk of Jews living in this area swallowed up by Tsarina Kakin, also known as Catherine the Great, who suddenly finds herself the owner of the largest Jewish population in the world. Russia, prior to her acquisitions in the West, was actually Judenrein. It was free of banned since 1479. And all of a sudden, I have all these tens of, perhaps hundreds of thousands of Jews living within Russia. One of the ways she dealt with this was by establishing something called Pale of Settlement, which is kind of a strange English. Basically means the region of settlement where Jews were allowed to live. It had changes to the borderlands. Certain areas like Kiev were actually off limits for some time, even though they were interior of the Pale settlement. And exceptional Jews, really talented medical doctors or very successful businessmen, put permission to live in Petersburg or in Moscow. But this Pale of settlement area, the vast majority of it. There's a lot more to say about this in future lectures. At any rate, this is the region, particularly in the southern area of Podolia, Galicia, Hasidism especially grew. With the exception of the Chabad movement, which grew in Lithuania to the north. This is also following Catherine II of the terrible repression under Nicholas I. Nicholas I attempted to extirpate the Jewish presence by forcibly assimilating them, either through into the army as Cantonation, or by destroying their internal structures. The Kahila was officially banned in 1944, leaving it only small functions, essentially to serve the Russian state by collecting taxes and so on. And we'll return to that in a couple of lectures. Anyway, it's a period where there is increasing pressure on the Jewish population in the region, and one of the ways in which they react is by developing this Hasidic ideology. So what exactly is Hasidism? The term is actually ancient. You'll find it in the Hebrew scriptures. It is kindness. There is chesed, it is kindness. And a chesed is understood to mean someone who goes beyond what is naturally required. One can see that in all kinds of activities, not only in the externalities like the fashion, the health, and things like that, but those are kind of like or clothing. That's things that are on the outside. Our emphasis on the Veikut, which is a kind of mystical cleaving to God through not just traditional study, which is something that's more associated with the pre-Hasidic groups, later become known as the Snagdim or the opponents. We'll talk about that. But to God through the less intuitive means, such as prayer, song, or connect through fellowship. They also believed in a much wider dissembolistic doctrine and teachings, which had previously the refuge only of others. The idea that other people could study Kabbalah was really anathema, but they began to develop this as something desideratum. The Hasidim also valorized the common Jew, often the uneducated Jew, the Jew who is a Tehillim Zecher, someone who just recites songs, just going through the book, the words, as opposed to having deep insights into their meaning and so on. And this is something that really appealed to the Jews, particularly in the southern region, where they were bereft of much traditional education that were associated with the North. They also were charismatic dynasties of leaders, which were unlike the appointed court rabbis, who were often given notions because they could essentially buy them from the noblemen. This was part of the last decaying elements of the Jewish community under the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth that thoroughly corrupted the rabbinate. Local Hasidic leaders did not necessarily have any official claim to authority, but nevertheless, garnered the confidence of the population as being truly interested in their spiritual welfare and gather around themselves kind of like disciple circles of followers who are not necessarily, heavily learned and so on, but nevertheless were deeply sincere, and they infused the idea of Judaism with much more passion and much more simple enthusiasm than it had seen with the somewhat exaggerated version that focused on the arcane study of the Talmud, more associated with the northern regions. One of the most important leaders of that time was Israel ben Eliezer, Baal Shem Tov. So about him, we know about him from works that were written considerably after his lifetime, but we know something of the context in which he was active. Specifically, there were people who were wandering around the southern part, in particular, who were known as Balei Shem, which means literally masters of the name. Of course, refers to the name of God. And this was kind of like a popular term that was associated with people who literally made amulets. One of the scholars of this period, incidentally, is my friend and colleague, Professor Johann Petrovsky Stern of Northwestern, shown in his youth when we first met, looking at some of the remote finds in the Vernadsky there of 18th century Pinkusim or communal record books from the time. He's done research like Hillel Baal Shem, who were like, these early proto-Hasidic leaders serving the populations and creating amulets for them. That's where they got that specific. Now, not these amulet makers were especially reputable. Some of them were charlatans. And Israel ben Eliezer soon got a reputation for being exceptional, for being a miracle worker, but also a very insightful teacher of Judaism, one who connected with regular people and so on. And he was associated with Baal Shem Tov, Baal Shem, to distinguish him from some of the other Baal Shem who were not necessarily so good. The fact that we only have sources about him that were written quite a bit later does not diminish the fact that he was an actual person and has been researched and identified exhaustively by my senior colleague, Professor Moshe Rossman of Bar Ilan University, who wrote an amazing book on the early biography of the Baal Shem based on secular sources, Polish sources. He found indeed tax records that specifically referred to the Baal Shem Tov living in Medjugorje, which gives a lot more of a concrete notion to this teacher, who, among other things, is reputed to have dug this well that still provides clear, clean water to this day. So you get this idea from the writings of his followers and from the biographic picture we get from the tax records elsewhere, that he was a person who lived in southern Poland, western Ukraine, request of his father, and actually began this really important movement that we'll discuss a little further in the next lecture. So thank you very much for watching. If you are so moved, please subscribe, as I love seeing the numbers of students of Jewish history increase, and know that we'll have at least some kind of an internet-based version. Have an excellent day for this.
And so even if you're not, like, your adrenaline's not flying, that freaking out there, your heightened focus and sense back a waterfall of adrenaline. You're keeping it together. So a lot lot of times guys that are doing like crazy shit like tightrope walking and stuff like that, they're sort of addicted to trying to control.
Hello and welcome to another episode.
Is this parkour or something? It's really scary here in about 2 seconds. Oh, no, it's not. Oh my god.
Of Jewish History Lab. So we talked in the last video a little bit about the origins of Hasidism. One of the most interesting ways
Have you seen the videos of like the people hoverboarding on like the tops of buildings? It might have freaked me out more than the hoverboard.
I think to try and understand and what Hasidism is by looking at the counter reaction. And this is a movement which coalesced around a group of rabbis, particularly in the northern part of the region in Lithuania. People ultimately became known as the Misnagdim or Mitnagdim, and the name literally means opponents because they opposed Hasidism. Right? Now, they were animalists. They really the inheritors of the mode of Talmudic study and Jewish culture that had predated the Hasidic revolution, and in their reaction to Hasidism, they would further define themselves. But what's fascinating is they will also be defined by the Hasidism as well. We shall see. So let's just try the main differences between Hasidim and Misnagdim. So there's a lot to say about the fashion, or what some people would call the Yarmul culture. Right? Get it? Yarmul culture. And 95% of the issues, Hasidim and Misnagdim are exactly the same. That's why they fall in the same category of Orthodox Jews. Let's try to understand. You look at some of the most important elements of Jewish practice and theology. And practice is placed first because in many ways practice for Jewish culture than theology. There are, let's say, 4 really big things we have to bear in mind. 613, or that refers to the number of commandments as traditionally calculated. 613 in this context, I mean, believe that God gave the Torah to the Jews at Mount Sinai, and that the rabbis who interpreted it in the Talmud and later authorities are authoritative interpreting the 613 commandments of the Torah. So that's a really bright line between Orthodox Jews, or Jews call themselves Orthodox, and Jews who don't call themselves Orthodox. Jews who don't call themselves Orthodox might want to argue that the commandments evolved over time. They weren't necessarily given at Sinai, and these are things which are anathema to Orthodox Jews. So if we ask the question, hey, do you believe in 613? The Mitnagdim and the Hasidim both agree unequivocally yes. And to drill down a little deeper into the 3 areas of which are perhaps the most useful in terms of the daily experience of Judaism, do you observe the Shabbat as understood by the rabbis? They both say yes. Do you keep kosher? They absolutely. Are you kidding? Do you practice the law of family purity, which has to do with intimate relations? They would say sure, with regards to the mikvah and ritual back for our discussion today. And these main areas of Judaism, they're in total agreement. They may disagree about details, like, for example, with kosher, how exact must one slaughter an animal to make kosher, or with Shabbat, when exactly does Shabbat? They don't disagree on the nature of kashrut in general, that one has to keep kashrut. They don't disagree about the fact that there is a Shabbat, has prohibited work on it, and so on. But they may disagree about things, and things they are in total agreement. So what is it that they disagree about? Let's understand this in the development of the Hasid movement. Again, in its earliest origins, it was not in any ways a rebellion against the traditionalists. It's considered kind of like a development style, a development of a different approach, the same ideas, the same practices, and so on. In terms of actual people, one of the most important students of the Baal Shem Tov is Dov as the Maggid of Mezrich, and he lived until 1702. He trained 5 major disciples, including Rabbi Shner Zalman of Liadi, the also Rebbe, the older Rabbi, the founder of Chabad. He wrote a very important book called the Tanya, which is associated with Chabad in a very deep way. But 4 other disciples that in turn gave rise to many, many other disciples, many other dynasties. In this particular map, which is from the remarkable historical atlas of Hasidism by Marcin Zwozdzinski, that Hasidism spread very far and wide these various dynasties. And it is interesting that it only became defined as a distinct movement, that name, Hasidut, after Maggid Mezrich passed away, and the opposition began to define it. So it's fascinating that in many ways the Mitnagdim, who called themselves opponents, they had nothing to oppose prior to the Hasidic movement, so it didn't exist prior to it, but began to define themselves in opposition. And the Hasidim themselves also define themselves as a way of kind of state that we believe that is necessarily possibly different from the Misnagdim. The most significant, the king of the Misnagdim, although he did not necessarily lead the charge, he was sort of like the prime expositor of the Talmudic worldview that would be adopted by the Misnagdim, was none other than the Vilna Gaon, a great scholar of Romania, who lived until 1790. Now, the charges against the Hasidim, what were the Misnagdim so upset about? There's basically 8 major charges. Let's go over them very quickly. First of all, the argument was that the Hasidim were separatists. And in fact, the corruption of the local rabbinate, particularly in Volhynia and Podolia, would want to go to a corrupt environment, rather go to who cares about Judaism and cares about as a parishioner for their groups. Secondly, they ignored mandated crimes. So one of the aspects of Hasidism, which is fascinating, I think, is the notion that Judaism has boundaries. In fact, one of the first questions the Talmud asks any subject is the measurement? What's the shear? How long is this? How big? How big? How long does when exactly is it? It's always like measuring things. Hasidism says, oh man, we have to spend so much more time on our intention. Not to say that the Hasidim don't pay attention to measurements, or that the Misnagdim don't pay attention to intention, but nevertheless, there's like a question of how much emphasis. So the Hasidim would say, why are you locking yourself into really restrictive prayer times? So you have to start by a particular time, end by a particular time in order for it to be counted as the morning prayer. It's more important that you go to prayer with a proper intention. And maybe that means you need a little more sleep in the morning, things like this. There's much more to say, but I'm just kind of glossing over the topic. 3, they recite the prayer of the Ari, namely follow the Kabbalistic prayer schedule of the great Isaac Luria that we discussed when we looked at the city of Tzfat. They maintain a separate kosher slaughter. There was a dispute over whether the knives should be sharper or duller, because sharper knives are more easily nicked, but duller knives require more pressure, and both of these things could have an impact on whether or not an animal is slaughtered properly. All of these things, by the way, could indicate the sociological separation of the community, which had economic implications. This Ben Sion Dino's primary contribution to the historiography is, the debate between the Misnagdim and the Hasidim really had an economic aspect to it as well, especially when it comes to the collection of taxes associated with Jewish life, like taxes on kosher meat, on candles, things like that. That, if you create a different revenue stream, you really upset the status quo. The Lithuanians, the Misnagdim, argued that the Hasidim disregard study of the Talmud, that they spend so much time singing and perhaps drinking and dancing and things like that. They're not sitting down and learning Talmud properly. Talmud is really what we should be doing. And more than, my gosh, just spending time studying the Kabbalah. Kabbalah should have learned for, decades and have already completed the entire Talmud. They've already done stuff, Yomi, and things like that. What are you talking about? And then some Hasidic groups were associated with really unruly behavior. There was like kind of experimentation with intention of like, more intention if I turn somersaults. Literally, maybe I'll have more intention if I drink more alcohol before I pray. Things like that the Lithuanians really looked down upon. And finally, some of these things really cross the line. They're no longer observed, that is Jewish law, and they're being influenced by the antinomian teachings of Shabbatai Jew, who we just lectured about. Arguments that actually, kind of like a front for Sabbatean movement, and then had to really extirpate it now because it further infected the Jewish politics. Now, these charges first came out to Rebbe and Rebbe Menachem Teps, very important. So he went to the Vilna Gaon saying, they wanted to say, no, that's not what we're all about. Please don't misunderstand us. They were unsuccessful. They were not granted an audience. And this Nagdim counteracted by pronouncing bans on the Hasidic movement, and in some cases even burning Hasidic texts. This is actually kind of a nasty thing associated with the 18th century. Jews are unfortunately from time to time known to have strong feelings about the rights of other Jews that they'll even consign them through the flames. By the way, that only ends up making the books. So if anyone watching this video wants to ban any of my books, I think that would be great because sales would just... At any rate, the Hasidim issued counterbans against the Misnagdim, and they also, unfortunately, had book burnings. Especially strong social ban was applied in 1781, and in 1794, when a rabbi in Pinsk, a Misnagdic rabbi, lost a job to a Hasidic candidate, he denounced the Hasidim to the secular authorities, and the Tsarist government, always on the lookout for possible revolutionary movements, actually arrested the Alter Rebbe, Shneir Zalman of Liadi, and had him temporarily jailed. A phenomenon that would be associated with a very strong constant Hasidim Misnagdim for some time. Now, besides the tremendously bitter rancor between Misnagdim and the Hasidim, the Misnagdim were also busy thinking about, okay, well, how do we react to this? Because the Hasidim really grew in leaps and bounds. It spoke to a need. There were Jews who wanted Hasidism. So the Misnagdim had to articulate a response, and they did, which was ultimately expressed in things like this building, the Yeshiva of Volozhin, which was one of the great bastions of Talmudic learning in Lithuania, and formed the center of the nucleus of a Talmudic renaissance that would expand along with Hasidism. What the Misnagdim said is, hey, the Hasidim say we're attached to text. Well, absolutely, you better believe it. We are going to be super attached and even more energy in the Talmud. And in fact, that's what the Lithuanians are known for more than anything else, is their incredible attention to detail and their superlative study of it. But they didn't ignore the Kabbalah. Let's not forget that the Vilna Gaon himself was a great Kabbalist, but the tradition was that it was really only people who had already mastered what was called Torah Nigra, revealed Torah. Before you study Torah Nigra, the hidden Torah, even in kind of like watered down versions that the Hasidim were circulating, they weren't studying necessarily Zohar itself, they were studying kind of like digests of the Zohar, reworked versions of the Zohar. The Lithuanians were already studying the core text, but they did not believe in disseminating these ideas widely. One of the key disciples of the Chaim of Volozhin, associated with the yeshiva, he wrote a response to the Tanya, which was called the Soul of Life, and this is essentially a Kabbalah for Misnagdim. It is, by the way, an overwhelming book. I remember personally when I was studying in yeshiva in Jerusalem, I spoke to my colleague in Becker, who was a kid for me in those early years at my yeshiva study. And how's it going? I said, well, okay, I'm enjoying yeshiva. I go to yeshiva in the morning. We look at a Tosfos that has a problem in it, figure out the problem, and then come home. But I said to him, Rebbe, I had to admit that, sometimes it sort of kind of dry, sort of like, doing crossword puzzles every day, because I was like finding problems and then solving them and then going home for dinner. He said, okay, this is what you got to read Nefesh HaChaim minutes again. And so I said, okay, I'll do it. So I picked up a copy of Nefesh HaChaim, and I used to get on the bus, and many times I simply couldn't put it down, and I looked up, and I had already gone way past my yeshiva stop, and I was like way in some Arab neighborhood north of Jerusalem somewhere, and just gotten so lost in tremendous writings of Rebbe Chaim Volozhin. And it really changed the way that I went back and studied those Tosfos. It made it jump off the page as, this is really important. You've got to study this right now and know what it means, because it's crucial. It's not a crossword puzzle. It's life itself. Wow. So if you have a problem, read Nefesh HaChaim. Okay, sorry for that little discourse. Finally, one of the criticisms of the Hasidim that Misnagdim had is that the Hasidim rated their leader, sometimes called Tzaddik, sometimes called a Rebbe, to an inappropriate extent. That in some cases even regarded the Rebbe as sort of like an intermediary before God, which is really, very much contrary to traditional Jewish theology. So the Nagdim certainly criticized like having an intermediary, and they refused to even very learned people as being those intermediaries, but they nevertheless elevated their leaders, especially the Rosh Yeshiva, the head of the yeshiva, as being someone with tremendous insight and power associated later with the term Das Torah, the mind of the Torah itself. And so that was kind of like a Misnagdic reflection of Hasidism in reaction, but also in admiration of what the Hasidim stood for. Okay, now the Hasidim and Misnagdim are fighting bitterly. End of the 18th and the beginning of there's going to be a major challenge which we'll discuss in the next week. I'd just like to thank you very much for watching. Hit the subscribe, because I have so much pleasure seeing how much love Jewish history like I do, to include you in that group. And let's return and look at the challenge that both in the Haskell. Thank you very much for watching.
Michael Jackson fucked up traffic in '84. They come right to the garden. But Ali, Joe Frazier, when I was a kid, was fucking huge. It was huge. I remember growing up watching. I tried to get a blowjob from my babysitter. I was a kid. She was a Puerto Rican. She was Tita. And I kept asking her about blowjobs. She goes, I'll give you a blowjob. So I gave her a bag filled with quarters that I had. And she came into the room and I took a shower. I combed my hair. I put cologne on. And she came into the room and blew up my stomach. I said, that's a blowjob. And took my $20.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History. So in the last two videos, we talked a little bit about the beginnings of the Hasidic movement in the 18th and early 19th century, and then we talked about the counter-reaction of the traditionalists known as the Misnagdim, or the opponents of Hasidism. But there's a new movement that is more associated with Western Europe, in particular with Berlin, that is to make an impact in the eastern heartland of the Hasidic and the Misnagdic territory, and that is the Haskalah, an extremely important movement that, like the Hasidic and the Misnagdic movement, would endure to our contemporary days and phenomenal impact on the development of modern Jewish identity. So let's look at this institution of the Haskalah. First of all, the term Haskalah means enlightenment, and it is just the Hebrew translation of the German term Aufklärung that was widely used in the 18th century to refer to this new movement of Orientalism and humanism that swept across much of Western Europe. There are Jewish roots for sure. For example, at the 16th century work of Azaria del Rossi, who was an Italian, at an unusual moment in 1570 when there was an earthquake in the Italian city of Ferrara and the Po River Valley, not too far from Padua. And he was forced out of doors like everybody in Ferrara, and living in tents, were aftershocks for some weeks because a lot of buildings were destroyed. Some encounters with Christian thinkers from the local church that he probably would not have had, prior to this. And among other things, he discovered Aristeas and fascinating stuff. But in the context of this discussion, he begins to explore the idea of, hey, you know what? Judaism has a lot to offer the outside world, and the outside world has to offer Judaism as well. Controversial kind of thought. But we see it in many rights in the 8 chapters, except from whoever speaks it. This notion in Judaism that there is a kind of a centrifugal force that emphasizes focusing on traditional Jewish texts. It's also kind of like a looking out as well that waxes wanes in different periods. The Haskalah is out of saying what's going on in the outside world. How does it fit with our Jewish worldview? If it fits. Del Rossi's insight was something that it was not unique to the 16th century. It's not like Jews woke up in the 16th century and said, hey, we can learn something from the outside world. We see, for example, Maimonides, who writes in the 8, one should accept truth or speaks it. We can find moments in Jewish history where the Jews have a much more kind of open-minded, syncretic approach, and that oscillates with a kind of internal, inward focus perspective in which the outside world is regarded as toxic and dangerous to be avoided. Jewish history kind of vacillates or oscillates between these two poles. The Haskalah is an example of Western European Jewry definitely leaning far towards the extreme of, hey, look at the outside world, it has so much to offer us, even at the risk of dissolving or assimilating into the body politic of the general population when the dangers of Haskalah. At any rate, these ideas of openness to outside society had a jumpstart with the Portuguese diaspora in particular, because these were Jews who, you will recall, were forcibly converted to Christianity and had to maintain that kind of dual identity of knowing that they are Jewish and wanting to retain their Jewish identity, and resentful of the Christian passports into the rest of the world. And many of them spread throughout Western Europe, Amsterdam in particular, though these Portuguese Jews ended up, so into the New World, we discussed as well. And these Portuguese Jews had a very special approach to the outside world that made them especially effective conduits of what would become burgeoning modern thought. Okay, way too much of an introduction. Let's go specifically to the early Maskilim. Certainly the most important of them, the king of the Maskilim, is Moses Mendelssohn, self-taught genius, especially known not only for his philosophical work, but also for his tremendous facility in secular German. Let us not forget that Jews had their own language, Yiddish. This is besides the ancient language of Hebrew, which was largely reserved for religious purposes, prayer, and Aramaic, used primarily in the study of the Talmud. But there was Yiddish. Yiddish is essentially a medieval German dialect that was it's kind of like if you compare Creole, Haitian French to continental French, or even, where I grew up, the Joual, the Quebecois French, comparing that to Parisian French. They're really almost not understand each other. It was like very similar syntax and the vocabulary overlaps, but in Yiddish to would seem like a peasant and back and things like that. And of course, they're written in different alphabets, so it's impossible for Yiddish readers to understand written German unless they learn the alphabet, and then they tease out, the vocabulary is different and so on. So Moses Mendelssohn developed tremendous ability with spoken German, written German, and he was kind of like a celebrity in the 18th century. Wow, here is a note, by the way, he's still the observant Jew, he's still in Shabbat and Kashrut and so on, who nevertheless can maintain himself in the highest levels of high German society and culture and so on. Intellectually, he had tremendous abilities and gifts, and so he was like the famous Jew because of his ability to be a broker and to say to the outside world, hey, Jews have something of value. They should be, considered second. They weren't considered citizens. Travelers, soldiers, even though they lived in Germany. One who not only communicated Judaism and Jewish culture to the outside world, he also communicated it backwards. He also